Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Global Pro League Stage 2 playoffs. We are live with our pre-show in 15 minutes time. Of course, action will commence live from Columbus, Ohio. My name is, of course, Ben. So I'll be hosting the studio. Joining me is my expert panel, as always. Got world champion TP, former European player Momo, and Call of Duty XP champion Merc at the end. But we should first talk about what is on the line this weekend, because there is so much money. We talked about it almost every single week in regular stage. $500,000 these guys are going to be playing for. I mean, TP, if you win first place here, you're looking good for the year.
Oh man, your bank account's going to be looking nice if you get that first place. We go back to stage 1, that Luminosity and Splice final. Unbelievable. We saw it again at Anaheim. Are we going to see it again here? I actually don't think so. It's going to be awesome to see who takes home all this cash.
Curious to get your opinions, my desk's opinions, that is. But we'll take a look, of course, now at the 8 teams that we will see in action this weekend. And, of course, take a quick look at how they actually got here. Of course, 4 weeks of regular group play action has all come down to this weekend. Of course, Luminosity Fnatic, they qualified from Group Red. We had FaZe Clan Enigma 6 in Week 2. Splice E United from Group Yellow. And, of course, the final week action, we saw Optic Gaming versus Team Envious. But in terms of group play as a whole, Momo, what were the big storylines in your personal opinion?
Big storylines for me, first of all, Group Red, Fnatic edging out over Evil Genius. I think that came as a surprise. They came out with 4 victories. They actually took 1 away from Luminosity. But really, I mean, looking across the board, I'd even go far, to say Envy was a bit of a surprise as well. They had a very, very poor performance at Anaheim, and then kind of going into this week, everyone had them 3rd, pretty much 4th. They came in, shocked us all, took that 2nd spot, and they're looking for a good place in here at the playoffs. And, they bagged themselves a nice place in here running into Champs.
Definitely.
We all know what happened last year at Champs, so.
Another interesting storyline as well, and a kind of crazy one. Ghost Gaming, of course, they go into the 3rd day of play, 4-0. We're all sat there thinking, oh, they can't throw this away. They need a map. They go 0-6 on day 3, and they do not qualify for Stage 2 playoffs. We've had those heartbreaking moments, of course. Rise back in Stage 1. That was one of them. But we'll take a look now at our playoff bracket. Of course, this was drawn a week ago, and this is exactly how it lays out. FaZe Clan versus Team Envious to kick things off at the top side of the bracket. Then Splice versus Luminosity, our Stage 1 final rematch in round number 1. Underneath that, E United versus Enigma 6, and Optic Gaming versus Fnatic. And since we're doing the pre-show, I'm going to go down the line, kind of get your thoughts on each one of these games. We're going to start at the top. FaZe Clan versus Team Envious Merc. I mean, is this the toughest game potentially in the bracket?
Oh, I think so. I think FaZe Clan with the new gun list, they've obviously been looking better and better. We haven't seen them in, 4 weeks? It seems like such a long time ago, but that week number 1, they did have some struggles. Their Search and Destroy looked great. Their hardpoint uplink was shaky at times, but, they got the playoffs. They got that number 1 seed. They looked great, all weekend long. And then Envy, we weren't too sure. That group they were in with Epsilon was very tough, but they were able to close it out, and now we have FaZe Clan.
Of course, we talk about FaZe. Some of the stats that you were talking about, they're very, very impressive. On the flip side, of course, Team Envious. Merc kind of touched a little bit on it there, Momo. I mean, how good actually are these guys?
Envious, they're looking really, really strong. The one thing I do want to point out is their S&D on day 1 was pretty abysmal. You know, they came out day 2 better, day 3 much better. Their respawn, they didn't lose a hard point until their final matchup against Optic Gaming. That's where I think these guys can steal it, can really push teams.
And this is the interesting thing for me, T, real quick. Their S&D win rate, 28%. You can't play like that come playoffs.
That's just way too low, especially going up against FaZe in this matchup. That 28% really sticking out like a sore thumb. But you have to give them a lot of props in the respawn. FaZe didn't look so convincing in their group when it came to respawn. Envious was able to stomp on people like Optic Gaming in hardpoint. That 88%, I really think Envy's going to be the stronger hardpoint team going into that series. But overall, with the sort of balanced game types in hardpoint and search and destroy, I think the series has game 4 or 5 written all over it.
If you had to give a prediction of who wins that game 4 or 5,
I'm taking Envy probably a 3-1. I think the respawn just was very convincing. FaZe's uplink looked, I don't want to say weak, but I think Envious is just way more consistent overall.
Momo?
I like to be different, but I agree. I think 3-1 to Envy, and they take the series.
Merc?
I'm going to go FaZe. I love the way Attach played in his week. He was a huge step up. We weren't too sure how he was going to perform, without his duo and Clayster, but he stepped up big time. I think Gunless, he's going to have a more impactful performance because, again, his stats didn't show it, but I'm going to go FaZe 3-2.
I think one of the biggest difference makers in this matchup as well, you talked about Attach on how he stepped up. I think John really stepped it up for me in their group. Yeah. And for me, a lot of people were writing off this Envy group in that group. It was quite difficult. I definitely wrote them off too. I thought they weren't going to make it, but they proved me wrong. They proved a lot of doubters wrong. They've had a lot of practice versus Optic Gaming throughout this week that they stayed here in Columbus. So I think all the improvements, it's going to be the John versus Attach battle.
Yep. Definitely agree. Moving forward, of course, the next matchup in that bracket, the Stage 1 Finals rematch, of course. Splice versus Luminosity. This is an exciting one. I mean, Merc, we talk about Luminosity, and I think it's fair to say right now, this is the best team in the game.
I think so. I think they're the best team in the world. I think they showed it during Stage 1. They got to the finals. Then they win Anaheim, after losing, to Splice. Just overall, I mean, just their respawn. I mean, they have, what, like a 90% hardpoint rate. And we always talked about if they can fix their search and destroy, if they can get it around a 60%, 50% win ratio, early in the year, it was really pathetic. But they got that up, and what do you know? They win events. Just so much talent on this team.
So much talent indeed, and as you said, their S&D win rate 50%. They do improve it. Their uplink as well at 66%. This is definitely a force to be reckoned with. However, Memo, on the flip side, of course, Splice, Stage 1 champions. They're coming here trying to find a back-to-back two-peat. I mean, it'd be impressive, but to be honest, it didn't look all that in group play.
Yeah, it really was a bit of a disappointing show. I think they'll be the first to admit that, though. But yeah, Mad Cat especially, last year he won both of the Stage 1 and Stage 2 playoffs in Europe. This year he won the Stage 1 playoffs in America. He's looking for almost a 4-peat, if you like. But Splice, I think they have a very tough job on their hands, especially getting that LG game first.
And you look at some of their stats, TP, from the regular week. It's not the prettiest, let's just say that.
Yeah, and a lot of these players get so upset that we're judging them off of a weekend, but it's a double round robin group. We get to see a lot of games in a short amount of time, and then you look at stats like that, how are we not going to be critical of you? Splice was always a very good and consistent search and destroy team, 28%. That's not what you need to maintain that top level competition. And then going back to those back-to-back finals they had, where it was very competitive versus LG, that just, we didn't see enough throughout the group.
Right.
We have to be critical.
I know a lot of the Europeans were out here a little earlier as well, trying to get some boot camp, trying to get that extra level of practice in, and honestly, looking forward to seeing if Splice can step things up. But again, moving forward in the bracket, E United versus Enigma 6. Merc, this one has me really, really excited. Of course, we get to see Clayster with E United, but this Enigma 6 squad, I don't think you can write them out.
No, I mean, if you watch, that Enigma 6 week was insane. I mean, if it wasn't for the reverse sweep over FaZe that they had, they probably wouldn't be here. But looking at this E United roster, they've just been getting better and better. Clayster said it as soon as he joined his team. He felt like he was at home. He was having fun, and man, did he have a weekend. Right. 1.2, 9 overall KD. Such a show from him. I expect this team to do big things.
You throw him to the Wolves, they'll come back leading the pack, that's for sure, Momo. I mean, in terms of statistics for E United, I mean, they're so impressive across the board.
Yeah, impressive across the board. Talking about Clay, he had like #1 hardpoint KD. He was number one, number 4 or something silly. And talking of silly, also making the lineup. But those twins are the ones that catch my eye. These guys have been lights out all year long. I expect these guys, especially RCs, I want to hear them getting loud on that main stage again.
Oh, that was the best thing I think from regular group was just how loud they were. But then on the flip side, Enigma 6, Of course, this was a team who, I don't want to say got a little lucky to actually make it to playoffs, but they definitely got a little blessed with other results. But this is a team who, honestly, they can cause upsets, Steve.
Oh, most definitely. Royalty for these guys was unbelievable. Over a 1.0 KD, over a 1.1 KD, actually. So the fact that he was able to step up so much. Proto was really the guy for me that needs to go back to that stage 1 Proto that we saw, just making some huge plays overall. And yes, they did get somewhat lucky in terms of the map win percentages, things like that, and that Ghost wasn't able to win a map on that Sunday. But they closed out the group with 9-0 map count. They got the reverse sweep to start versus FaZe going into Saturday night, and then they got the 6-0 on Sunday. So really clutching up when it meant the most to them.
And I think one of the biggest things that you can talk about with this Enigma 6 squad is all 4 players being consistent at the same time. We haven't really seen that yet, and I feel like, you know, COD Champ's getting very close. This would be the perfect time to do it.
Oh, absolutely. If you want to step up, now is the time. We've talked about Cade. I feel like he had a pretty solid performance. He's been getting better and better. The big one has to be Proto, right? Stage 1, he was an absolute beast. Anaheim, he was a rising star. Those first 2 days at Stage 2, he did not look great at all, so he's definitely the one to step up.
I am curious to find your predictions for this series particular. Tipa, I want to start with you. Who do you see walking away with it?
It's pretty tough, but I think Clay just really has a lot to prove at this point. Yep. We saw in that group that he was basically probably the best player throughout the groups individually. So he's got that fire lit Clay. I'm going with my boy. 3-1.
3-1. Memo?
I think United could close it out in 3, maybe 4. I think Enigma 6 definitely have what it takes to upset them, but I'm definitely sticking with Clay. How can you not?
Merc, you love going against the desk.
I can't. I had to go to the United team. I feel like the energy they bring is just to a whole nother level. I think it might go to a Game 5, but I am going to take United.
Game 5 potentially. I'd love to see that. Then, of course, moving forward, the final game in that bracket will, of course, be Optic Gaming versus Fnatic. We saw Optic play pretty much flawlessly throughout Stage 1. They played flawlessly throughout Stage 2 in terms of regular season, the group play. And honestly, it was really only their hard point where they had issues, Merc. But do you reckon they've had enough time maybe to work on that at least?
Well, it seems like day by day when you talk to these guys, they feel like they're getting better and better. Obviously, they played Envy, and Envy, they looked so darn good at hardpoint during their week here. So hopefully that helped them out. But it wasn't like a huge issue. They were making small mistakes in their hardpoint, but their S&D and uplink perfect that weekend. Their S&D, I mean, we talked about it. You'd blink, it'd be 3-0. Yeah. It's so hard to come back on a team like Optic Gaming. You know, what a week they had.
It's funny, Merc said perfect, and you're like, oh, okay, all right. No, you actually see the stats. It was quite literally perfect, 100% in both those game types. I mean, could you potentially win Stage 2 playoffs just winning your S&Ds and your uplinks, do you think, Momo?
I mean, they're 3 of the 5.
They sure are. That's math.
But one thing I will say as well, Optic Gaming's always had this thing, and I don't know whether it's a stigma or just something that the EU teams like find hard, but EU teams just don't seem to beat Optic. Yes, you know, we've seen them beat Luminosity. Yes, United. But Optic Gaming, it's just that kind of big green giant in front of you can't kind of defeat. It has happened before. Can it happen now? It's gonna be very difficult. I was saying to the boys of Fnatic, you know, I think you're going to lose. Everyone thinks you're going to lose. I was honest. I said, look,
fair enough.
Take it, and take that fire and just prove us all wrong.
I was going to say, going into a series as an underdog, it must be a pretty different feeling, but I suppose you probably never done it. Merc, you probably never went into a series as an underdog. Yeah. You definitely did, though, Mo. What is it like going into a series as an underdog? Like
I love it purely because of the fact that everyone's looking at the other team. Everyone's looking and cheering for that other team. You win one map, and boy, you get so hyped up. You get the adrenaline rush. If Fnatic win one map, say the first map, for example, can you imagine what Scraps is going to be like on that main stage? He's going to be standing up, punching his brother in his face. I don't know what's going to happen. But boy, these guys...
Brother in the face.
Lump.
Yeah, he will. He'll be just shaking around. He'll be having a good time, and I think that's why they're here. They want to have fun, but they want to win just as much.
Yeah, the issue to me, though, I mean, if you look at they had a great weekend. They got through. They beat EG. The problem to me is when we talk about Fnatic, how do they beat these top North American teams? Search and destroy, you steal a respawn. Well, it doesn't look like you're going to be able to steal Search and Destroy, you know, from this Optic Gaming team. It's going to be a very tough matchup for them.
Definitely will. In terms of your prediction for this one, I imagine it's hard to favor the Europeans.
Quick 3-0 Optic Gaming.
Yeah, very fast.
Very quick to the point. Momo?
Sorry.
Have to agree. It's hard not to. 3-0 Optic Gaming.
27 minutes. On to the next.
27 minutes.
On the clock.
Wow. Yeah. It is worth mentioning, of course, in terms of the map set we're going to see throughout the day, it is all going to be the exact same maps. So we'll take a look at the map set, of course. It does say United Enigma 6, but as I said, it's going to be the same for winners bracket round 1. Scorch Hardpoint, Breakout S&D, Precinct Uplink, a Retail Hardpoint, and a Throwback Search and Destroy. Now you guys have obviously seen the maps. Would you maybe change any of your predictions? Can you see Fnatic stealing the Search?
Oh, absolutely. Scorch Hop? No. No, I can't.
No?
I just can't, Ben. You know, I love nothing more, and it's like a British thing. We always root for an underdog, you know, and it's something we'd like to see an underdog win, but Fnatic and Optic Gaming, they're two different teams, like one in a different league for me right now. Fnatic, they're absolute superstars, but Optic Gaming, they're just a beast to be reckoned
The
with.
thing for me with Fnatic is they did have a great weekend. The Twins performed very well. Tommy, though, he was the one who struggled. He's going to have to step up. Sunny B, he's been inconsistent at times all year long. If Fnatic wants to win, Sunny B and Tommy have to play the best Call of Duty they ever have.
That is very true. Obviously, I didn't actually get your predictions for the Splice Luminosity matchup. Obviously, you have seen the maps as well there. It's our Stage 1 Finals rematch, Teep. I mean, which way do you go? Are you maybe saying Splice have maybe improved, or are you still going with LG?
I'm definitely going LG. I think this is the time where LG is going to set themselves apart before champs. I'm actually taking LG in a 3-0. I don't think they're going to be messing around at all. Splice looked a little bit weak.
Fair enough. Predictions real quick?
Definitely go with LG. I think it might go to Game 4, though.
Yeah, I think you have to go Luminosity. Definitely a 3-0, 3-1 to them. I just think Splice just looked too weak during their
I
weekend.
love the consistency of predictions. It's great. You guys really do know what you're
a lot of games
talking
you
about.
have to go off.
It is a lot of games. We've got a lot of stats and a lot of information, that is for sure. For now, though, we'll take a look at our schedule for the day. Of course, we have 4 matches going on throughout the day. We're going to cover all of them, of course, with casting, play-by-play, and live here from the studio, breaking down all of the best moments, that's for sure. We kick off the day with E United versus Enigma 6, and I don't think this is going to be as kind of black and white as a lot of people think. I really think there could maybe be a potential upset in there, but we'll have to wait and see, of course. I am excited, though, for that first match, Momo.
Yeah, Stage 1, you know, repeat, yeah, bit of a different squad, obviously, with Clay, but for sure, it is a rematch. Last time Enigma 6 beat them.
Then, of course, at 5:30 p.m., we have Optic Gaming versus Fnatic. At 7 p.m., we have our Stage 1 playoff final rematch, Luminosity versus the Stage 1 champs Splice. And to close out the day, FaZe Clan versus Team Envious. The Stage 2 playoffs start right now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty World League presented by the PlayStation 4.
The 16 best teams in the world
with $700,000 up for grabs. Every day, these guys are grinding, they're practicing, they're strategizing, they're waiting for this.
We have got the world's elite here. This is the final stage in the Global Pro League. This is do or die.
I think people are going to come with a purpose. It honestly could be anyone.
There's going to be a lot of competition.
We're playing the best teams in the world, so every match is a grind.
Popping the reactive before the players even shoot at him. There's the contest on that. We're going one more.
Optic from down 5-1. It's coming down to the wire, just a couple seconds away. Oh my God! Nobody can stop this man. The 50-second deficit is not enough to hold them off. Luminosity will do it.
Anything in this game can happen.
It is time. The Stage 2 playoffs. $500,000 up for grabs. We're kicking it off. It's E6, E United. Jack, how you doing, buddy?
I am excited. The time is finally here. 2 weekends left in the CWL season. $2 million up for grabs. It starts here with $500,000, and then we all know all these teams participating this weekend will be at the CWL Championships in just a couple short weeks in Orlando, Florida.
And this first matchup, what a story we have here.
Wow.
You know, Enigma 6, a team that had to reverse sweep FaZe, go 6-0 on Sunday to even have a chance, versus a team in United that cruised. Clayster, new to the team, he led overall? A respawn KD, 4th in S&D KD in his week. He was utterly dominant. This matchup's going to be great.
Oh, it most certainly is. These guys have been warming up at the venue for the last couple hours. Every single team is here and preparing. What a day of matches we have to come. Already fans storming on through the door. Will be a packed house all weekend. First off, there's a look at E United. Their fresh white jerseys ready to go. We're already into it. Game number 1 underway. It's Scorch Hardpoint. We're watching Clayster off the break.
Well, if you talk about Enigma 6 coming into Scorch, they won 100% of their matches. In Stage 2, if you're E United, your only hardpoint loss in your week, it was Scorch.
And you can see right there, Clayster expecting the boys of Enigma 6 to flood him, to push towards his side. falls back, basically baits Royalty right on in, and that'll leave Royalty all by himself now with his hard point as he's about to get cut down.
Well, how good was Royalty in their week, right? He was an absolute stud, man.
Yep.
1.16 respawn KD, led the team. He was absolutely electric. You think he can keep that up this weekend?
He's going to have to be quite simple. There's no longer, you know, a bottom two teams in this. Every single team is capable of beating their opponent. Yes, there are underdogs, but you need players like Royalty to step up. You know, Splice won stage 1 because of the performance from Zero. He was a big part of it. Royalty needs a weekend just like that.
He needs to go big, and maybe General can bring back that dominance we saw from him throughout most of the year. He wasn't quite as, I guess, much of an MVP-type candidate in their most recent week, but right now it is Silly and E United set up to continue holding Turbine. Let's see if Enigma 6 can break.
We saw Proto for a second try to sprint right to that white block, get behind cover, couldn't make it in time. E United did go ahead and pinch on through for the break, but just as easy as E United take control, Enigma 6 do it right back. 4 straight kills, as now everyone will get spawned out from the E United lineup.
General is on a 3 streak right now. We'll see if that can continue for him, as he's only tried, what, 1 time or almost 2.5 minutes into this game. 20 seconds still to work with on Turbine. You see spawning right now, E United, they're coming out of rocks, they're coming out of hangar, trying to take one more crack at this, but you gotta be careful. Can we hop over to General real quick? He's gonna have a big one-on-one gunfight in the back. Let's see if he can spot Clayster. He's set up in that close corner. Good positioning from Clay, gets the kill.
Clayster plays that off angle there, catches him off guard. He's got more pressure coming. Cade, you see, now weakened. Does clean up that one, but Proto's there for the help. Enigma 6 should get the spawns. You'll see Arsity spawn all the way out at bottom drill. E6 on rotation, get the kills they need, and now their lead's up to 45 seconds.
This is some fantastic stuff from Enigma 6, rallying from Turbine into hangar. Proto now back in on the action. He's got the Erad in hand. Tags one, wants to chase the kill out front, and he's able to do so.
How many times have we seen teams run away with this map when they do successfully rotate, as you mentioned, from Turbine to hangar?
It's hard.
This, instead of, you know, getting 60 or, you know, 40 of the 60 seconds on Turbine, then only getting 20 of the 60 on hangar because you've got to fight for spawns the whole time.
Exactly.
You've now got Enigma 6 getting the majority of Turbine time, now getting the majority of hangar time, and it's why they've got themselves a lead.
Reminds you of something like maybe Cathedral to Broken if you're talking about retaliation. It's usually, if you get a lot of time on one, typically the other team's getting the points on the second.
Yep.
Not the case right now as Enigma 6 continues to rock and roll.
So this is the main setup you typically see teams go for on a break. Some nice shots in from Clayster as he snaps on the second, and already the crowd getting into it. This man was going off in his week in stage 2. Hasn't stopped at all. The first player in the lobby to hit 10 kills, but you see, you push middle map, you send a player down towards this bottom deck side here, and you pinch on in for the break. Clayster now 11-7 as E United are back in control. The 50-second lead for E6 is down to just 20.
And Clay, a big catalyst in that. Think about how good he was in their week, Jack. A 1.28 respawn KD, a 1.29 in search and destroy. He was doing literally everything, pal.
And look, you're seeing the exact same setup now from Enigma 6, and it works perfectly. They flood 2 through middle. They wind up picking up the pinch. It forces the player in drill to pick a side. He either falls back or has to push into 2 enemies of Enigma 6. Not going to work. Another clean break there. And now, look, E United do it right back. These teams are so well practiced for this weekend. Absolutely love to see it.
As Silly secures a kill there. I think he was one of the standout performers for us too a couple weeks back. His Erad was absolutely exceptional, especially at range, and he's got to deal with pressure now. You see that accuracy here as players flying out of observation deck. He tries to push in through window, but will fall. But that big lead for Enigma 6, it's gone away.
This is why teams were so excited to see these guys play. So evenly matched. You can see how they stack up. Clayster trying to stay active on this hill. 15-9. Almost a 1.5 KD already off the break of this game. He's calling on the Scarab. He's got the second most time on his team, and because of it, E United have taken back the lead.
I'll tell you what, Clay's got the fans behind him. You can hear them getting loud basically every time he picks up a kill. You know what he's been going through with getting dropped from phase, getting on a new roster. A win this weekend would be so, so sweet.
Most certainly now, as E United will get forced on out of that hill. E6 will be the first team set up for Turbine. They can't push too far out. Last thing they want is a split spawn from E United. Looks like they've got a good idea of how far exactly they can push on up. As now it will be 113-113. The setup for Turbine coming on in for both teams.
And like you said, yeah, they layer the map a bit, but they make sure they can't get spawned behind. But now, if you take a look at the minimap, those 2 red arrows, 1 and 3, that's Clayster and Pristini, are going to get ready to try and do a 2-man hit towards the bottom side of Turbine. They're trying to pick up kills, but Cade still holding strong, but it's Clayster with a big 2-piece. It's traded out, but Proto is now going to have multiple players to deal with. He goes vertical, trying to win the first. losing him for a moment, but still comes up with it. But the final man standing, it's going to be Silly. Arcides in the hard point.
And this is what you love to see right now. No player really costing their team, right? Yes, maybe have a couple players negative, but you know, they're baiting for their squad. They're the first one surging on in. Everyone involved in the objective. And again, it's 131 to 131. Another lead change now, as it just so happens that E United are in control. But if the pace of this game stays the same, it's going to be E6 breaking on in at any moment.
Well, can we get over to Pristini right now? Here he is. He's going to be the first man to try an entry.
Nope.
Not going to get it done as Proto does pick it up. Clay trying to trade these out. The pacing maybe a little bit off with him and Pristini as they were lining up the break.
This is the second or third time now Clayster has done this. Watch, he's waiting for his teammate Pristini to push on up. Unfortunately, does get pushed there by Royalty, but either way, he had the right idea. Stay alive, play your life, wait for help. If he goes in there and, you know, gets a kill and then gets traded, it does nothing for his team.
Well, there's Pristini with the pick. This is their chance, but Proto, General Cade, suddenly everybody on Enigma 6 on the kill feed, and we're about to have another lead change. Silly playing a little bit slow right now because he's 125 off those Trinity Rockets. He actually has one player behind him on Enigma 6. He could get pinched at any moment. Getting these streaks could prove so crucial. First gunfight wins it. Now 25 off the Trinity, wrapping back out to Rocks, trying to push towards these key and crucial streaks. Shots a little high.
Whiffs the shots onto Proto. Enigma 6 so far had United's number on this top hanger hill. You saw, though, Silly drew so much attention towards back Rocks, it let his teammates flood to that top hall to get that break. So scrap time will go to E United. They'll bring it back within 5. This is the exact same setup we saw the first rotation, Maven, where you had Enigma 6 set up. They had pressure middle map, but E United are going for what worked last time. It's a pressure through middle as they go and pinch from deck.
Well, let's watch from Royalty's POV as they try to deal with it up high. Clayster and Pristini off the wall run. Able to find a couple. Pristini still going, but will be taken out. 3 kills for Enigma 6. Make it the 4th will drop. Proto making plays. 3 of those kills come from him, and he's got Camo to work with. Scarab out, tags up too. This man making plays right now.
You're an Enigma 6 fan. It's great to see Proto holding his own with some of these submachine gun players on E United. That's 4 now dead. E6 looking to take command of this game. They have a combined 7 streak between 3 of their players. They're still set up and ready to rotate towards middle map when the new hill pops.
Nice kill by Cade. His teammates picking him up as well. A clean 4-man wipe again for E United. That's what, 3 times in a row? Yeah. We've seen the entire side wiped out.
Slaying was pretty much even this whole game, Maven. When Enigma 6 started this comeback, when they were down as they rotated a hanger to this point, they're now outslaying by 11 kills. Camo now ready as well for E6.
Proto, he dropped just a kill off of streaks there too. Very close to the Trinity, but can't get it. But Enigma 6 has opened up a large lead.
Here comes Camo.
Camo in. Proto trying to get done. He's getting tagged up. He will get dropped. Gets nothing from it. That wall run
really does nothing with it, but Royalty's there to save the day. And you see how he spins. This man plays on 8-8 sensitivity, almost 3 times the speed of our stage 1 MVP Zero, who plays on 3-3.
Pristini still has that Camo to work with, Jack. E United trying to climb back into this, but they don't have the spawns. They're popping in hanger. They're going to have to fight across, try to flip these as we get set up for Turbine. All the pressure on them now to make a play. Silly, first man in. Clayster trying to pick that 3 down. They got to push through. Make sure they flip these spawns out. Take a look. Top right of the map. All the hanger players coming in now from Enigma 6. That was beautiful from E United.
One thing I do want to point out, Clayster has quieted down just a little bit. They need him to turn up for these final couple hills. The man was positive 7-8 earlier on, now just +2. Pristini holding his own, shuts down Proto there, gets the second. Camo still ready, and remember, Proto already used the active Camo at top middle hill. Pristini's locking down Warehouse. We have ourselves a 20-second game.
Here we go. Let's see if they can hold Turbine. Pristini's got bridge, but everyone's going to be pushing through the bottom side of the map for now. He's got to transition over. He gets eyes on General. Shots come from a second. He's enough to deal with the first and get away with his life. The assist goes to Clayster. Clayster gets 3 and pops reactive. The comeback alive and well for E United. We're about to see another lead change.
Another lead change now comes in. E United, I don't think they can win off this hard point. Enigma 6 surging on through. Arcides in the close angle. There's 2. He's got help from Clayster though. The FTL jump. Oh, General almost did the dirty, but it's not enough. 230 to 224. Would it only be right, David, if Enigma 6 win on the hill that's gotten them this far in this game?
It certainly would. And I saw one Trinity rocket available. Who actually picked that up? Was it Pristini?
Oh, no.
Pristini, yes.
Oh, no.
He's got the Trinity rocket to go. Trying to break in the hangar with the Scarab, but Enigma 6 has the hold for now. And the scary thing is, that Trinity doesn't do you a whole lot on this particular hard point, right? It's not going to be able to open up something for you.
I'm surprised they're flooding with just 2 of them. They've got to wait for their teammates right there. They have time to set up as 4, pinch from middle map, getting a little bit ahead of themselves. They'll have one final opportunity, 243 to 238.
Pristini's got a camo. He's going to have to use it. Can we get to his POV? He's going to be the one that needs to make a play. Camo out, trying to get into at least contest. They only need 5 more points. First kill goes his way. Can't finish the second. There's nobody to follow up. You've just thrown this away, United. It's going to be a win for E6.
E6 dominate Hangar all game, but I have to be completely honest, Maven, and I know our analysts, I'm sure, will bring this up. E United just threw that away. They tunnel visioned so hard on getting 7 points. 3 times they pushed with only 2 of them alive.
Well, what's interesting, too, is I thought the biggest play of the game was going to be at Bridge. When they all spawned up Hangar, they killed 3, pushed through and flipped. I was like, oh, United, or sorry, United just won the game. But then, yeah, just bonehead plays on the stretch. You have to at least give yourself one good 4-on-4 opportunity to break. You can't just go man by man like that.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's just map 1 of many this weekend at the Stage 2 playoffs. 7 seconds with, 20 lead changes in the hard point.
Yeah, it was nuts.
I look over at our analyst desk because that game's ending. First off, insanity, but if I'm if I'm Burns right now and I'm here for United as their general manager, I'm watching these games happen. I'm sitting the boys down after this series and watching back the end of that hard point because that was just bad. I mean, you could see that right away. They tunnel visioned so hard. They had more than enough time to set up, get all 4 players up, push 2 through middle, camo through that top bridge, and break that hard point.
You had 100% win rate for Enigma 6 on that particular map. They get business done. We go to the next one. Both of these teams won all of their breakout search and destroys in their particular group, but buddy, I'll tell you what, Royalty is going to be the guy to watch. He actually averaged 1.02 kills per round, which was the highest of every single player at Stage 2. He was nuts, man. Overall KD of a 1.48 in search and destroy. He was wild in their week.
I think he was 4th overall, just behind the 3 members of Optic from their week in total Stage 2 stats. I mean, the man's insane. He's just going to be up in their face at all times. Think of that. Every round of S&D, he averaged over 1 kill. So a round starts, Royalty was getting a kill, no matter what the scenario was. Ridiculous, ridiculous stuff. Either way, E6 remained perfect on Scorch Hardpoint. They win map 1. And now they can push on into Search and Destroy. And when you talk about key players, Proto, he had a great first game, but he's got to do it even more here in S&D.
Well, that's what's interesting. One of the, breakout players or stellar players from Stage 1 that we talked about for Search was Proto. He was one of the most effective at getting first bloods. His KD was there as well. You take a look at Stage 2, he averaged like a 0.54. He was abysmal. It was almost like a light was switched. And I guess when you have Royalty come into it, that can certainly mix things up. But before we get to game 2, Jack, break down this scoreboard for me.
Look at the Hangar Hill. The 50-second difference is what winds up changing things in favor of E6. The time that E United got in the majority of that hill was the scrap time, and Enigma 6, they were happy to give that up so they could rotate towards Drill first, where they have a 12-second advantage there. Clayster slowed down for a little bit in the middle of that map, but man, there's the general we didn't see as often in the Stage 2 regular matches they played. The guy had a more quiet weekend. That's more Stage 1 general right there, the 1.2 plus KD.
Yeah, and we know he's capable of it, right?
Absolutely.
Before Royalty joined this team, there was so much pressure on General to be a superstar pretty much at all times. And more often than not, the man was up to the task. Has some of that pressure been relieved now with Royalty? Hard to argue, it hasn't. But you see a little bit of vintage General there. But here we go, game 2. It's a 1-0 advantage in the series for Enigma 6. Can E United fight back and tie this up?
Here we go, E United. Losing game 1 by just 7 seconds. Wondering if we see some players take some pages out of Colchan's book on this map after we saw some crazy plays from him yesterday in the LCQ.
Clayster, opportunity for first blood. He gets it, but immediately traded up by General. Good buddy system there from Enigma 6. Silly, ready, beautiful hover over the top. Maybe over peaks a little bit wide there, and quickly does become a 2 versus 2. Cade has the pistol. Going up against the K-bar, but as Pristini finds it, he's going to have to somehow win a 1 versus 2 with pistol in hand.
Pristini plays that round so beautifully. He winds up planting that bomb and plays mind games with his opponents. They wind up hitting such a heavy flank. Instead of Pristini, playing at that back garage, the second he hears the call out that the final 2 players are pushing from Dozer, he rotates towards the mid-spiral. They're not expecting him to be there. He shoots the first player in the side, gets the assist on the second one to clean him on up. Nice play by him to give United that first round victory.
All right, well, let's take a look at the offense now from Enigma 6. We talked a lot about Proto coming into this one. He can be such a difference maker in search and destroy, and they need that player in a big way here if they want to take a 2-0 advantage. Proto in loading, about to get pushed, sees the pressure come, does get the first. Can his teammate clean up the next? Yes, that's K doing it, but back and forth we go, quickly into a 2v2 once again.
These are these rounds that we talk about where they can go either way, but it might define the entire map in S&D. General going so far from his teammate. Thankfully, the bomb planter does get out with his life for a second. They've spotted both. They know they're on this side. And it looks like they're just trying to bait out this defuse. Yeah, this is such a smart play. Look at this. Silly's holding the front door. You got a bomb you got to worry about, Enigma 6.
Oh, I mean, he gets so much information. He peeks out that door. He knows he has one in the corner that just planted. He knows Clayster's all the way back by cell block. Hop the bomb. Beautifully done.
And he knows that General backs on up to try to gain back his health. In that time, slides to engage the opponent, gets the call out that he's close to defusing. What a play right there from Silly. 2-0 round count lead now for United.
On board with Silly now. We'll see what he can muster up in this round. NV4 in hand. He was phenomenal in Search in particular. Silly had a 1.46 KD in Search.
See, these are the cheeky spots I love. These are the cheeky spots I love. You saw Persini spotting from top spiral. Wow, gets out with his life. Wondering if the rear guard saved him there, as now everyone from Enigma 6, they're rotating towards back garage, and they're going to set up for a 4v4 retake. Woo!
Some crispy shots there by Clay as he connects. 4v3 now. Advantage to E United. Can Royalty turn the tides back into their favor? Two are tagged up. You saw one weak outside a window. General's got his health back, but his teammate backs up behind the Scarab. Only 20 seconds remaining now.
Wow, and look at how scared they are of their flank. There's only 18 seconds left. They've got to make a move. At some point, you've got to just go. So little time left. Their hand's been forced. They've got to go on through. Royalty does get two. Do they have someone for the defuse, though? Oh,
I think he got it. I think he got it.
What? How? How do you lose that round to United? Oh!
He got it. I'll tell you what, there are very few players that could make the play Royalty just did. We talked about that 8-8 sensitivity, the snap he just did to find both kills. Woo! Oh, he actually tagged him up for General. I thought Royalty finished both.
If this was what this whole weekend's gonna be like, I'm gonna need help from something. I don't know what, but my body can't take this. This is map 2.
First round on the board now for Enigma 6.
Ow! It was 15 seconds on the clock with 4 people alive.
So Royalty killed 2, and then General got the one in the pocket. So that was what, 3 players basically dropped in those final couple of seconds.
Jeez.
Insane, man.
Well, Persini's going to be a dead man walking here soon. He's got players pushing from all different areas. Thankfully, Silly's at least able to get the trade 2-on-2, and this round should end quickly now as both players try to surge on through.
But it's Royalty in a 1 versus 1 now against Silly. He just been clutching the previous round. Can he do it again? Both of these guys had the highest search and destroy KD for their teams during stage 2. Not many people you'd rather have in this situation. Royalty spotted him.
Wow. Look at Royalty right there. He knows how nice a play that was. I guess Silly decided not to move after he got those 2 kills, and it doesn't get much easier than that for Royalty.
2 clutch rounds for Enigma 6, 2 clutch rounds for Royalty. Let's see if United can now answer back after giving up back-to-back rounds. It's going to be their turn on offense. Let's see what the plan of attack is, Jack.
We know Clayster so far has been the designated watch the flank / middle map pinch player for E United. Caden crew, they've been giving up this site. Now it looks like they'll at least try to play a little bit more aggressively on it, and I love this pocket right here. Will this even get checked? I doubt it from the side of E United. Yeah, Cade's ready. First blood on our cities. Thankfully, Persini's there for the trade.
Enigma 6, Proto and Royalty. Trying to go big, down a man. Royalty is only 200 off Trinity Rocket, so he's going to be looking for kills late in the round. They lose regardless as Proto gets whipped on by Pristini. Nice shots, though, downrange. He's only 50 off the Trinity. He will fall. That'd be one you feel a little bit better about losing if you at least were able to pick up those streaks. May have happened if Proto didn't get 360 World Star.
Wow. That was definitely something right there, that kill. So we'll go into round 6. United recovering after giving up 2 rounds in a row. On offense now is Enigma 6. Proto, we talk about how he struggled at S&D in the regular stage matches. Seems like that's brought on over into the playoffs so far with him at 2 and 5.
I wonder what's changed that he fell off so much between stage 1 and 2. It's got to be something, you think, with the roster addition, but Royalty's doing his job. He's 7 and 3. Now only 2 players left, similar to what we saw last round. Royalty and Proto in a 2 versus 3. Royalty going big. He's got Reactive now to work with, and he's given them a chance in this round. Arcades, I believe, just got vision of 1 mid-map.
Royalty's definitely keeping up that 1 kill per round ratio that he had back in stage 2.
He's outdoing even himself right now.
Yep. Double rotation between these 2 teams. Does Royalty check his back? It appears so, but Arcades guns him there with the NV4. And now Proto's left by himself. He's going to fly at 2 ARs. You're going to lose that battle every single time. Every single time.
Maybe he didn't realize both were there, but yeah, there was... You try that 1,000 times.
Look at this.
You're never doing anything in that circumstance.
Playing duck hunt right there. Yeah, that was. He definitely did not.
It's like a teammate said.
He didn't go to Uncle Jack's S&D school.
It's like a teammate said, let's just get to the next round.
Yeah, right?
Fly at him.
You're not going to win this. 4-2 now for United. Silly at 6 and 4. He's got his FTL jump ready to go if he needs to use it this round.
Let's see if someone could break the mold. It's been 2 in a row for United, 2 in a row for Enigma 6, now back-to-back for United. Can somebody break this streak? Royalty. Clay, he has been dominating mid-map. Royalty can't answer it back as Arcades just beams him as he hits the edge. This should be the 5th round for United.
And here's the thing. Arcades dies the last round on offense to a player in that exact position. This time it's the first thing he checks, and of course he's going to get the kill. But it's a different player in both scenarios. E6 have to communicate that they've already used that spot.
We've seen some interesting angles on the opposite sides of these stairwells in the past couple of matches. Clay, nice grenade, gets him weak. Should be able to finish the kills here. He knows there's one more. Surprise.
Come on. It's Clayster. What are you trying to do right there?
The man's a beast.
But back to the point I was bringing up, Maven, is that spot, it's going to work once, and then they're going to know about it, right? If you've already used it, you need to tell your teammate. But 2, you saw Clayster hold that kind of, sitting on the edge of that truck, a nice cheeky spot. Clayster, I want to check next time if we do go on another defensive round or offensive round for United. I highly doubt he's going to use that again. I highly doubt it because they're going to know to check that.
It's true. Reactive armor is available. Scarab as well. Just taking a look at the splits. We're on with Royalty's POV. Both teams to opposite sides. This should be a free plant to Enigma 6 and maybe a starting point for a comeback in this game.
Ooh, so typically, you'd see teams try to push out the garage and plant for the other side and basically flip the map. Now they'll still plant for this close dozer side. Gonna be up to Royalty to wait for the call.
Why?
Why would you ever do that?
I mean, you're holding one of the stronger covers in the game. Silly, almost with some madness there to pick up 3, but that will get it done. E United, 2 left for the defuse. And they have tied up our series in 1 apiece.
All right, 1-1. E United and S&D look scary as ever. They look well composed with some great strats on that map.
I love we both just, why? That's like one of the better covers, especially to deal with people coming in the cave. Yeah. He's like, no, I don't need it. I'm going to surprise him.
Yeah, I'll sprint right at him. No weapon ready to go either way. That's a game win for E United, and now we've got a series on our hands, tied up 1-1 as we head into uplink. This now, I do not know how to call the rest of this. I don't.
No, and it's interesting. If this goes to a Game 5, I mentioned that Game 1 hard point, that Scorch was the only one that E United had lost. They were so dominant. Throwback Search is the only search they lost from their week as well. So maybe a couple rough maps for this E United team. But so far, it's just been a battle. This has been fun, man. But I'll tell you what, it's uplink. Up next. We'll be back in just a couple short minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our first G Fuel Key Player matchup of the weekend, not our final one, between Clayster and Royalty. Here are some major stats between these two superstars from what we saw in Stage 2. We talked about their S&D prowess. We saw it from both players on that map. Unfortunately for Royalty, though, his team dropped that one 6-2 on that search and destroy on breakout. But now we're heading to uplink. Clayster leads his team with that 1.24 uplink KD. Both of these squads strong across all three game modes. We'll see who can take the swing map in this best of 5. This has been your G Fuel Key Player matchup.
We are back, series tied at 1 apiece. We're heading to pre-synced uplink, and kind of an interesting stat between these two teams, and sort of tells the story of how they got here. You take a look at Enigma 6, their best game mode, its 66% win rate was uplink. It's a 66 win rate for the other side. For E-United, it is their worst game mode. So it just shows kind of how much E-United has dominated and how Enigma 6 kind of really had to fight their way to get here.
Remember, Enigma 6 back in Stage 1 only lost, what, 1 uplink throughout the entire stage? It was their best game mode. We'll see if that transfers over now. They're going to need it, as E-United have got the momentum in this series. Taking that search and destroy with ease was not close like that first hard point. I was joking with the analysts. That first hard point, it was basically like, you know, E-United lost. Or sorry, Enigma 6 lost, and then because of how E-United played, Enigma 6 won in that final push. They got lucky to take that first map, especially with how it all played out in the end. Thankfully for them, it is 1-1 heading into Game 3.
I'm not sure who to take in this one.
Oh, neither am I.
My gut kind of tells me E-United, just because I think Enigma 6 hasn't been as dominant in uplink since the roster change went down, but this should be a fight if our first 2 games are any indication of how this series is going to continue to go. Proto tries to get the drone forward, not able to do it. That's all 4 dead now for Enigma 6. Arcedes trying to push the drone quickly.
So play styles you'll see, especially from E6, they are very objective focused. You will see them just grab that drone, toss it, whatever one they can get. They might not have the map positioning they want. They aren't really a rally focused team unless they know they have an absolute free dunk to go on through. Oh. There's a botched 1-point play. It automatically resets as it goes outside the map.
I like the play though. You know, they push out towards construction, immediately wrap that back to kind of catch that transition, catch them off guard from Enigma 6. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out when you miss an easy 1-point toss.
But look, here's an example. Intercepted right there. But again, look at what Enigma 6 do. This second that they are up and in lobby, they're grabbing the drone, they're moving it forward. They're not looking to throw it down and try to slay. They just try to go for a 1, get a point on the board, and start to build their lead.
Let's see if the first point should come here. E-United now has 3 down. Cade, the last man on defense. They just need to pick him up. Here we go. Clay for the dunk. The body block there does not matter. It's a fist to Proto's face.
There's the dunk from Clayster. He'll fall on back, get in position to keep this rally going, but here's the issue. They have no presence inside lobby. 2 players make it 3 there for Enigma 6. I mean, it's great you have base control, but thankfully Pristini's there to dig you out of that hole. As now it's time for the brother duo to go for a second dunk.
Yep, give him the dunk. He's getting so close to streaks. The alley-oop is through. 50 now off the Trinity Rockets. 4-0 advantage for E-United. We'll see if Arcedes can get fully streaked out here early in the first half.
See Clayster trying to pre-fire that door. Won't connect with any shots. 2 people peeking. Arcedes now dead. General with the drone, and now it's Enigma 6's turn to go on the offensive. Spawn kill Pristini. Second player there. There's the 8 sensitivity as he just rips him in 2. The dunk from E6. They're on the board.
Royalty in general just mowed through, I think, 6 players together on the way to that dunk. Absolutely insane stuff. And that 2-piece from Royalty, few in the business that can actually get that done. Cade wants to tie it up. The pass, the dish across. Hasn't actually gotten through. Has to take the 1-pointer.
I think he got body blocked.
He did.
I think he got body blocked. So in an Infinite Warfare, if there is a player in the portal from the enemy team as you go to approach it with the drone, the points will not go through. You will hold on to the drone. Think of it as kind of like a goalie being there. So he goes for the dunk. It was a great little play, but because E-United do a great job at body blocking, E6 have to settle for the 1.
As they settle for the 1, they've now got drone in hand again. Royalty leading the way. 3 kills in a row for him. General looking for more points off the wall. Wise movement there to get out of the way and ties it up. Maybe he was worried about a pick.
What'd I tell you? I mean, has there been a moment where the drone has been in its base for longer than 20 seconds?
No.
No, there's always a body there. Whether it's E-United or E6 at this point, they've grabbed it right away and just gone. Royalty with the movement. Whoo-wee. Nearly cuts down Pristini. Either way, we've got ourselves a tied game. And look, now they just grab the drone and they're bringing it to their spawn. They will just grab the drone just to have it so they can dictate the pace of the map.
90 seconds left. Who's going to break this tie? Drone right now in Proto's hand. 3 kills go to Enigma 6. Map positioning now to their favor as well, but you cut him down before he gets through tarps. That's a massive kill for Arcades. He doesn't get that. It's likely an easy 1-point toss coming in for Enigma 6.
And now look, immediately they grab the drone and look to return the favor towards the side of Enigma 6. They haven't put a point on the board since the first minute. They're silly with 1. They've got one more player to kill. It will come in, and now it's time for E United to try to put more points on the board.
You've got Silly pushing you all the way back in your spawn. He's waiting on the dish. Should come in momentarily. Pass, dunk, 60 seconds remaining. 6-4 advantage right now for E United.
And where do they go? Right to lobby. Time to grab the drone again. They want to keep the pressure on. Both of these teams so focused on having the drone and moving it to where they want to force their opponents to react.
With that first touch, it puts Silly only 75 away. How many people are going to die just a kill or 2 away from streaks? Doesn't get it. Can Enigma 6 maybe get some late points on the board? Nice cover from Cade there to make sure Proto stays alive. Backplate assisting in that as well. No one looking top ticket window. Clayster comes up clutch and gets 2, but Drone still active for now. Final player will get killed. No points for E6.
My goodness. This has been one of the most possession-heavy focused uplinks I've casted in Infinite Warfare, where someone just always has the drone. You never see them throw it down and try to outslay and guarantee a dunk. They just want whatever point they can get at the half. It will be 6-4 United as these two teams remain so evenly matched in respawn game modes. The kill difference right now between the two teams, Maven, 0. 0. It is a dead even slaying match right now.
What more can we ask for? It's the 8 best teams in the world fighting for a giant prize pool. We've all been waiting for this, man.
Yep.
I know, it's just, you can tell like the energy just from the casters alone when we're chatting about these matches, how excited we have been, because the matchups are just absolutely fantastic to kick off day 1. Let's see how the second half goes here for Clayster and Co.
So the strategy here for the team, this is actually something you rarely see. E United send 4 through here. They're just going right away. This is a setup strategy. Their only point tunnel vision. Look at this. This is so smart. This is a team that's well practiced. They recognize that no teams ever do this. They never just try to sprint right on through. That's a free dunk in 20 seconds.
That was amazing.
I mean, why would you ever expect that if you're Enigma 6? You send 1 towards Statue, 3 to try to kill the players who sprint towards lobby. They get through there instantly. They grab the drone, and they just run right on through. They didn't even need to get kills.
Enigma 6, though, trying to get a 1-pointer away. It's picked off. I believe Silly on defense. Clayster finds a couple of kills as well. No more points for E6. But you got to love that opening break from E United. That was awesome.
You saw Clayster with the 1.2 plus KD and uplink. He's now at 19 and 12. Unfortunate caster curse there as he does finally die. The second they get 2 kills, E6 grab the drone, and it's time to go yet again back to the United base.
It's Pristini or it's Arcades. One of those guys always getting clutch kills on the drone carrier right as they're about to hit a corner and maybe line up for a 1-point shot. He doesn't cut them down from behind. It's maybe a score for E6. Incredible plays in transition outside of lobby there, but Pristini will end up falling. Drone now for E6. 2 kills have come in. Scarab dropped as well. Cade's got the drone in the back, looking for a much-needed dunk here.
Do they have the dunk?
There it is.
Yes, they do. Okay, so I have to say, right there, we just saw a play from Royalty that I doubt he would have made last year in the CWL. Typically, he would have flown out, looked for the flashy play. There, instead, he lays down, holds an off angle, baits the side of E United to push into his AR, gets the kill, and then can be the lead blocker he wants to be for the drone carrier. Gotta commend Royalty on that one. He's definitely continuing to improve and mature as a player.
Only thing I wish he'd stop doing is dying a kill or 2 off of streaks as he falls just a little bit short there yet again.
Look at Arcades. Look at Arcades. Overdrives right into an opponent. There's one huge payload now gone with 3 minutes left.
Silly. Looking to make a play in top ticket. Wraps back and just melts with that hip fire. Holding such a strong position, just waiting on help from his teammates to maybe hit up through mid-street. He's going to have to wrap back as the drone's been taken down towards the apartments. Arcades now, work cut out for him. Somehow Royalty gets the kill there after getting hit with the tack to the face. Royalty picks up drone, trying to get this lead. But unfortunately, as he drops, you've now got an opening for United to counter.
And they're more than fine to bring this drone all the way towards back alley. We saw this earlier this year where Clayster just brought the drone here in one game and they never kind of pushed him. They just always thought he would reset it or go for the portal at some point. Unfortunately for Pristini, he just dies in that first engagement there. So 2 minutes left. Enigma 6 still within one possession. They'll pass it back to Cade, who's got his payload good to go.
Proto, 1 kill here and he gets his camo. You're only down by a score. We saw the overdrive used for E United. Still have it on the side of Enigma 6, and there's camo. So you have this to play behind. Proto, just try and stay alive, wait for the help to come, get the pass into his hand, and let him be the playmaker that he is. But that kill comes through, you think, surely this will be points, but they still have one behind in lobby that they're worried about.
There it is. Can't stay alive. Royalty's last up. He's already been hit by a tactical. 2 players near him, now dead. 90 seconds left. He's burned 30 off the clock.
And you saw how important lobby control is there. Like, they never felt comfortable. They never felt like they can move forward because they were worried about a pinch, and now they have a chance for points. Clayster's going to go ahead and use his payload. Camo gets popped for Pristini as well. Dunk on through, 4-point advantage, just over a minute to play.
And that 4-point advantage might be the dagger, especially because E United will have bodies in towards lobby to at least contest for this drone. Proto's got to remain going huge. Pristini still on this pinch. They're not ready for him at all.
Proto can't die. Proto, he wins that gunfight. That's massive. He has camo to play with. There's 2 players up on defense. Third just spawned in for United.
Camo right as he moves towards this wall run where it turns the corner.
His 2 teammates drop. He is able to sneak through. Half the camo left. Needs a dunk. Can he get there? No, it counts as 1. He only gets 1 as they kill him right as he goes to flush through.
I think what wound up happening was he knew he was going to die as the camo went out. Because they were body blocking, he just threw the drone into the portal, settled for the 1 at that moment. Again, E United body block for the 2nd time this game to stop a duck.
Clayster right now 31-19 on a 4 streak. A huge part of the reason E United is currently
and it resets in front of General's eyes. That will do it for this map. E United led again by Clayster, 33-20. This man continues to impress. We've said it once, we'll say it again. AW Clay is back, and man, he looks better than ever.
He keeps playing like this. It's a retail hardpoint next. United in this series 3-1 if he keeps on gunning.
All right, United, you've got yourself a map count lead. Your only loss so far is a 7-second hardpoint that honestly you threw away in the end. So now, you've got to set back up for game 4. There's a look at Enigma 6. They know how close they were on that map. Just a couple questionable decisions, especially in those final couple minutes.
And Clay just needs to continue to impress. You know, I believe it was a 1.38 overall in their wins.
Yep. In
the maps they lost in stage 2, it was something like a 0.96. So he is a playmaker. I mean, when he is performing, they are winning. When he is not, they are losing. And I know that can be said for many players, but it's like a 0.43 difference. It's very big when they lose.
We talk a lot about, when's the best time for these teams to turn up. Last year, NV turn up. They have a really bad start to Black Ops 3. Then they win stage 2. They go on to win champs, right? That was a great time for them to begin to be good at Call of Duty again.
Yeah.
This year, right now, it looks like Clayster is one of those players that's finding his groove right when it matters. I actually mentioned this on Reddit earlier today that we've been playing for 8 months, right? Since the launch of this game. 8 months, $2 million in prizes distributed. Now, in just 14 days, we will have another $2 million in prizes distributed. If you've had a bad year so far, like Clayster and IW with his placings, you can salvage your entire season in just these 2 weeks of play.
Or you could be like Replays, who doesn't compete all year.
And then just comes in,
picks up a controller for a week, and now has a chance to play for $1.5 million. That's a pretty phenomenal story from yesterday, but you see it there at the bottom. Hardpoint on retail coming up next.
Wow.
2-1 lead for E United. I think they end it here. And unless General and Royalty just have a game of epic proportions, I think it's done.
I'm looking all at the AR battle on this map. I want to see how General and Royalty can stack up against Arcides and Clayster. That new duo is scary when they are on point. Either way, though, we hope you're enjoying the coverage of the CWL Global Pro League Stage 2 playoffs presented by PS4. Before we get into the hard point, let's look back now at the uplink, though, Maven. Break this one down for me.
Well, you take a look at how tight it was throughout, right? 2 points separating the first half, 1 there in the second. I mean, the guy I would have personally highlighted was Clayster, just because of how big he went off. But you saw the scores coming through what we're looking at here. Arcides with 4, Proto with 6. I know Proto has suffered a little bit in the search and destroy. He has a very nice uplink game there, just not enough to get it done. And I like that. It's unselfish play from Arcides, right? And not a lot of kills, but getting it done with the drone in hand.
I think the big thing they wanted to show here is, maybe if Arcides gets a little bit more involved in the slaying, pulls that weight he needs to on the map for his team, maybe they wind up taking that game a little bit easier. But either way, it was down to the wire. We're just getting one player's controller fixed on up before we get into game number 4. Moving ahead, though, today, up next, we do have Optic Gaming versus Fnatic. Then a rematch of our Stage 1 finals between LG and Splice.
I hope the hard points are anything like we got between that and Anaheim.
Yeah, right? And then you obviously look towards the final match of the day, FaZe and NV2, storied organizations going at it. But before we get this hard point, let's look at our hard point leaderboard and look who's at the top of that one. It's Clayster from United.
Yeah, I mean, Stage 2, there were... You could see all the guys that were going off some crazy statistics here. I mean, the entire LG team is in that top 10, but like you said, at the tippy top, it is Clay. That 1.32, and this is all throughout Stage 2.
You know, what's funny is I actually caught up with some of the pro players in the lounge upstairs prior to the series starting, wanted to hear their thoughts on this and how it'll all play out. I believe Octane said it was going to go to a Game 5. Slasher thought it was going Game 5. Didn't even tell me who was going to win. Karma thought this was going to go to E6. JCap was playing some game on his phone from 4 years ago that isn't even relevant anymore. So I got nothing out of him, but the players that really mattered gave me their answers. And for all of them, it was a close series, no matter how you drew it.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the only series I don't see going the distance is probably Optic Fnatic. Is there a chance of that? Certainly. Fnatic could come out and surprise him, but for each one, 4 or 5 games, or I'd be disappointed. You don't see many 3-0s coming out when you have this much talent here competing in the playoffs.
Absolutely. Players now getting all set for this next game. Maven, I'll just ask you straight up. Are we going to a Game 5 to kick off our playoffs?
No, I think it is here. We just saw, I mean, how good. You talked about that tandem, that duo of Clayster and Arcides and what they were able to do with the ARs in hand. I think it's too much for General to deal with. I don't think there's enough firepower really on the other side. Is Royalty good when he has a K-bar in hand? Yes, but with that high sense, is he great at long range, like across bridge? No, he's not going to match up with the likes of Clay or Arcides.
All right.
That alone is the reason I'm taking him. I think that tandem is going to destroy here.
I'm ready for this one to get started. You see the map on your screen, Retaliation, one of my favorite maps in Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. As now we'll get ready for this top bridge play. The question that I have is there a sniper brought out? Do we see maybe a thermal DMR? Do we see, a KBS longbow ready to try to hit those long shots from range? I think our question has been answered, and that's a hard no.
If anyone was going to do it, it'd be this man. But Clay, maybe saving that one for another day. First kill, Royalty gone. Beautiful shots from Clayster. But it's Cade actually answering back with a 2-piece of his own. Arcides, though, God, nice shots, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, if these two guys are shooting like that,
yep.
How are you going to deal with him on some of these hard points?
And
man?
Look at that, as General's about to get the upper hand on the Clay. He watches over from his teammate Arcides to cut him down. The duo of ARs I talked about, there's a reason I brought them up. They're 4-0 off the break. Bridge is their territory. There are few teams in the game that can contest these guys when their shot is on point from this range.
And it's such a talking point because it's not, yes, Bridge is one hard point, but Bridge is a key spot on the map for multiple hard points. Whether you're transition to the broken building, once you're fighting for Cathedral, it's a key throughout like the entire game. And if you're going to continue to have advantage there, I mean, look, 3-0 for Arcides, 4-0 for Arcides, Clay 3-1. I don't know. I see it continuing throughout personally.
Well, even with how hot a start they had, this game will be close moving towards this new hard point. Clayster, the only body here for United, should be overwhelmed quite quickly, and you see he got terrible timing on the Proto, who will drop him right there with the challenge from top bedroom.
Let's see what Proto can do as he's set up in lower street, back to bypass, spots one, tags him up, has to dodge a nade. Only 10 bullets left in the clip. Wisely gonna reload before he takes this gunfight in the slide. Nothing you can do about that if you're Arcides.
Nope. And now Cade at 7.
Ooh, all right.
5 streak there, 225 off that Trinity rocket. Gained his health back, and United, they're already starting to give up on this hill.
And how many times have we seen the team that maybe gets streaks early in the game wins the game?
Yep.
All the time. You cannot give them up. Clay has said that's the one thing you cannot do on retail is give up streaks early. It'd be huge to eliminate Cade here. Dude, they cut him down, what, 2 kills away from it? Wasn't able to get it. 3 kills go to E United.
Just like the first hill, all things considered, with how good of a setup Enigma 6 had, I think E United get out of that okay. Down by just 16, they're set up for the new hill. Maybe you're pointing out that they had multiple players already in Cathedral.
Well, it's not going to matter when the first 2 picks go to Enigma 6. That means Arcides and company are about to get swarmed. It's a 3-man hit. Arcides has to go huge. I don't know what that nade was for as he just throws it directly at the wall. Pristini tries to get back in on the action, but how quickly were they broken? That took 5-10 seconds. You can't allow yourself to get picked that early and leave your guys in the hard point with no fighting chance.
And look at Royalty, one-shot challenges Clayster, wins that engagement as well, and buys his teammates enough time to get across the bridge. in a 1v3 scenario, kills all 3 opponents, as Enigma 6 will build their lead up to 30.
That's where you like having royalty, right?
Yep.
For those short to medium range gunfights, we have the snapper from player to player.
He's a playmaker. That's what he is. In situations like that, I mean, the guy just knows how to beat people.
Well, Pristini and company battle back through, but they're going to get, what, the final 15 seconds? And now you give up spawns over to the broken building for Enigma 6. I believe it's Proto. They need to hit right now. Let's see if they can get there quickly enough. Do they spawn them out lower street or market?
Yes.
Yes, they do. They spawn them all the way out at market. So this is a perfect timing to collapse right now for United. Fantastic play, as it looked very scary, at least for the opening of this hardpoint.
Proto soars on in, some shaky shots, but gets the job done. As the rest of his team is now there, they're going to cut off everyone from United crossing from Bridge 2. Love that play from Royalty alongside General.
It looked really good for United for a moment.
Yep.
They got those 2 kills, spawned 2 out. I thought they had it, but E6 hold.
This map is a perfect example of the philosophy of when you get ahead, get more ahead. And what I mean by that is just keep playing the correct way. Don't try to make a risky, retake with 20 seconds left. No. If you've already got 40 off that hill, give it up. Set up for the next one. Do what E6 are doing. They're slowly building this lead. It was, 20 seconds. Now up to 40. Could go up even further. As United, they fight for this last bit of time. Great. Enigma 6 will gladly give this up and set up for top hotel.
And a big part of this is, honestly, when you looked at the players' names in the lobbies, you couldn't have argued with me that Cade was maybe going to look like the best NV4 at times here. I mean, when we've gone to him, man, he has been shooting absolute lasers at the opposition. We'll see if he can continue, as he has the most kills in the lobby right now, but it's back and forth here in Hotel Hallway. Royalty, again, making plays when they need him most. Cut down 2. Third. See you later, Clay. He gets away with his left.
So when we talk about confidence in a player, right, and sometimes people are like, well, what do the casters even mean? This is what we mean. The man's challenging everything.
He literally went out there to hunt down Clay.
Yeah, he tried to chase the Clay down. Can't maybe say I was a little bit too overeager, but either way, that's what we talk about. Look at how he's playing. The guy's ready to get in any gunfight with anybody on the map. He's confident he could beat them one-on-one.
I thought United would take this one, but I'll tell you what, as the caster, I want a Game 5. So Enigma 6, they're doing their best to push it the distance here in our first series of the day. United finally break through, but it's only going to be for these final 10 seconds. They're now down 50 points. Thankfully, they haven't given any streaks up to Enigma 6 that I saw.
Yep. That's the key point to bring up. I'm happy you talked about that. This map, no streaks yet for E6. Even with a 50-point lead, absolutely possible for United to come back. They just need a little bit more from Pristini inside this hard point.
Pristini and Silly, we talked about the other side of this foursome. They need to go big in the gunfights in and around the hard point. Silly setting up camp right now. How much do you love that? If you see a player in the hard point that's spinning a solid 15 seconds without even having to shoot his gun, that means your team's doing something right.
This is the Pristini they need. What did I just say? They need him to turn up, and now the man has their streaks as well. Calls out to his teammate to let him slide on through. He'll earn a couple streaks. 6 kills in a row right there for Pristini, as United will dominate this top Bridge Hill.
And that's crucial. We talked about the fact that at least you didn't give up streaks to Enigma 6. Now you earn some for United, but General just lines up everybody. And as soon as Pristini gets streaks, look, now you have a good opportunity for General. He is able to win it. 50 points now off the Trinity. Can he outdo Pristini? Maybe earn the bombardment as well.
And now this is actually big, because if he kills this player in the hard point, can't get the kill. He should be challenged here momentarily.
He should be dead. How is he? Okay. Finally, will fall.
I thought he was going to actually kill Clayster and then FTL jump into the hard point to get fully streaked out.
That would have been sick. Enigma 6 still a bit of a lead. We might see a lead change here. His lower streak completely controlled, but at least for Enigma 6, you have the spawn. Silly, though, might be able to change this if he can get in behind and make a play in market. He's doing just that. First one there. Second one, FTL behind him. He lost him. General makes a play. If Silly gets both those kills, he might... Oh, he did actually somehow end up forcing a spawn. Look at that. Wow, Silly spawns to the top.
In a 1v1 for the hill, Silly gets the job done. Even though United are narrowly being outslayed, they've just taken the lead. Thankfully, Enigma 6 will recover and get the scrap time. And this is an area of key engagements that can decide the rest of this map. These next few gunfights will be a huge swing of points for either team that comes out on top.
That was a huge sequence of events for United. You get the time in lower street, plus you get the spawns. I didn't even see how they got that top spawn. But the fact is, they have it. And now, if they can hold, they can actually put up their biggest lead of the game. Up 8 right now, still multiple players here. It's Arcides, it's Clayster, buddy.
A 4-man push. A 4-man streak right there for E United as they wipe E6 off the map. Now look at your scoreboard. You know, a 3 streak from Clay, a bunch of 2 streaks from Silly, Pristini, and Arcides. Finally, Arcides now dead, but the damage has been done. E United are set up. E6 are nowhere near the hard point. I mean, look at how far pushed out on your minimap Arcides is. On the bottom side of your minimap, he's already a top plat. They are hunting these players down.
It's unbelievable to think how far out they are when there's like 30 seconds left. Usually that's what it might look like with 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
Halfway through the hard point, they're already taking the fight. Now look, now you pushed out so far, you have a 2-on-2 that you might be able to win here and take control of the next spawn. Arcides wins one inside, but the rest of the kills do go to Enigma 6. That was almost back-to-back flawless transitions from E United.
Yeah, that's one of the tougher things to do in this game, but here are the streaks we talked about earlier. Do we see the Trinity Rocket get brought out? Is it camo time maybe from Pristini? 203 to 160 to score. E United do have the lead, but do not count Enigma 6 out of this yet at all. Proto just trying to stay alive with this camo in the back of the map. He gets drop shotted by Silly. There's the break E United needed, and that moment right there may be the start to the end of E6 in this series.
Remember, you still have, what, a streak for Pristini, I believe, and Silly. Very close to earning a Trinity as well. There's 1 kill. Needs 1 more. He spots it, but there's a camo player. He FTLs out, can't find a kill. That camo ends up being huge, if just not to stop streaks for Silly. Pristini now popping his payload. It's a bloodbath in the broken building, but Clayster, the one left standing.
Clayster looks so comfortable in his play style on this E United team. He's always there leading slaying. 24-19. Will get shot from behind, but either way, it's a 70-second lead. E60 to be flawless from here on out.
They get the first 2 kills as we set up now for Hotel Hallway. Royalty has reactive to work with. I can't believe he lost that gunfly. That's certainly one I thought he was going to take with the slide forward. 3 kills now for E United. Players from Enigma 6 coming off a spawn, but General, the lone man here to hold, gets 3 kills. How did General just do that? He may wipe out the entire team, plus he gets the assist.
General is someone that we kind of sleep on with how good his ND4 shot actually is. 238 to 182. Arcides looking to retake this hill by himself. Clayster waiting for the pinch. It's not going to come through. Thankfully, Proto runs right into his sights. E United just need 12 seconds. And remember, with those 12 seconds, they've saved this Trinity Rocket for this exact moment here. We'll see when Pristini uses it when we get back towards this top bridge.
Yeah, you needed to just be perfect here for your Enigma 6. Don't allow any more ticks for E United. You've done that, but now you have to deal with streaks. You have to deal with multiple payloads from E United. You don't have camo, though, on Pristini. It's going to be the reactive, maybe, of Clayster. That is the biggest difference.
So earlier when we talked about the choke from E United, they were trying to retake hills by themselves, you know, in 2v4 scenarios. Even here with the Trinity, they drop this thing down. They've only got 1 player near this hard point. It's Clayster all by himself. He's stuck behind. They have no idea he's here. Clayster's about to play spoiler in this hard point, and the boys of E6 have no idea.
Over 240 now. Reactive armor pop, trying to trade the kill back. He's able to do so, but it's still a couple players here up for E6. They just fall. E United has done it. 3-1 victory.
Clayster says, let's go. Trust me, there was no word between. As they wind up getting that series done, 3-1. And I'll tell you right now, if you were worried if Clay was only going to play that good in the Stage 2 regular matches, he's brought it here to playoffs. This man is lights out.
What a close series. And, you know, big win for E United, but on the other side, I think I think it'd be crazy if you don't think E6 is going to make a run in losers. Like, yeah. I know obviously we have the 8 top teams in the world here, but they look very good at times, just not able maybe to go toe-to-toe with E United right now.
That was just our first series of 4 today. Congrats again to E United. They move right on through to their second match. That we'll see them again tomorrow, so they can still go back. And I'll tell you right now, E United, Clayster even mentioned it back when they were talking, when we saw them a few weeks ago play. They've got to watch film, and I think they can absolutely learn a lot from where they kind of stumbled a little bit today, but Clayster, the man, the new addition to this E United team, was going off in this series, and he's on the floor with none other than Chris Puckett.
Thank you so much, fellas. That's right, I'm here with Clayster. And Clay, the first thing you said after that match was, should have been a 3-0, but I'll let it slide. Why do you feel that this squad should have just cleaned out Excuse me. Why do you feel you should have just 3-0'd him?
On Scorch, it's props to them. I think Proto made a really good play at the end. He pinched us after we got the first bloods. They had some really good rotations. I just think we were kind of in control of that for a lot of the time. It's just a few mistakes that we made that if we don't make those mistakes or if we get that one extra kill, we should have won that first map. So in all honesty, it's not that we should have 3-0'd them. It's just that, they made some really, really smart and good plays that ended up winning them the game. And as long as we keep track of that next time, we'll be able to take it.
So talk to me a little bit about the bracket. When you first saw you were matching up against E6, what was the team saying? How confident did you feel in knowing that if you win this match, you're going to be playing the winner of Optic Gaming and Fnatic?
Oh, so we're going to be playing Fnatic? No, I'm just, we look at the bracket. We look at the bracket, and we're ready for anybody. We played Splice in our pool play weekend twice, and we beat them both times pretty handedly. So they were in the back-to-back grand finals. The only team that we think will give us some trouble this weekend is LG.
LG. And do you think you'll be matching up against them in the winners bracket finals? How far is this team going to go?
Oh, we're going all the way to the grand finals. We're taking the grand finals, and we're taking home the trophy.
Player to watch from your team other than yourself?
Prestini all day. He's been playing like a monster, but I can't say enough about the other two as well. Alec and Silly have really stepped their game up. Alec is probably one of the best players in the game right now. So to be teaming with the twins and Silly, who's just really stepped up recently, it's a pleasure.
All of you are showing your versatility. Congratulations on a big first match. For now, let's send it back to the desk with Benson.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Great, of course, to hear from Clayster, the new addition there on that E United roster. E United starting off strong with the 3-1 victory. We'll go ahead and break down that series. Of course, it didn't start off the best for E United. They lose the first map, 250 to 243. One thing I do want to touch on, Momo, something that we were very vocal about throughout group stages, was the energy levels of E United. It started off very, very low.
Yeah, they kind of had that beginning where E6 just kind of got the first 15, 20 points, and then they got back into it, and that's where I wanted to feel that energy, and I didn't really. I didn't see kind of Clay getting hyped. It took maybe 3 minutes, and as soon as Clay did, so did Arcites.
Right.
They kind of came together as one almost, and that's kind of, I think, where they kind of stepped it up. I do agree with Clay. I think they very could have easily kind of closed this one out 3-0, or really taken this first hard point I should talk about. This was a fantastic play from Prestini, a nice 4 kills to set up that turbine as well.
Definitely was, and I think the key really was the Hanger Hill Merc, especially that second rotation.
Yeah, on that second rotation, we saw Silly. He was about 125 off of streaks, and while he was playing that, the rest of his team, well, they were trying to get spawns in the back cave. They did it, 2 or 3 times. That time, well, that's where that 50-point difference comes in, and Hanger and Enigma 6 were allowed to hold 60 points. A great job out of them. That's really the difference maker on this Scorch hardpoint.
I think one of the interesting things when we talk about Proto as an individual on that map, Teep, he basically won E6 the game, then almost lost E6 the game in the space of 60 seconds.
He had a great game overall, but that camo on mid-hill, you can't use that payload ability there. How many times throughout this year have we seen that sort of camo versus camo battle, whether it be at Turbine over towards Hanger? That Turbine, I think the reason they lost it is Prestini had that ability in the back pocket, really easily able to break that one, and that really let the score get away from them. I think E6 could have closed that game out way, way easier, and the fact that Proto, he did get those 2 pieces of drill to really get them a lot of time there, but those bonehead plays, that shouldn't have even gone to the Hanger, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, but that was the general that we expect to play, right? I mean, he's sort of been sagging off a little bit. Royalty obviously played very well, but that's the general we expect. He played at a top level in this map, number 1.
Very true. E6 start off 1-0. Then we go to the Search and Destroy. Of course, it's Breakout. And E United just kind of stamped their authority all over that map. They take it 6-2. And you talk about the first 2 rounds, man. It was the perfect start for United.
It really was. I do think, again, and I've talked a little bit throughout the stage, that sniper kind of pick, I think it was from Cade. It left them vulnerable in round number 1 with a pistol, almost a 3v4. But that round 2 was beautiful. That defuse and distract coming in from Arcites, who defused that bomb. I think Silly was sliding around, picking him up. Very, very smart. But we do see, obviously, them get back into it, level things up. But other than that, E United really showing their dominance in S&D.
Very true indeed. Of course, in terms of the overall scoreline, 6-2, it just felt as if E6 didn't really adapt. They seem to be struggling a little bit.
Not at all. Clay got way too many kills for free at that middle of the map. He picked off Cade once. He saw a kill on the General right there. And then Proto on the other side. These were the 2 players on either side of the map that really swung it for me. Clay played that consistent style at middle map. seemed like E6 just didn't really know what to do about it. They should have switched it up. And then Proto, several bad challenges. I think you saw Persini earlier in that replay just completely turn and burn on him. And just challenging that far away with an ERAD is just not very smart.
And one thing to note, obviously, you guys have been preaching about it all throughout the year, you know, hopping on bombs, etc., defusing the bomb. I mean, this was a case that early round. How they managed to win that, how E6 won that round. Royalty finds an incredible two-piece smoke. I feel like that was the one really mistake, I guess, from United in this situation.
Oh, what? It's a 4v2 and a 4v2 situation. You have the bomb down. I mean, that happened with about 15 seconds left. So all really someone needs to do is hit that wall run, just check it. And I'm pretty sure we heard somebody say, hey, they're on it. And I think that sort of caused a mass chaos in which they all challenged, and that was really the issue. So just a communication thing, but a beautiful search and destroy overall from E United. Enigma 6, on the other hand, as Teep said, they just did not adapt at all. You know, E United, they hit B-bomb on offense every single time. If you're in Enigma 6, either 4-hit that, you have a 4v3, or you 4-hit Clayster. I mean, there's an easy pick right there, just not enough adjustments out of Enigma 6.
Definitely true. Of course, series now tied at 1-1. We head over to Uplink on Precinct. And this was actually an extremely close game. It was funny because Teep actually said, yeah, this is going to finish 10-7. But your prediction, absolutely correct. E United,
little lucky.
10-7. Pure skill, Teep. Pure skill. E6, it just felt as if they were just making those mistakes at crucial times. I mean, they could have spawn trapped several times and they weren't able to do it, Teep.
The difference maker is E6 did not really, you know, stick the nail in the coffin in that first half. When you set up that gas spawn trap on either side, or on the spawn trap on either side, to be honest, your first player can't die that quickly. And that's how you're able to set up the relays. United was able to do it on the flip side, and that's how they got that lead. And a lead in uplink is just so darn important. And then Persini has this camo ability. Everything just starts to get away from you when you don't have that lead. So E6, if they go back and watch that VOD and how they screwed up the spawn traps on both sides of the map, they're really going to be just mad at themselves, really.
Completely agree. And there was some solid defensive plays as well from United. Definitely a key to success there, Mark.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think you saw Arcides 3 to 4 times pick off ones, and then on the other side, you just have to talk about the break-off plays. I mean, that led to 2 scores for E United. You know, they hit that dunk without even the guy getting shot. I just think E6, I don't know if it was E United just doing their homework, finding that Enigma 6 break-off, but a great job by them. If you're Enigma 6, you're probably pretty mad you lost that one. Right. I felt like they slayed well. Everybody was playing great. Just the execution on the defensive end.
Obviously, we saw Arcides stats there for E United. You actually heard the casters as well say, yeah, it's all good and well. We see Arcides there, but it probably should have been Clay. Clay finishes 33-21. A 1.57 KD in uplink, Momo. The man seems unstoppable. He's making this game type his.
He's had a great, obviously, week during his pool play. He's fantastic, obviously, coming into this. And the one thing I will say, for the 99.9% of that, except the last second where Silly got a couple of kills, he was positive 12, he finished. Every other player on his team was negative, you know, and that just kind of shows how important Clay is to this roster and what he is doing to change that kind of game. And they were already a very good uplink team, but I think the addition of Clay has actually made them a little bit better as well. That hype that he brings, that energy, and you finish with a positive 12. Fantastic stuff all around.
And obviously, you speak about the energy. Moving into game number 4 at this point, United, of course, with a 2-1 lead. We go over to Hardpoint Retail. United take it 250-211. And it was polar different from map number 1, remember. Their energy levels were high straight off the bat. You heard Clay getting loud, Arcee's getting loud as well.
They're 2-1 up. They're going into this knowing that this secures them, obviously, that semi-final. And straight away, Clay is getting that hype. But as well, I don't feel like Clay needs to get hyped to get these other guys hyped anymore. Arcee's just seems like he's just very, very comfortable. It's like he's just hanging around with his pals. He's chilling. And you know what? It's showing in their gameplay.
It most definitely is. One of the key things to really touch on, though, this game was so close, Teep. So close. 250-211. And E6 blew 3 different sets of streaks at 3 different times throughout this map.
3 different players, 3 different streaks. They're about, you know, whether it's 25 points away, 100 points away, all they need is a hard point cap, a kill, really anything. It just didn't seem like throughout this entire series, not just this hard point, E6 just doesn't really have that composure of when to slow it down, when to not challenge that gunfight, when to focus on the rotation and really kind of bait your team a little bit to get those streaks. We saw Persini was able to do it and didn't have to use that Trinity, saved it all the way to the end, and that's just great gameplay overall. It's a great mindset to have. E6 just kind of outclassing the mental game, in my opinion.
And credit where credit is due, Merc. E United's just play style of Hardpoint is almost flawless.
Oh, I mean, they made the right decisions, I will say. Well, first, let's look at this. Clayster, a 1.27, plus 21 in that series. Another great performance. But yeah, going back to the hardpoint, I mean, the first half, Enigma 6 had full control. You know, it was like a 131-80 lead. They have it a 50-point lead. But that second half, you can just see the decision-making. Not only do they control lower plat, They decide to head over towards Cathedral. They get that break. They hold that full 60. Then they go over to Broken. They're able to break that as well. Enigma 6, they just weren't able to hold. And that was really the difference maker. And when you play that way, it allows your teammates to go on streaks. You saw Silly go on a 5 streak. Then Pristini, Arcides, everybody starts to pick it up. When you play the correct way, kills come to you. It makes the game easier for everyone.
Congratulations, of course, to E United kicking things off well with that first win. They now progress through to winners bracket round number 2. Of course, still plenty of action here at the Stage 2 playoffs still to come, but we are just a few weeks away now from the biggest event of the year, Call of Duty World Championship, August 9th through 13th in Orlando, Florida. You can purchase your tickets right now at mlg.tv/CWL Champs. Trust me, if there's one event you do not want to miss each year, it is the World Championship. It is a fantastic one, so much money on the line, and I mean, you can see what it means to the players, the emotion levels, when you actually get to the event as well. It truly is a fantastic one. But moving forward, of course, the next match we are going to see here at the Stage 2 playoffs, Optic Gaming versus Fnatic. Murky said it was going to be a 27-minute series.
Yeah, well, we have some commercial breaks. It could be a little bit long, you know, but I think everybody just expects Optic Gaming to just wipe the floor with Fnatic. I mean, Fnatic, they are a team who we've seen some spotlight from the Twins, and again, Tommy, Sonny, I feel like those two, it really relies on their hands.
Here's the question that I am curious to get your opinions on. All three of you, you've all played at the highest level. You all know what it's like to compete. You're going in a heavily favored if you're Optic Gaming. And Optic Gaming traditionally tend to struggle winners bracket round 1. That is kind of their struggle time in any tournament. Is it maybe they could sleep on Fnatic? Is that a possibility? Do you think that they get the draw that pretty much any number 1 seed wanted?
Well, we're talking winners round 1 against Luminosity, winners round 1 against Envy last year at COD Champs, winners round 1 against Denial Esports at COD Champs with Clayster and Attach. It's a little bit different.
This is true.
In terms of overall skill, I just don't believe Fnatic have it.
Fair enough. Could they potentially sleep on them though? Is there any?
I think Optic have learned in their past and kind of, you know, the past couple of months, they can't sleep on anyone, you know, and I think that's shown in the fact that they have lost hardpoints. Hardpoint was their weakness. For Fnatic, they've kind of got to go into this thinking, you know what, no one thinks we can win. If we steal the first hardpoint, we're a good S&D team. Yes, I know Optic are a fantastically, ridiculously good S&D team.
100% Phil.
Anything can happen with Call of Duty on the day. Anything can happen.
There you go.
But yes, you're facing the green wall. Odds are against you. Good luck. Have fun. Cross your fingers.
I know all three of you think it's going to be a 3-0 in favor of Optic Gaming. It's very, very hard to break down. I mean, we'll take a look at the maps. As I mentioned earlier on in the pre-show, maps are going to be the same for all of our winners bracket round 1 matchups. I mean, Scorch, Hardpoint, Breakout, S&D, Precinct, Uplink, Merc.
I mean, the one thing to me is these first 2 maps, okay, maybe Fnatic has something special for Breakout, Search and Destroy. Scorch is the one map where if Optic do come out slow, you know, Fnatic can get to a very, very high lead and it'll be hard to come back. But I just think that backside, Precinct, Retaliation, Throwback, those are some of Optic's best maps. I just don't see Fnatic winning this series at all.
We see Optic struggle against high SMG close quarter pressure against teams. Do you see Sonny B? Do you see someone like Tommy really competing in that regard, especially when we saw, I like to call him the quote-unquote new scump that we saw in the group, you know, one of the best performances I've seen from a weekend from Seth in a long time. I just think all things pointing towards Optic Gaming. Fnatic doesn't have the pieces that we've seen Optic Gaming struggle with in some of the previous series this year. It's clear-cut for me.
Well, the first game of the day is now in the books here at the Stage 2 playoffs of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. United in the new edition of Clayster started off very, very strong, continuing where they left off from group play with the 3-1 victory. They progress now to winners bracket round number 2. Up next on the main stage, live here from Columbus, Ohio, Optic Gaming versus Fnatic.
Welcome back for another round one matchup. We got Scump from Optic Gaming going up against Scraps from Fnatic in our G Fuel key player matchup.
Scump 1.26, 1.66, 1.19. Across the board, he is flawless. Fnatic, they have a tough job, but is that man Scraps going to step it up? That is the question.
Scraps, he got him this far. Can they go further? We're about to find out. That's your G Fuel key player matchup. Welcome back. We have another winner's bracket round one matchup. The $500,000 playoffs continues as Optic Gaming takes on one of Europe's best in Fnatic.
Optic Gaming, obviously, only last week we showed how good they really were, obviously, in that final group. Fnatic, though, they were Group 1. You know, they were there with LG. Yes, they showed signs of light. They actually took a series off LG, but was that LG at their finest? They'd already qualified. There's a lot of questions going around this. And one thing, you know, everyone's kind of been asking is, you know, why this is such a mismatch. And you've got to feel for the guys from Europe, obviously, in Fnatic. But anything can happen. We've seen upsets after upset. Yes, this would be one for the history books. But these guys have got to go in, give it their all, and face on that green wall.
Now, looking at the numbers, you heard the analyst saying this is going to be quick. And statistically, they're not wrong. These are some of Optic's best maps. In fact, the lowest winning percentage they have is map number 4. So if we go to the second hard point, that's their lowest winning percentage at just 70. On the other side for Fnatic, you got 2 of your best game modes, but your best winning percentage is a 66.6.
It's like a scale, and it's like this.
It's a pretty one-sided affair. Optic Gaming, they've been to multiple championships here on North American soil. The highest we've ever seen Fnatic place is top 13. They have the work cut out for themselves. They've already bested that. They're going into the top 8 this weekend. Now the question is, how much money can they gather before the tournament is over? They're guaranteed $10,000 right now. A win here is going to up that ante, doubling it as they'll advance to winner's bracket round 2.
And the one thing as well is, you know, they've just seen that kind of side of the bracket already play out. They've seen E6 go down. That, of course, will be the team that plays the loser of this one. But kicking it off here, Scorch Hardpoint. We've already seen it once today. Optic Gaming in green and Fnatic in orange.
And Scump is your man to open things up. We heard from TP just how Scump took his game to the next level during the group stages. And here he is showing you what he is made of. A nice double. And this guy can do it all. Erad, K-Bar currently now working with the NV4, the slower pace fire rate in the assault rifle class.
That just shows the class of a player when you've got versatility that can use every single weapon. You know, I'm sure he could pull out a sniper at times. Still on a streak of 3 now. 24-5, the opening break here for Optic Gaming. You've got to look towards that minimap, though. You've got to think of who's getting these spawns for the Turbine. Fnatic actually doing a really good job here. Sonny B taking control of that bay on your screens right now. He spotted one with the Erad turning his back, though. The pinch should come in, and it will. The perfect play there from Crim6, and now Karma pushing forward.
And Karma kind of set that one up with his patience. Fantastic teamwork from Optic early on, but here's the real gunfights that matter. Crim ducking, dodging, trying to stay alive. He now has help, but Formal just got melted by that Erad, and Fnatic looks like they're going to hold here. Only Scump left up for Optic Gaming, and Scump, he's causing problems. It looks like we may see Sonny B coming in to challenge. How long can Scump survive? Not long is the answer. Fnatic, they retake the Turbine, and now they're going to take our lead.
Now, the biggest question was, you know, can Tommy hang? Luskins in the respawns. Start 6-3, 4-2. Not bad. Double positive for both here as we are into the Turbine. And now, this is the chance where Fnatic, they can really build a lead. You look at that minimap again, you can see Optic Gaming. They're spawning, obviously, towards that hangar, towards the very opposite side of the map. They can fully take advantage here, Chris, and really kind of score up some points.
Overall, since Dallas, we have seen Fnatic 4-6 on this map, Scorch. On the other side, Optic, they're 11-4. They have a fantastic win rate, and it's due to their versatility and, of course, the damage they can do at short range. You need Tommy to go off because he has a .84 coming into this event, When he had wins, though, in the group stages and hardpoint, he was leading the charge with a 1.2. Tommy is that X Factor.
Yeah, X Factor, star player, call it what you like. This is the man that you need to keep your eye on for Fnatic. He's currently 6-4 and now collectively getting a few points on the board for his team. But I will say, a 40-point lead for Fnatic, not too shabby to kick things off here. Optic Gaming, they've had that almost, curse of that winner bracket round 1. But the guys on the desk said, that's maybe an LG or an Envy, a FaZe. This time, they're facing what a lot of people will say is a much easier talent of Fnatic.
We talked to Scump during his group week, and we asked him, who do you want to match up in round number 1? He said, anyone but Enigma 6, but if I can pick, I'd like to match up against Fnatic. I asked him why. He said, because they're European. Feels that they match up pretty tough against most of the North American squads, but when you think of Europe, Epsilon, Splyce, those are the top 2 in the EU. Fnatic, they're considered by most as number 3, if not number 4, behind Red Reserve.
Yeah, and it's funny you should say that, because that's something I brought up at the very start of today, was Europeans, they've taken down a United, they've taken down LG and Envy and the likes, but we've never really seen them take down Optic consistently. So it has kind of been that, one that's kind of gone under the radar a little bit. But Fnatic, they're still in the lead. 25 points here, credit where credit is due. They are coming out with a point to prove. Wuskins hitting double digits straight away alongside Formal here. But again, going into this now, Fnatic, they have control. Kill after kill. It is all orange in the kill feed. Fnatic, they're here to play.
Fnatic is going off here in game number 1. And look at the game you're getting from Sunny B. Finally cut down. He was 8-6. Wuskin also positive. So any game where you see multiple players in the positive range, things are going well for Fnatic, because during the group stages, you could get that out of scraps, but you had no idea who else was going to step up to the plate.
And we talked energy in the previous series straight away. I mean, I'm a long distance away, and I can hear Scraps getting hyped there on the station. He's 8-10, but he's cheering on his brother, who is leading the pack with 12 kills already. We're getting to a stage where Fnatic are nearly double the points of Optic Gaming, but never, ever count them out, because Optic Gaming, they flick a switch, and they can come right back at you at the speed of lightning.
Formal is inside scoring with Scump. Wuskin looking for the picks, but the K-bar, no streaks. Gonna be coming through for Fnatic quite yet. On the other side, Formal, he is getting dangerously close to that Trinity, currently on a 5 streak.
5 kill streak, 30 seconds towards his team as well. And for me, Formal, he needs to play for these streaks. He's 150 away. He's got his teammates around him pushing out. He's not under pressure. And that break from Karma and Scump, that will gain them the spawns for the next one. And just like that, 20 seconds left on the bridge. They're right back in it.
Last time around, it was Sunny B in this position, and he got pinched by 2 Optic members. This time, it's Optic Scump who's able to trade out, but Scraps will finally take him down. Player number 8, Sunny B, is going to be key in this next battle. As we rotate to the turbine, it's all about who is going to lock in the spawns, and it's all green in the feed.
Wow.
As you see every single one from Fnatic get dropped.
Only 60 seconds ago, I was saying how Fnatic have that 60-point lead. 60 seconds later, and Optic Gaming are taking that lead away from them, and there's 45 seconds left on this turbine. They can really start to push towards that 200-point mark. The Scarab is in full effect. Formal, I believe, still has his score streaks. He's still on that streak of 6. 17-10. Definitely starting hot here.
And that's just kind of a testament to what his teammates are doing. Formal was alive for over a minute right there. Scump, Crim6 constantly pushing out the spawns, putting the pressure on with the ERAD. As you see Crim6 clean up Tommy, it is all Optic Gaming in the turbine so far.
And that's a big 20 seconds. And the funny thing is, we've still got Sunny B going back and challenging here. Crim6 on that turbine. Will it pay dividends? Absolutely not. But the 3 players from Fnatic have clutched up over towards the hangar. They're holding tight. But you see that green wall. They're all just kind of hanging around, waiting for the pinch. Crim6 is going to come towards bridge, and they're going to hit it in about 5, 4, 3. And here we go. Tommy is going to be the man on your screen, traded out by Scump and Scraps. But Optic Gaming, they're going to be shut down by Wuskins and Sunny B. It all comes down to this 1v1. But Fnatic, they've still got that spawn.
We've seen big games out of Wuskin, and he is having one right now. 16-13, leading the squad. Remember when we talked about multiple players going positive? Well, now Fnatic is slowing down. Wuskin, the only one keeping the pressure on him. He's going to find another against Formal, but the Scarab from Crim6 will finally clear the hill. And unless Scraps can go huge, he picks up 2. And this is now possible. Will he be able to outshoot a 3rd?
Well, he needs to reload before he can take it on, but he's got the help here coming in from Tommy. He will have that support, and there you go. Scraps turning up, and my goodness, 18-18. He's starting to get his team a few more points back into this. We're going to be going back to the drill this given time. Optic have control, but Wuskin's coming through the bay. He's going to stop one.
And that was honestly a massive play from Scraps. Buying time for his team, that is a 30-point swing. They stop Optic from scoring. They pick up the final 15 seconds themselves. And Optic, they're set up for the drill first, but this is definitely a hill you can break if you're Fnatic. First, though, you got to take down Scump. You got to take down Crim6, that front line. And then you got to worry about Formal, who's in the back with this K-Bar.
Merc made a very good point on the desk. He said Sunny B and Tommy, they were the ones that really needed to step it up. They started strong, but right now, both players -6, not helping out their squad enough. But Optic Gaming, they're lighting up that kill feed. Green all the time. Formal, another 5-kill streak, 25 and 14. He's looking at the KD of Clay and going, I can do better than that.
Last time he didn't get his streaks. He got the Scarab, but not much more this time around. We'll see what he can do as he looks for kill number 6. He's cut down by Wuskin. That's 3 straight kills here from Fnatic, and you're going to see Scump trying to chase down the remaining members in the drill. Fnatic, they're going to get about 6 points, but that is all before Scump comes in and clears. Scump, working on some streaks of his own, will be cut down. Has a Scarab to work with in his next gunfight.
The objective from Formal and Scump here, both nearly on 2 minutes, but you cast your mind back to only a couple of minutes ago. Fnatic were in the lead 120-60.
Yep.
They've since gained 45 points. Optic Gaming, on the other hand, they're at about 150, so they have really turned things up. They are very, very strong on the bridge, and you can see Scump, he is in his element.
Who's going to finish with most kills? Because I think I know who's winning this game, Momo. Scump currently 25 and 16, Formal 27 and 17, and Crim6 still in the running at 22 and 16. Massive game ones out of all 3.
It's not only who's finishing with more kills, who's finishing with more objectives. Both have over 2 minutes on the hill. It's almost a battle between themselves, but that one's going to end at 250. Actually, I don't even know.
It's 165.
165, let's call it that. But Optic Gaming showing their dominance in game number 1, even though they had probably 60, 90 seconds of a bit of a slow start, shall we say.
Honestly, though, I was impressed by Fnatic in your first 5 minutes. You look at the initial rotations, they were doing everything right. Their SMGs were keeping up with Optic Gaming. You were getting good kills out of Tommy at times. You saw some double kills coming in from Sunny B, but you just knew as the game goes on, Optic is going to start to heat up. We saw Formal go on 2 streaks towards the end. Scump went on a nice streak as well, and there was just constant pressure on the objective from Karma and Crim6.
Now, we go back a week, we look at Optic Gaming. What was their weak point? It was hard point. What was their strength? S&D and uplink. They are 100% on both game modes from their pool. And what are the 2 game modes coming up next? S&D and uplink. Fnatic, this is difficult. This is a nightmare right now for them.
Now, Fnatic's numbers in Search and Destroy aren't incredible. Coming into this next game, they do have a 66 win percentage on Breakout, the newest of the Search and Destroys. They're 2-1 on this so far. But if you watch Fnatic during the group stages, you have to see how they get their wins in Search. Most of the time, it's in a round 11, and you have Tommy going off in a 1v1.
It really is going to be an uphill battle from here for Fnatic. You can see on the face of on your screen, Tommy at this given time. They know it's a challenge. They knew it was a challenge as soon as they saw this bracket. However, Tommy's been doing this nearly for a decade now. He knows the strength of Optic Gaming. He's a realist. He was saying, you know what? I know I'm the underdog going into this one. I know what is going up. However, these guys, they know what they have to do.
And we showed you in the GFIL key player matchup, your guys to watch. Of course, it's Scump, who has ridiculous numbers throughout all of Stage 2.
Yeah.
But on the Fnatic side, Scraps. He's going to be my guy in Search and Destroy. If he has a good game, this team has a chance. You're also going to need to see a strong play from Wuskin, because Stage 1, Wuskin was the guy dropping double digits all the time. When you watch the open events, the twin brother, he's the one who can just surprise you and go off at any moment. If the twins can get something going, Optic, they could be taken down. But again, statistically, this is going to be an uphill battle.
Really is. We all remember how Fnatic got here, and it was that clutch by Wuskins at 5-5. Obviously over the top of that car on retaliation. Massive plays. Can he do the same coming into this? Of course, Optic Gaming, their S&D we've already talked about. It's very hard to break down when their record was 100%. But these guys, I will say, their S&Ds, they were winning not only 6-1, 6-2. It wasn't those round 11s that Fnatic say clutch up in. They were just outshining their opposition.
They were blowouts. They were all blowouts. And you look at the lowest KD, that's the kills divided by the deaths. It was a 1.19. Everyone else is at 1.66 or above. Ridiculous numbers from Scump, Formal, and Karma. including the work we saw from Crim6 throughout the group stages. Karma, to open things up, was incredible at drawing first bloods, and he's going to look for the first pick, but that's going to go in favor of Tommy, who takes down Crim.
Quickly traded out. Scump is going to answer back, and now we're left in a 3v3. The one thing as well, Optic Gaming were very good. Were playing their numbers when they had the advantage, but right now they don't have that advantage. It's 3 against 3, and the wrap is coming in. But Wuskins and co, they could be in a very good position here. Wuskins going high, has spotted. There's the intel, Chris.
He doesn't have the sniper like Cole Chan did yesterday in the LCQ. So he just tags up these players and has to run away. Wuskin knows the pressure's coming. Can he get the shots? Misses one bullet there on Karma. The bomb carrier is going to survive.
That's the second time this round that Karma's just got away with his life very, very narrowly. But look at this. Optic Gaming, they've decided no. Fnatic, they're too well set up on B. We're going to be hitting the flank, but Sunny B seems to be pretty well set up. He spotted a couple, but did they see him?
I think they did. You see the pre-aim corner check coming in from player number 3. That was Formal. And Formal is still there waiting for the challenge.
Oh.
Sunny B is playing with fire right now. Meanwhile, Scraps on a fantastic rotation is going to get in here and clean up the bomb planter. Finds the second as well, trading out with his brother and getting the defuse. Excellent execution by the Twins. And honestly, big props to Sunny B, taking his time, playing that one patient, and just communicating in that scenario.
A lot of people don't realize how important it is just to stay alive and buy your team time, but Sunny B there just going back and forth, bobbing and weaving, not letting Formal get that number advantage, really helping out his squad. Of course, Scraps cleaning up there. 2 pretty easy kills, of course, them shooting up his teammate, but cleaning up, taking round 1. Fnatic, they are known for their S&D. Of course, we know how good Optic are, but you've got to look at Fnatic. You know, their win percent on this, again, 66%. They were in groups with the likes of Luminosity, who they took to a game 5. They clutched up there.
Yep.
You've got to give them credit.
And this is their best map. I mean, they've only played it 3 times, but this is their best map when it comes to search and destroy. Scrap's going to be looking for the intro kill, is going to be pulling out the SMG. Meanwhile, it's Sunny B finding Karma. Scump trades it out, but it's 2-on-2 now. Tommy and Wuskin make it just Wuskin left alive for Fnatic, going up against Crim and Formal. Bomb is down. Optic knows where it's at, but you have a minute to work with if you're Wuskin.
So, ironically, Fnatic drawing first blood both times. I've got to say, Formal taking down Tommy in the fashion that he did just then, the last kill on your screen. That, for me, is the round-winning kill, because Optic Gaming, Crim and Formal, they can now stick together. Location revealed for Wuskins, and usually Wuskin has a pack, but no, Crim reveals his location, and Wuskin gets away with his tail between his legs. And you can see now pushing towards this B bomb site. However, and you can see on the minimap that bomb is right next to A.
28 seconds left to find Formal if you're Wuskin. Otherwise, you have to plant the objective. Formal, he knows this. He's going to take his time, checking all of the corners, staying at short range because Wuskin's got the NV4, and Formal plays this one perfectly. 1-1, Optic ties it up.
Okay, so Optic Gaming right back in the search and destroy. That would have been absolutely huge for Fnatic to take that 2-0 lead. We can see what momentum does for these guys. Obviously, when you're working towards payload, score streaks really can benefit yourself. But Formal cleaning that one up. He's going to tie things up here in the series. In the game, should I say. The series sits at 1-0 as Optic Gaming, if you missed it, dominated the first half.
And I was expecting an A hit fast here from Optic Gaming. They went to B, they saw Wuskin, they were met by 3 players, and then they changed things up on their first attack. This time around, Crim, he is going to get tagged up by 1, and Scraps is waiting for him on the other side of the doorway. Karma gets the long flank after the wall run, and now you got Scump and Karma inside the showers.
You can't re-challenge that, not when Scump sat behind a bomb with an E-Rad. Now this is the numerical advantage that Optic Gaming thriving. Wuskin's backing off, and he's got to be spotted straight away. Good shots onto Karma, but not good enough. Tommy left in a 1v3 with 60 seconds left on the clock. Not a great position to be.
The only good news here, if you're Tommy, is the bomb isn't planted yet. So if you killed the bomb carrier Karma, you got a chance of stalling this out. And that's exactly what he just did. Karma is down. Bomb is not being planted quite yet. It looks like Scump is now picking it up and putting it down.
I'm actually really surprised at Optic Gaming there. They kind of all went on their little solo mission. Tommy plucking one out the sky, but with 30 seconds left, the bomb has been retrieved. Scump's headed over to the B bomb site, but Tommy, you know, A is clear. It's how quick he can get over there and how quick he can react, because when the bomb's down, this round gets ever so more difficult.
And Scump was dancing at that A bomb site for a moment. I thought he was going for a plant. Instead, he was just pre-aiming, waiting for a challenge from Tommy. Tommy, he's got his work cut out for him. You look at player number 3 on the minimap, that's going to be Formal. Set up with the AR, and Formal is going to trade shots. Tommy down to about 30% health. Knows the second challenger is going to be there. Scump doesn't overextend, though, and this is going to be Optic's round.
So what Tommy was trying to do, get up close and personal with the player, should I say, to his right, but he couldn't, as Formal cut him down before he even got close. That's going to be your final kill cam.
Not bad. Pretty solid stuff there from Optic. No panic. You lose Karma, even though it's a 3v1. You just chase Tommy out, go to the opposite bomb site, and get it down.
Working the numbers so well. Optic now lead by 1. Scraps, though, the man that we talked about, he is 4-2. He is making an impact, and he has got a Scarab as well. When he uses this, we'll have to wait and see. But again, a strong hit towards A. It is all about these ERAD battles.
Last time we saw a 2-hit here in the showers. This time it's going to be Scraps picking up the 2.
And I saw that, you know, Sonny B he gave his life away there. And, you know, stats don't show that, but he was the one to go in. Scraps was the one to clear up. It works perfectly. Yes, it only comes out in a 2v2, but a much more comfortable position now as Scraps can decide whether he wants to plant that bomb or whether he wants to wrap around. Karma, though, might catch him off guard here.
And the bomb is being planted currently. Scraps turns, sees Karma, but he cannot get his gun up in time. And unfortunately, his twin brother, Wuskin, he was waiting for it, just could not finish off Karma, and that is going to cost him the round. Karma immediately jumps on the bomb. The defuse comes through, and Wuskin knows this round is over. Optic now 3-1 here in game 2.
Perfect play from Formal there. Peek out, go back. Peek out. Yeah, he's still there. You got time. Peek out, make the kill. Tommy under pressure. He had to make that move. And again, Optic Gaming making full advantage of that 2-1 player ratio here. And Optic Gaming now take the lead here in Search and Destroy. 3-1 and looking to close this one out in strong fashion. Can they keep that 100% record, though?
Optic, of course, trying to advance to the next round of the winner's bracket where they would match up against Clayster and E United. That one definitely a battle everyone will be looking forward to. Clay always plays Optic so strong. And now you see Optic again choosing to go for the showers. Meanwhile, Fnatic, they stack 3 in the middle, waiting to attack together. They're going to know where this bomb is in about 10 seconds. As I say it, you see that arrow. It's Karma with the bomb rotating all the way over. They haven't seen anybody yet. Fnatic's hiding, and Optic, they are taking their time.
Yeah, you've got to say Tommy is the key player here. In the position that he is, he almost anticipates this. And this is one thing you've got to give Tommy credit for. His knowledge and his expertise on the game is usually above most. And he has spotted, he's given the call that they are now pinned at the back. But there is one player that's Crim6 that's still pretty much in his own spawn.
Krim on that slow flank. As the 3 players draw everyone from Fnatic in, no one's going to be looking at Crim6. The patience is paying off for Optic Gaming, and now you see 3 kills coming in just like that. Sonny B is across map, tries to get over in time, but this bomb is going to be planted by Karma, and you have 2 defenders already set up. Sonny B, not long for this world.
Crucial. Krim, he came in there at the much-needed time. He kind of just waited, was very, very patient. And that first pick that he got turned every player's Fnatic head. He went, hang on a second, there's one behind us. They all turn around. Jumping high and fast was Optic Gaming. Those first 3 kills left Sonny in an almost impossible situation. Now 4-1 in the lead here in the Search and Destroy. And this is looking like their stage 2 all over again. They were closing S&Ds out in round 7, 8 pretty much every single time. Oh, and hello.
That's how you take down Formal. Formal's been a monster, 6-1. You've seen him in 3+ round-ending kill cams. And Tommy wants to take him down for first blood. Unfortunately, Formal will back away. No challenge will be there. And Optic has the intel. They're basically playing 3-on-4 when it comes to aggressive weapons for Fnatic. But Scraps is going to use his efficiently, finds Crim6. Now we got a 4-on-3 man advantage in favor of Fnatic. Scraps is going to get that bomb down safely, and Optic is nowhere near yet.
Scraps, Scraps, Scraps. First kill once again, helping Fnatic towards that victory, but they take down number 2. That'll be Scump, and now in a 4v2, Formal and Karma have everything to do. But you've got to say, Scraps is playing at the top of his game here. What we expected. One player does fall, now a 2v3.
Sonny B with a big win there, ERAD against Formal. And it's Karma, last man standing. I was expecting him to jump off the map, but he's playing for these streaks, Momo.
Yep, streaks, camo, very, very important. He gets 1 kill. He might actually get that camo there, so he can almost play around that. He doesn't really need to go for the defuse. It's pretty tough question, or task to ask, should I say. He's going to be going in the very last second because he's trying to catch one player off guard, checking the bomb. There he is. He's going to find one. Trinity Rocket, camo. Sunny B, you just gave Optic Gaming a whole lot of score streaks, payloads.
He could get the bombardment. Instead, Scraps is going to pick up the kill. So a good finish from Fnatic. There's no threat of more score streaks. The bad news for Fnatic, Karma already has the Trinity, and Optic Gaming is getting ever closer to a 2-0 advantage in the best of 5.
Scraps started that round with a kill, and he'll end that round with a kill there. Optic Gaming still lead by 2 here, but definitely being pressured here by Fnatic. They put in their paces, see if they can keep this to around 9, 10, or even 11. Can Fnatic step it up? Wuskins needs to. He's 1 of 5 at this current time. Optic Gaming, though, they're hitting B.
And they are all 4 holding hands, running together. Just one player in position to stop him. Karma is going to use this Trinity Rocket for intel. Just hovering it down, hiding is Fnatic. And Fnatic, they're currently in a 3-on-3 after Scump takes down Wuskin. Fnatic drew first blood once again, taking out Krim.
Yeah, they've been really strong at that all S&D long. And you know what? They drew the first blood as the Trinity was coming in. Smokes have been dropped. Bomb is going to be planted. That's from Optic Gaming. But now they're almost a little bit pinned in. Will Fnatic collapse on them, or will Optic Gaming battle their way out? Scraps has just used his payload as well. Jump on board with him. It's the camo, and it's not going to be used. The question is, what does he do with it now? Does he overextend? One player goes down. Scump's the first to fall. Karma answer back and onto Scraps, and Sunny B and Tommy clean up the round. Scraps, I've got to say that camo, it was a bit outrageous, but it does pay off in the end to win the round. Of course, not due to the camo, but they win regardless.
I mean, when you're watching Optic Gaming, you're expecting a highlight reel. These players are going to go off and put up a performance worth putting on Twitter, right? On the other side, Fnatic, you saw the selfless plays. Sunny B baiting himself out for a Scraps double kill earlier. Here he is with a big finish on Karma, and Tommy is there for the final kill as well. Fnatic playing together, and that's what it's going to take. The good news, no more Trinity Rockets for Karma. The bad news, you've invested the camo. Karma is going to have his camo available.
Yeah, I mean, to kind of look what you got out of that, you've got a round win, but you've used your camo. You have also taken down the Trinity Rocket. I'd see that as a win for Fnatic, though. Scump, he's going to be getting in a little cheeky corner inside A. He does have the backup of his teammate Karma, of course, just around that corner. But that's where Scraps has been really showing his strength towards this A bomb site. Scarabs has been pulled out. I believe that's coming in from Formal as well. Shouldn't be a problem, but it does reveal the location. And there we have it. Karma and Scump jumping like a pack of hounds straight onto Scraps and denying him that first blood.
And Crim 6, he was watching from their own deck for a while. Now he's jumped up in the showers to help out. Player number 3 on the minimap, though, keep your eyes on Formal as he is setting up for a big flank. Karma is going to be the bait on loading, and Formal is going to punish. There's the first, now the second. Sunny B is going to get dropped. And just like that, Optic working together should get all 4. 5-3 now on game point.
Very, very strong round there. Again, that first blood, they took out Scraps. They took out that secret weapon that Fnatic obviously has up their sleeve, and it showed towards the end of that round. 5-3, 1 round away from being 2-0 up in this series. They are looking to join E United in winner bracket round 2. Fnatic, though, we thought it was difficult coming into this S&D. It's even harder now as you've got to win 3 rounds back-to-back.
3 rounds, Formal. He's got his FTL jump. We've seen his plays in S&D before. Karma, though, the most dangerous with that camo and bomb. It is not going to be contested at all at A. Fnatic, they're definitely slowing this down. Looking for an early pick. Will player 7 Scraps turn around in time? There was an aggressive push from Optic Gaming, but no punish quite yet.
Optic Gaming, they're going aggressive. They're not going for that A plant, and this time Tommy was in a very, very similar position, but this time Scraps takes this almost back foot on the defense, and Optic Gaming going back towards A. Tommy's going to be in a world of trouble. He's going to be pinched. Optic Gaming should close him out. They will close him out, and now they can take full advantage of A. Formal coming from behind. Scraps answering back with a 2v3. Leaves Fnatic in a world of trouble. Optic Gaming are not planning that bomb just yet, but Scraps does not know that. Now he does, and now he backs off.
Some games you see players just instantly jump on the bomb and put it down. I feel like Fnatic nor Optic Gaming want to go for that objective. Instead, they're looking for the kills first and using every last second.
The problem is now Wuskins, he might have the heads up that Optic Gaming are coming, but at a 3v1, he's going to best take out one and then get traded. That's the only hope he can hope for. Scraps to come in and save the day, but no. He finds one. Scraps is going to be traded. And Optic Gaming, they are going to take game number 2 and find themselves one map away from joining E-United in winner bracket round 2. We always knew it was going to be difficult for Fnatic. They pushed them to a round 9, but it ends in one team's favor. Optic Gaming starting strong here.
3 rounds, that's more than the average we saw during the group stage, but still Optic showing their dominance in Search and Destroy. They did not drop a single S&D throughout group stages, nor did they drop an uplink. Their record in Search, it continues perfect here, and now they're on match point, Phil.
Yeah, and they're going into another game, which they're perfect at coming into Stage 2 playoffs. Of course, those stats from Stage 2, they didn't play Fnatic. But I will say Fnatic's best game mode most definitely isn't uplink. It's going to be difficult.
It's going to be a tough road for Fnatic. We'll see if they can get it done. Looking back, it was 250 to 165. All Optic Gaming in the hard point after a strong start from Fnatic. In Search and Destroy, though, the battle of patience. Optic wins it once again. We'll see if they can close out the sweep on the other side of this break. And we are back. It's time for game number 3. There is a look at Fnatic, who is currently in the hole 0-2. They have to win 3 straight, and they're going up against Optic Gaming in their best game type. Of the 11, this is their very best, a 91.9 win rate when it comes to this map. 11-1 overall.
Very, very difficult to kind of argue with the stats. However, one set of twins have already booked themselves a spot in that winner bracket 2. Can we see another set join them? Fnatic, Scraps and Wuskins, obviously a little newer to the competitive scene than likes of Tommy and Sunny B. However, uplink is going to be difficult. Scump on your screen, finding Scraps, and now heading towards that drone.
Momo, as we're watching this game play out, first of all, who is expected to score more points in this first half?
Optic Gaming. 100%. But in the second half, I would have to go with, I'd go with Optic Gaming as well. They have all the stats to back it up. They have the slaying ability, the objective play, whatever it will be. But Fnatic, you know, they're not a poor team. A lot of people will be thinking, you know, why are even Fnatic here? They beat a lot of good teams to find themselves in this playoffs. They took down Luminosity. They finished second, ruling out EG. Yes, they've got a very strong winner bracket one-on-one game. And Scump, he's trying to open it 1-0. But I tell you what, that's going to just miss. The drone is going to be reset, and Optic Gaming, they throw away the first 1-point play.
And I think that's going to be key for Fnatic. You got to keep clearing that drone. Anytime it gets in your base, get it out of there, reset it in the middle of the map, because we've seen Optic, even after a few fails, they're able to slay their way in for a dunk. The putbacks can be absolutely devastating. Scump, with no teammates nearby, goes for the 1-point toss. That one is intercepted 0 for 2 on his attacks.
Unfortunate for Optic Gaming, but you've got to say, it's all-out attack for them. Fnatic on the defense. Now it's maybe their turn to put a little bit of aggression in their game style, but Wuskins, he's got no one to back him up. He needs to pick up a couple of kills beforehand. I advise getting that drone away, and he does do. However, 2 teammates go down, and guess what? Optic Gaming, they're coming right back at you.
Optic is just throwing this drone forward, trying to start the gunfights. And as that drone is going to push up for the 1-point attempt, it's snagged from the sky. Great play from Tommy. He doesn't go for the reset this time. He knows he's got a fast break. Unfortunately, hot on his trail was player 5. Nice teamwork, though. Scraps is going to find Karma in the window. And Tommy, he now knows that there's going to be 3 up for Optic on defense. Wait for your teammates to get a pick, then move this objective forward.
A lot of people say third time lucky, not for Optic Gaming, as the third attempt still doesn't receive any points. However, the kill feed leaving Wuskins once again in a very difficult position, but 3 kills in his back pocket is going to leave Fnatic in a bit of a better position. You've got Scump going towards the drone. He's going to have a gunfight against Scraps, which does take him down. That drone will be heading again in that same direction. And Wuskins, he's completely out of position. This should be a 1-point play, and this time he's going to sink it.
This is so frustrating if you're Wuskin. You're like, I just used an NV4, an ERAD, I picked up a triple, I'm on a 4 streak, and then you guys just get steamrolled. I look bad for being out of position instead of us moving the drone forward and scoring. Fnatic, they're getting outslayed, and that's going to be the difference maker throughout this game. It's always that way. The team that gets more kills, well, they win about 9 times out of 10.
Especially on a game mode like Uplink, such slay heavy. Fnatic, though, they're trying their best. They're going toe-to-toe, and credit where credit is due. They're 3 minutes into this game, Chris, and they're only 1-0 down. Some good defensive play. However, you've got to think a more preferred side for Optic Gaming. I wonder if they're looking to maybe score a few more points on this side. Karma on your screen, 2 players go down. He's going to be the third. Now Fnatic maybe gather something from this. Wuskins another double kill, make it 3, 12 and 6. He's not going out without a fight.
This is the second time he's put himself in this position after a triple kill. The first time, though, that he has teammates with a drone in hand. Will they convert this into points? They need 2 more kills. Scraps is going to go up. There's no defenders in position, and Fnatic is going to make the most of their only opportunity. They tie the score, and we have 1 minute and 8 seconds still to go here in the first half. Krim trying to apply some pressure on Fnatic's base, and if he gets 1 more kill, this could be a dunk coming in from Scump.
Definitely could, and he's tracking one down. He finds him, he kills him. That's Sunny B, who's having a very slow start. 5 and 11. The dunk comes in, and Optic Gaming lead by 2. There's only 50 seconds left of this half. But for Fnatic, the only way that Fnatic win a map or this series at all 4 players need to be playing at their very, very, very best. Sunny B, I've got to say, started off very slow. He's got that difficult job of maybe using an ERAD in those tight, close quarter combat.
Wuskins doing it. He's putting away the NV4, he's pulling out the ERAD, and he's finding success with it. Sunny B, I get that you're playing bait sometimes in Search and Destroy, but you have to hold your own when playing Optic Gaming and Respawn. Krim 6 causing problems. Scump is right there with him, 2 down, but the drone is moving in the hands of Fnatic still. It was Scraps pushing this one forward, and he is going to manually throw it all the way across the map. Scump going to try and chase him down, meet him for the 1v1.
And I'm wondering about Fnatic's game style here. The way they keep getting that drone and going towards Garage and wrapping it round, I actually don't think it's really intended to, you know, score a lot of points. It's almost keeping away from Optic Gaming.
Right.
You know, going into this next side for them, they're maybe playing for this side and maybe, you know, wanting to score heavily on this one. They've played some very good defense, and again, credit where credit is due. That could have very easily been 6, maybe 7 points for Optic. However, they sit at just 3.
Wuskin keeping his team in the game. They need more out of Tommy. They need more out of Sunny B in the second half when it comes to slaying, and we're going to see what Tommy can do. To open things up, Tommy with the K-bar is going to go far right. Meanwhile, the drone is going to be picked up with no one there from Optic Gaming quite yet. One player's up top, and it's Formal. They can get a fast break, and as I say that, 2 kills coming in for Optic Gaming. This push is stalled out, and now Optic is on the attack.
Yeah, those kills go the other way. Fnatic have a strong push, but it's as easy as just saying that. You've actually got to obviously convert it. Scump, though, on the other hand, he's now going to try and be putting a couple of points in on this side. And Fnatic, they're in a world of trouble right now.
They just went for the overextend. They knew this is a guaranteed dunk for Optic. Let's just try and go get the new drone and go for a pass up. The drone never escapes the room, though, unfortunately. You saw player number 2, Wuskin, set up for the dunk. He was waiting there for the pass. Here it comes finally from Sunny B, and this one should be good. Fnatic now just 1 possession behind. Nice teamwork there, and you can see what they're going for on their first attempt.
Sunny B's put the E-Rad away. He's pulled out a K-bar. He's doing some damage. I like it, Sunny. You're changing, you're adapting. This is what you need to do. 2 points behind, and you've still got 4 minutes on the clock. Scraps. 2 teammates go down, so he's going to opt to put that drone on the floor and try and pick up a couple of kills himself. And he is lights out so far this series. Yes, he's 2-0 down, but he's putting in a performance, to say the least. Scraps 13 and 16. Drone will be still lingering around the middle base.
Sunny B cut down by Formal. And Formal doing a nice job locking down the base. It was looking dodgy there for a moment, but Optic should be able to fight through. Scraps is going to win the 1v1 against Formal. And the 2-piece will open things up for Fnatic. As I say it, Krim answers with a grenade. Perfect grenade takes out Scraps. Then he takes out Wuskin and Sunny B as well. 3 straight kills for Optic Gaming's Krim 6. And Formal's going to try and convert this into points. Fortunately, it's Wuskin coming off the respawn and stopping him short.
Yeah, Wuskin puts Formal to bed there, as it still remains at a 2-point game, a 1-possession game. Fnatic now starting a bit of a push. And I like what Sunny's doing here. He's not going for that short route. He's actually wrapping around. He knows Tommy has some type of control. He's going to take down one. This next kill's vital, but no, denied. Scump is going to go down, and Sunny B a little bit anxious with this drone, but he's going it for a very smart route. He has his teammates. He's going to sink this for a dunk, and there you have it, 5-5 Fnatic. Right back in this.
And Wuskin was the player causing problems in the base that whole time. You can see he's still there. Karma, he's going to go for drone, though, for Optic Gaming, and Formal will find Wuskin. So they clear the player in their base. Now they got the payloads to punish. Krim can't turn the corner, though. It's taken by Sunny B. A big defensive play, and you see the clear as well. So that drone's going to reset. Only Scump is here to slow down Fnatic. And he does a nice job taking down Wuskin. Now he's got help from Formal. Tommy's going to get traded out. Optic's on the move.
Much better side from Sunny B, and it's showing in the likes of Fnatic. Now 5-5 with 2 minutes. Can they sink a 1-point play? That looks good. No interception, and Optic Gaming, they will retake the lead here. You've got to look at the slaying side. Karma, +2. Krim, 3. Formal, he's on +5, and Scump is breaking even at 17 and 17. But Scump, he's got all 6 of the points for Optic Gaming.
And if you remember back to the early plays, Scump, he missed a free 1-point toss. The other one was interception. Some nice defense coming in from Fnatic early in the game. Keeps this one close in the second half. Sunny B, not able to pick up the kills. Karma is going to be hot on Tommy's trail. And there's Krim 6. Optic again holding strong on the defensive side. Wuskin looking for another big play to open things up.
This is where you come into the game, in, you know, at a late stage like this, and you've got to look at their payloads. Karma has camo. That should be a 2-point minimum play. Minimum 1 should be a 2-point play for Optic Gaming. 3 players go down, and this is where you utilize it. However, Fnatic, they've got an overdrive and FTL. It's not game-changing, but I tell you what, that is.
Karma still has the camo. He just picked up 2 kills, has no support, and knows to save that for the final minute. Here comes Tommy, though. He is going to route this one back near gas. And you can see the players leading the charge. It Scraps up front. Wuskin trying to continue on a nasty streak. Scump will find him with a grenade. Wuskin has been so strong in the second half, but Optic Gaming, they have 4 members that can compete with that scoreline. And Formal is leading the charge as the dunk could be coming in any moment. The camo about to be popped, not even needed. Karma's gonna go, well, bare. Just gonna use another word, but Karma gets it done.
Yep, he didn't even need to, and absolutely right there. He just went in, raw skill, just went, you know what, Formal, I'm just gonna Sneak up behind you, put a 2-point play in, not even need that camo, and just like that, 13 seconds left to go, and you've got to look at Optic Gaming to close this one out. 3-0. They've still got camo. They've still got Formal, obviously, with the payload streaks in their back pocket, but they don't need it. They're going to hit double digits and puck it. Optic Gaming will take the series 3-0.
Double digits and doubling up their opponent's score in Search and Destroy as well as Uplink. What a start here for Optic Gaming. Everyone putting in some plays to this team effort. And Optic, you know, they struggled. They did not get the placement they wanted during stage 1. This is their redemption tour here in stage 2.
The question is, you got to look at that series. You know, the hard point, they were tested in the first 5 minutes. Their S&D, I will say, still look very, very strong. Bit of a hiccup at the start. But their uplink, for me, you know, that wasn't as convincing as I thought. I thought we'd be hitting double digits in maybe towards the first half of the second side. But Optic Gaming, they're being put through their paces early on. They are going to close things out 3-0, but they have got a different beast waiting for them in that round 2. You've got a United.
It's going to be a good one because Wuskin with that NV4, he was already causing problems for Optic Gaming. Just wait until you see Clayster in that next round. You know he's looking forward to that matchup. But before we get to that, we got to talk about this series. And right now on the floor, we got Jack with Karma.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Fantastic casting as always. We are down on the floor with none other than Optic Gaming's Karma after that 3-0 over Fnatic. Karma, you guys look good. You did what you had to do, the 3-0 sweep there. How are you feeling after the first matchup? How's the team looking in your opinion?
We're feeling pretty good. You know, we knew they weren't going to be easy. You know, I mean, everybody in Stage 2 playoffs is good. So we went in, we just wanted to stay calm and play our game, and that's what we did.
Well, you even mentioned, as we just started talking up here, you had a rough map 1. For anybody out there who wants to be an aspiring pro player, what do you have to tell yourself in-game when maybe things aren't going your way as this series goes on?
I mean, I just needed to warm up and get some kills. I think I wasn't really predicting people too well, but the game was kind of close, and we all just mentioned before the game, if it ever gets too chaotic, everyone just needs to call it. We need to relax and go together, and really that's the reason we won. And then we had S&D next, and I've been doing pretty well in that lately, so my confidence was still there.
Yeah, your S&D on point right now. You've had an illustrious career. In your opinion, is this the best your S&D has ever looked for you on a team, and if so, why?
Right now, yeah, it's been up there as, I guess, some of my best performances, and just our team in general in Search and Destroy. And it just comes to us reacting. You know, we're not really doing the same things, but we're just reacting to the teams that we're playing. You know, we don't have any set strategies that we're using every time, but we're just going in and basing everything off what they're doing. It seems to be working.
Well, one final question for you, Karma. You know your opponent. It's going to be United. They have the fire lit under them as well. What does Optic Gaming need to do to take down Clay and the 3 young guns on that squad?
Honestly, just come in and play our game. You know, we scrimmed them one time, and it kind of went in their favor. I don't know. We just got to come in and play our game, and I think we're easily capable of beating them.
No matter what, it's going to be a great matchup. That's to come tomorrow. For now, though, we've got to break down this 3-0 series of Optic Gaming over Fnatic on the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Jack. Great to hear from Optic Gaming's Karma. And something interesting that we heard during that interview, of course, Karma says, yeah, he feels like this is probably the best Search and Destroy he's been in his career. We all kind of looked at each other and went, he was pretty damn good at Ghost.
Yeah.
He was so good at that game, too. Obviously, you had a lot of time playing with him. Even Black Ops 2, we mentioned there, he was very, very intelligent at that. But, I mean, would you agree with him there, or would you say maybe he was still a little bit better back then?
I think as a total team, I would arguably say this is their best Search and Destroy game by a landslide. When's the last time have you talked about Optic Gaming and like S&D's sort of their crutch game type? It's kind of weird to say, but regardless, the fact that they are able to have so much leeway in that game type, you know, hardpoint's their weakest. It's still weird.
Crazy, right?
It's still weird.
Yeah, I would agree with Teep. I think this is the best the team's looked in Search and Destroy. For me, I think Karma was at his best in S&D when you went back to Ghosts. I mean, he was incredible. You know, on the Cole team, he was actually very good at the first event with Envy with Joe and him.
But Mr. Double Digits back then.
Yeah, right? Yeah, he was unreal.
Yeah, we just had some internal problems. Right? Rambo was sniping. I don't know if that was the best decision, but he made that call, and I'm going to go against that one.
Fair enough.
Ray tells you to do something, you just do it.
Of course. You had to back then. Optic Gaming versus Fnatic there, of course, we saw the result there, 3-0. Merc, you said it was going to be 27 minutes.
It went longer than that.
It did?
Like by how many?
By about, 10 minutes.
10 minutes long, that's fine. You're fired. Kidding. Map number 1, of course, hardpoint 250-165 goes in Optic Gaming's favor. However, it is worth saying that the first half was very, very close, Merc. It wasn't really until the second rotation where things spiraled out of control.
It wasn't very close. Fnatic actually dominated it. It was 120 to 65. They played very well, and then that bridge hill came up, and you're going to see the stat, the Optic dominated bridge, and that's really where they started to make that comeback. I mean, Fnatic, they had 45 points. That's it, 45 in the second rotations of hills. You cannot stop. You can't not let an Optic Gaming team get back into the game.
Well, I think that's why you see teams that have success against Optic. It's really just kind of like Luminosity. You see Splice, Enigma 6 did it back in Anaheim. It's, I don't want to say it's easy, but any team can get off to a good start, play a good 3 minutes of COD. It's just, continuing that over the course of an entire game against them, and eventually the pace just ramps up, you end up breaking, and they just beat you back.
It's funny because I think it was you, Merc, that actually mentioned it before the game, saying if Fnatic come out and start strong, they could potentially steal map number 1.
Yeah, that's the way Scorch is. Scorch is one of those maps where you can run away with it, but obviously Optic Gaming, they did very well, and then going into this game number 2 on S&D breakout, well, Optic just continued that dominance. There was a little bit of a, some rounds Fnatic was winning some one-on-ones. They did a pretty solid job, but this is a game we just knew Optic Gaming was going to win.
Absolutely, and I think one of the key areas of the map, of course, was that A bomb site. Team Fnatic plain and simply just got bullied.
Just several times where players like Tommy and Sunny B had that ERAD, got caught in showers, and they see one Optic Gaming player slide around that outside towards the ring. They're like, okay, I'll flank the second guy. Right. Well, there wasn't just one guy. There was multiple players from Optic Gaming ready to pick up that player if, Scump, for example, got flanked. So the ERADs from Optic Gaming just way too strong, and it's just pretty clean cut in a lot of those offenses.
Very true, very true. Two sides of karma, ironically, right? Map number 1, you say he struggles, and then we heard from him himself, Search and Destroy. Another dominant performance. He's really making this game type his own, Mark.
Well, that's the issue to me, though, is that Hardpoint, and I mean, I don't think Uplink, but Hardpoint especially, he cannot struggle that much against, teams like Luminosity, even against E United. Last weekend, he sort of said he was a bit under the weather. Even at Anaheim, I just felt like he didn't perform well in Hardpoint. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but hey, they won the map, so we're just going to erase that one, and hopefully he plays better tomorrow.
You'll get by teams like this, like Fnatic, though, with that type of play. Yeah. You will not, I don't think, get by teams like E United, like Splice, like Luminosity. When those teams are playing, as good as we've seen them play over the last few events, I think you need everybody to show up. You need everybody to produce, pick up kills. I know, to go back to the uplink, this is one where, Optic just kind of controlled throughout the entire game. Never really felt like this one was going to get close.
Of course, there, look at the Precinct Uplink final score, 10-5. It was 3-1 at the half in favor of Optic Gaming, but it's worth giving Formal a lot of props there. Very, very consistent throughout all 3 game types. It's very, very difficult to beat this Optic Gaming squad when he's that good, Teep.
We've critiqued these guys, especially in the previous group, of some of the mental mistakes that they're making in some of the types, but against the majority of the teams they play, well, when you're getting a 1.6 basically KD, the best KD on the side of Fnatic, you can see there Weskin at a 0.98. Well, that's not positive. It doesn't matter how bad you're playing mentally. If they're dead, there's a 2.5-second respawn in Hardpoint.
That would be negative.
You don't respawn in Search, and there's a 5-second respawn. Well, you're just dead. You're laying there watching.
Yeah, spending a lot of time watching your teammates, that's for sure. But moving forward, of course, congratulations once again to Optic Gaming. They will progress through now to winners bracket round number 2. But the next game up on main stage, this is an exciting one. It's a rematch, of course, of the Stage 1 playoff final. We have Splice versus Luminosity.
And Anaheim.
And Anaheim, that is true. That is very true. Looking at Splice from group play, they underperformed a little bit for LG.
A little bit.
He's European. He's European.
They were 3-3. The only reason they got through was because they
Ben opened the door for that one.
Ben.
All right,
They
okay.
attacked you.
All right, Merc.
Your expert panel doesn't agree with you, Ben.
Look, Ben, look at that. Like,
It was pretty bad, Joe. Okay, I said
Not
it.
good.
It wasn't good, but I'm hoping we get, obviously, our Stage 1 champion Splice performance back here in this matchup. We've been playing against Luminosity. It's going to be very, very difficult, let's be honest. Do you see any way that Splice do go back to that form, Joe?
That 28% S&D win ratio has to turn into 100% for this, I think, for this series. I think they have to win both searches. I think if they are going to win, it's going to go to the distance to a game number 5. And then you have to steal a respawn, which I think they are capable of. It'll be very difficult because on the other side is Luminosity, who has probably been the best respawn team all year long. So it'll be tough.
They ain't win the first search, they ain't seeing the second one. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely.
The series is over before you even get a chance to go there.
I mean, their saving grace is, I think, Luminosity's S&D was, what, 50%?
That's all I need, though.
But yeah, I mean, when you're 90% of your hard points and 70% of your links. Pretty
good.
As long as you, I mean, you legitimately have a 50-50 chance of getting a 3-0 every series. And then even then, if it goes to game 4, you have what, a 90% chance to win it there? Those are pretty good odds.
For me, it goes to the link. Splices traditionally and European teams throughout the CWL this year have been very, very good at uplink. I think that's the only really saving grace. If Splice takes that link, I think they have a fairly decent chance of taking the series, but 66% is from LG. The slang is going to be so strong, especially on precincts. I think that's LG's one of their better links, so it's tough for Splice.
Yeah, the thing is, to me, is that Splice knew they just had a bad weekend, right? When they came here, they were not happy. Hopefully, they went home maybe to Europe and practiced a little bit, but they changed things around. Maybe they watched the VODs. You know, similar to Optic, maybe they can jump on Luminosity in winners round 1. You can take advantage, surprise them, play your best game. I mean, if Splice plays their best game, they will be tough to beat, and they can beat Luminosity. We just haven't seen them from it recently.
We've seen them beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so speaking of Jerd in the back a little bit earlier in the day, I asked him how the scrims have been going because I was actually interested in that as well. And he said they haven't been great. Maybe one series a night they've been able to, get in. Like, it hasn't really been, a lot of people to play over there that is a competition for them, people that they would kind of value as, top teams to play in Europe. So, Splice had not had a great opportunity to turn around, like you said. I think for me, personally, this series, I mean, if Zero comes out and plays like stage 2-0, and you even get half of, the Anaheim Octane back, I think this one's quick.
Yeah.
I think this was quick.
Well, I mean, just stage 2. I mean, his Zero was in his own head. He very much was. Changing his reticles, just like, I don't know what's wrong. He's making sure he wore the same socks as stage 1 playoffs. Just, I don't know. I agree, though. If Zero plays well, this could turn into an interesting series.
Well, we are halfway through day 1 here at the Stage 2 playoffs of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. United started the day with a win, and now joining them, of course, is Optic Gaming after the 3-0 versus Fnatic. Next up on the main stage, it's our Stage 1 final rematch. Splice take on Luminosity Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your G Fuel Key Player matchup for the rematch between our Stage 1 finalists, Octane and Zero. Octane has been the MVP so far in Stage 2 for LG, especially when you look at the performance he put up at Anaheim. On the other side of things, though, Zero hasn't been his true self so far from what we've seen from Splice in Stage 2. Those numbers far different from the MVP performance he had back at the Stage 1 playoffs. We'll see if he can come back into form here, because we know he needs to up against this dominant LG squad. They're regarded as the 2 best teams in competitive Call of Duty. This has been your G Fuel Key Player matchup.
I think for me, the MVP this year has to be Octane.
Octane, at least in recent events.
Probably say Octane.
It's got to be Octane.
I'd say Octane.
The MVP of IW is probably Zero.
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 Zero from Splice.
I think Zero is probably a close second, but I think Octane is just a little bit more consistent.
I never think I'm the best in the game or like better than anyone, because in theory, like, you're only as good as your team. If I'm dropping 40 kills and we're still losing, then I'm doing something wrong. That's how my mindset is. If your teammates are being aggressive, you can sit back and watch over them, just pick off the kills that they don't. Like, that's what makes his team and my team so good. We have like the 3, let's say, dirty players, and then the 2 MV4 players just sticking behind and picking up the leftovers. That's why it seems like we drop the most kills, but it's teammates that help.
His playstyle isn't like something that I'm used to personally. The combination of all these players on the team, the veteran leadership of Jared and Mad Cat, and then mixed in with him, I think that they really molded him into an excellent player, the same way Nick and Jerry did for me. So when we go head to head, you know, he has a great shot. I think he's probably on par with me. So the matchups are pretty crazy. I'm happy because I lived up to my own expectations of my performance this year, but I don't really think it stops with me being in contention with other players. I want to be the player. When people get, you know, ask the question, who's MVP for this year? I don't want there to be a conversation. I want it to be me.
My strategy for a 1v1 is I'm going to try and play a bit quick. I feel like I'm coming out on top just because I feel like Octane's going to play scared against me.
I don't really care who I'm playing against, to be honest. If it doesn't, it honestly doesn't. It could be my mom. I don't care who it would be. I don't care who I play against. It doesn't matter.
Here we go. It's a rematch of our Stage 1 final, a rematch from the Anaheim final. Luminosity, Splice. This should be a battle.
EU versus NA, Zero versus Octane. You saw the piece right there. Definitely some mutual respect, but both players in their own right think they deserve to be the true MVP. Off the break, we watch Octane get gunned by Bance as LG and Splice kick off in our best of 5.
And I think the single biggest story coming in for these 2 teams, LG look to still be the top team through their week in the stage. Splice look very vulnerable. Can they get back to form?
Love that break from LG. They wind up stacking cluster grenades to force the players out of cover. They don't even win a single gunfight. It's 3 nade kills off the break that help LG get this 15-1 lead off the start.
Now the question is, can they push through for the key kills to get set up for the turbine spawn? Slack almost finishes one, which gives him a good opportunity. It's a split spawn for Splice as 2 players on the map trying to fight back and get control of the left side of the minimap. So far, so good for Splice, at least setting up for the next hard point.
Brilliant job by Bance right there on Catwalk with the submachine gun. The K-bars now of Zero, Mad Cat, and Jerd fill the kill feed as Splice will get the scrap time and early control of Turbine. But as I say that, the LG push already comes in.
Zero trying to deal with that LG push. Him and Bance on the kill feed. You got beat up a little bit. You don't want to give up 30 points on that first highly contested hard point, but again, you still have the spawns locked down and you're still making plays inside a turbine. LG, though, now with a pick on Saints, are going to try and break. Mad Cat the first to deal with it. Saints, a crucial 2-piece gets them through.
Just some shaky shots of a couple of players on Splice. You saw from Jerd, then from Mad Cat. If you're facing LG, you need to have all 4 players on point. Cannot give up breaks like that, especially when they all just push from the same side. It wasn't like there was some dedicated pinch. They just muscled right through you.
And I was a little bit worried about Splice coming into this one. You know, I saw them scrimming FaZe in the back. They were playing Scorch Hardpoint. When I checked in on the game, it was 240-60. FaZe was giving them a beatdown. That can't be a morale builder coming into this.
And you just saw on your screen for a second, Saints, probably one of the most improved players here in Infinite Warfare you can make a case for.
Certainly.
The guy has been lights out, especially as of late, when he's now been in form like this LG team wanted when they originally kind of joined forces with him at the start of the year. It's been night and day.
Now LG, Jack trying to break, and also Octane playing close to streaks as he's got 4 in a row. Can he bait his teammates a little bit here, get through, but also pick up some crucial kills? But when Classic is burning like that, it was a 2-piece from Saints to get in the first. It's a 2-piece from Classic to break into Hangar.
And now look what that's caused. You've got Classic on a 5 streak at 7-3, Octane on a 5 streak at 7-3. These are those crucial next gunfights that can swing this door wide open for LG, as they can not only build their lead, but potentially have streaks to hold on to it.
There's one picked up, now looking for the bombardment. There it is, fully streaked out, 7 in a row. Octane streak still going as well,
yeah,
Jack.
Can we swap to Octane really quick, see how close he is to these streaks? Okay, so he's actually not even running a Scarab. He's going for 3 of the higher tiered streak. If he gets one more gunfight win, he'll earn 2 for himself as well.
And I just don't know how you win a game if you give up 5 of those powerful aerial streaks to LG early in this game. We'll see if Octane is able to get him. First one he sees inside of drill control. Not able to finish the shots, but Slack will be leading the way in. Octane's turn now to peek the edge. You already invest the Trinity here as Classic gets the opening kill. There you go, 25 now off the bombardment. Just needs an assist.
Look at the combined streak right now in your feed. You have a player at 9, a player at 6. You had one player at 3 right there. Ridiculous stuff, the slaying power of LG showing in this map 1. In their hardpoint victories in Stage 2, Maven, they didn't just win when they played this game mode. They decimated their opponents. I believe they had a 90% win rate hardpoint.
Yeah, the slaying differential for them, I know, was at the top as well. They were absolutely absurd in this game mode. You saw the 90% win rate. You're seeing right now why they can be so strong, but there's just over 10 seconds left in drill. Splice are looking to pick this up. If you're Splice right now, Jack, what can you do to fight back in this? I know you're not out of the game by any stretch of the imagination, but it still has seemed kind of like a lopsided affair just based on the slang.
First thing for me is when you get a setup you want to have, you cannot let LG break right off the start. You saw LG, when they finally got control of Hangar, they did a great job of making sure they singled out one side first, got the kills there, relieved that pressure, and then refocused their attention towards where the pinch would come from. They just always had the timings in their favor. They challenged the gunfights and won them because of the confidence they had. Splice, they've been getting some of these rotations. We saw it at Hangar, we saw it obviously at Turbine, but when they get those setups, they let LG break on the first push.
And it seems like in a scenario like you just saw when there's a trading back and forth and 7 out of 8 players end up dropping, the last man standing is always LG. Time and time again, when you're that last guy, that means you're getting those favorable close spawns for your teammates near the hard point. But again, I mean, it's still a 55-point game.
Yep. Well, Saints trying to surge on through. Another 2-piece from Zero. He's now begun to come to life at 14 and 10. Unfortunately, loses that gun battle versus Octane right there. 140 to 82. It's a 1-minute lead for LG. Again, though, Splice will be the first team rotated towards the new hill.
Remember, it was a Saints 2-piece that broke into Turbine last time. Can he do it again? No. Jerd takes him off the map, and they want to invest some streaks here. Classic surging on forward. He connects with one with a bombardment, puts shots into 2 players as well. That should be all they need to get through.
No,
he's got no help here, though, is the problem. You know, you invest the streak, but the rest of your teammates drop.
You just use it too early on, right?
Yeah.
There was no follow-up to that. It was still... You get the idea of the streak, right? But the reason why you drop a bombardment is to force players out of their normal positions. There, they have no opportunity to follow up. Thankfully, they just do it straight up with their guns.
You don't need streaks, right?
Yeah.
Just do it with the gun skill like you did the first time through. They get the break. Still 20 seconds remaining here. You can see Splice players starting to set up towards Rocks and Hangar, but Octane wins one across the bridge, and FTL's through. My God.
LG outslaying now by 15 kills in this game. Double positive from Classic. He hasn't stopped so far. Look at Octane. 17 and 8 with 2 minutes already inside the hard point. I mean, this guy's just doing it all.
It's similar to what Formal's performance in Scorch in the last series. You know, plus 15, 2 minutes in the hard point. Some MVP caliber players putting up some insane stats early in this one. Saints hunting for kills right now. 3 in a row, 14 and 12. Scorchers now soaring in across mid-map to cut off some of these lanes that Splice are hitting. Let's see what information he can get with that Scarab.
It doesn't matter what team you're a fan of, you recognize how good LG are as a lineup. Nearly the 2-piece there from Octane. Slacked is there to clean up the weak players. There's the third as well. Everyone is a playmaker on LG, Maven. Again, they're now up by 100 seconds against our Stage 1 champions.
You know, and maybe you put too much stock in one weekend of gameplay, but I'll tell you what, if you asked me before Splice's week how this series would go, I would have said 5 games.
Yeah.
You asked me after that weekend, right before this we talked, I said this will be a 3-0 LG. I had all the confidence in the world th're going to come in 3-0.
And when they're outslayed by 20 kills, it looks just like that's what's going to happen. Octane getting challenged now by Mad Cat. Always seems like there's someone there for LG to swing the tide, as now they just realistically need one more break and a couple seconds of a hold. Here come more of those streaks. When you're outslaying by 20, typically you've got some tools to work with.
Look, can we get over to Slack real quick? Never mind, he just dropped. He had 6 in a row. I'm not sure if he picked up any more streaks for this roster, who really doesn't need any more at this point. But God, Classic and Octane combining to shut down 3 Splice players. This one's done.
GG. I mean, this is not even close. LG are the best team in the world in Hardpoint for a reason, as they just mop the floor with Splice right there. That was not an AM team. That was not, you know, a top 12 team. That is Splice, who for a bit were regarded as the best team in competitive Call of Duty after their Stage 1 run, and they just got decimated.
And think, I mean, what stands out the most when you talk about these guys from Stage 1 playoffs, the final, when you talk about the final from Anaheim, how close the hard points were. I mean, what was it? One was a 2-point game, one was a 1-point game, something like that at Anaheim. This is a 150-point game. It's just, again, LG had gotten to form and has stayed in form. I don't think that's true on the other side of this matchup.
It's incredible to see LG and their ability to just, when they swarm, always be looking in the right direction, always have the right target that they've got to focus. If there's ever a time where they're in a 3-on-3, it's like they just melt the same person and just go through as a team. You know, they get up, you know, 3-on-3 gunfight, they get up with 2 people alive, they wipe the rest of the team. How does that always happen? How many 3 pieces did we see on that map, whether it was top hanger, in middle, and then on the rotation, a drill that just won them that game?
Well, again, when we talk about that effective trading back and forth and how more often than not, when there was 1 man left standing, 2 men left standing, it was always LG. It is those multi-kills to enter, whether it was Classic, whether it was Saints, just going in and opening with 2 kills, then dropping. That is perfect. You know that you have one of the best teams in the world at actually trading effectively like that. It was fantastic from LG.
Knew that game was done when we saw Octane get that first kill on Hanger. FTL jump past the second, turn and burn onto him to single-handedly hold the new hard point. There's a look at the man on your screen. 250 to 116, that map won. Now we're going to S&D on Breakout. As again, LG, while they've looked great in hardpoint, they've continued to improve as well in the other game modes.
Yeah, and this is where you may have favored Splice if you're looking at statistics maybe leading into Stage 1 in Anaheim. It's how good Splice was from Stage 1 play as out Search and Destroy. But they were abysmal just a few weeks back. They were not good, and somewhere they shine. Remember when they had, what was it, all 4 of their players, I think, were in the top 10 in overall Search and Destroy, KD back to playoffs?
Yep.
Where is that Splice team? You desperately are in need of it now to tie up this series.
I think this next game mode is really where we saw Zero have his fall from grace from the Stage 1 playoffs into Stage 2. This man needs to turn it around and continue to. He did what he could on that map, but unfortunately, it was just 4 players of LG outclassing 4 players of Splice. We know LG's strengths and respawns. You're not going to beat them in hardpoint, if I'm just being completely honest. For me, these next 2 maps are must-wins if they want a chance in this series to force a Game 5.
It certainly is, and you'll be going to Breakout, followed by Precinct Uplink, which is going to be a difficult one as well. But I don't know. I have the feeling this is going to be a 3-0 for LG. I mean, if you're going to take one, though, this is where Splice needs to do it.
We'll see if they can get that done. This is just our 3rd match of the day, still to come. FaZe versus Envy, where that's one that I don't even know how to begin to call. What Envy are we going to see? Are they still back in form from their playoff or from their weekend to get them into playoffs? How's FaZe looking with Gunless? Is there a S&D still untouchable? I can't even wait.
Well, it's a testament to how a weekend can certainly shift your image of a team. I mean, Splice, they obviously drop in value for a lot of people. Envy, you go in not even thinking they've got a chance at top 2 last week. They squeeze it out, and we are definitely looking forward to that final series of the night. But into the game 2 on Breakout. Offense first now for Luminosity. Classic, your bomb carrier, and the pressure mounting towards the B site.
Pressure mounting indeed. We've seen teams so far today favor this site for sure, especially when the defensive squad just gives it up like this. You might as well. They're going to get the bomb down. They've got trophies. They've got nothing to worry about. They've got a player watching their flank. This is okay. This is as easy as it gets for LG.
You saw vision for Jerd there up spiral. Now Zero, if he can get a pick here with this snipe, maybe provides an opening for the team to push through. No one peeking yet, though, for LG. Zero has to push in. There's under 30 seconds on the clock. They have to make a play. The pistol can be very deadly at close range. Can he win it? Yes, he can. 2 kills now to Splice. Answering back is Saints. Octane now. Lone man up. The clock with him. 15 seconds here to go. One pushing him. He spotted him. Shots a little bit shaky. Zero takes off his head. Zero racing back to bomb, and he has got it.
Got it in time. Right there you see Octane so confident to challenge that gunfight. If I'm being completely honest, he didn't need to. He could have hid behind that bulldozer, forced the player to run at him, and there just wouldn't have not been enough time.
Absolutely agree with you, but, you know, he kind of gets the peeker's advantage there, and it's, you know, when you're maybe the best player in the world, you think that's an easy kill, but you're going against Zero. It's great to see that 1v1 come down to it after you heard them kind of talking about each other in that video before the series.
They're the two of the better players in the game for a reason, both of them leading their teams at 2 kills right now. We're going to follow Zero into the next round of that clutch. As you can see the rest of his teammates flying on up. They're baiting for him as Zero's watching over to get some kills.
Jerd should have a kill. Jerd maybe with a second one. Mad Cat there to finish it. That tandem breaking through. One left. It's Octane yet again. The rest of LG has disappeared.
And that's a Zero versus Octane battle. I could watch this all damn day as he'll keep challenging both of these guys. They want this is like an ISO in basketball where you clear the court and just let the 2 players go at it. Both of them want to get this kill onto their respective opponent.
Well, Octane, 30 seconds, 4 players.
Look at him.
He's put like 15 bullets, I think, into Zero at this point.
And nobody else is coming nearby. They just want this one-on-one. Look, all he wants to do is kill Zero. That's it.
I love that. You know, you heard what Octane said in the video. When you ask who the MVP was at the end of this year, I don't want a conversation. The only name I want on people's lips, Octane.
The rest of the team did not even move. Yes, they were just defending the bomb. You could make all sorts of things up, but no, they knew that that was the one-on-one. They wanted to see it happen.
Oh, with that kill, he moves a little bit closer to the camo. But the opening 2 rounds do go to Splice. Zero and Jerd combined for 6 and 2 here at the early rounds. Last time they pushed towards B, they were able to get a free plant. No pressure really no presence from Splice really around the B site.
Can we see Octane very quickly? So look at how Octane uses this cover to watch the flank. Lesser players would be jumping in this position, trying to peek. No, just hold the angle.
I don't even know if lesser player. We see top players do that all the time too. Zero with the snipe, slacked, gunned by Bance. Octane about to be last alive again, but no, Saints actually finds 2 kills. Nice little bait and switch there. Saints looking for the ace. What the heck? What the hell is that?
I like the multi-kill right there from Saints. He cuts everybody down. There's the final one we got on the kill cam, but Octane softened up the 3rd and Saints handle the rest.
Incredible stuff from Saints there to take out everybody on Splice.
Yep.
Luminosity gets their first round now on the board.
And look what that's first reactive armor. I mean,
yeah.
He went from having no progress on it to now being 65% of the way.
If you're going to pick 2 kills that are 2 players that are actually getting kills for you right now, you want it to be Saints and Octane. You're reactive and camo players. And they're the only ones with kills.
Saints just watching this cross. He's going to feed his team information. Bance, you can see on your minimap that number 7, trying to pick up the flank as well as the outer wall run. This should be the first key engagement that goes down. As a bomb will be planted. Both teams just giving up the site and playing for a retake.
Well, Jerd, I was gonna say Octane sees him cross. Octane somehow gets the kill on him there as he slides through.
I think there was an assist.
It must have been, because it didn't seem like he had much of a window. Bance in a 1v3, nothing he could do to try and take that.
And look, I mean, look at Saints. He's gonna wind up earning a streak. The man is remaining consistent. For people that tuned in and began following competitive Call of Duty in the last couple of years and always heard so much about Saints and never really got to see exactly how dominant he once was, you're starting to now understand why the casters as well as the rest of the community held him to such a high standard when he maybe wasn't putting up the most consistent numbers.
I talked to Scump about this team. Scump said Saints is their best player without question. There are a lot of players that hold him in very high regard. It's a scary thing when you've got 2 players on one team that are considered the best at what they do. One with the sub, one with the AR. That pairing has been fantastic.
LG 2-2. Will again inch up towards this B site. Will again go for the quick plant. Octane, yeah, you're not going to win that, my friend, no matter how good you are against an ERAD.
So first blood for Vance. Classic has to hop off the bomb. Some nice shots into Zero to back him up. But he is not safe to try and plant right now. He knows he's got 2 players with vision of him. It'd be so tough to get away. Now they're going to hit the steps. Slacked, not able to get the first in the cross, but Saints still up for this team. Saints and Slack trying to get it done in a similar position. This is where Saints went off and completely took over. He's also 125 off the Trinity Rockets here. 1 versus 3 now for Saints. Can we get another heroic play out of him?
Got to commend Splice on how they played the retake from this middle spiral. They send their camo player in with the rear guard who slides across to take that extra bullet point to that back shield to challenge the site. They then have a follow-up from that mid-spiral to go ahead and trade that kill. Saints, though, will just play his streaks on out as his clock ticks down.
I like this. Just keep this streak going into the next round. Go somewhere you're basically impossible to be killed unless they go on a 3-man hunt here for him. But you can see everyone is holding positions now for Splice as they get another round on the board.
There we go. Easy as that. Smart play from Saints. Play those streaks on out. No reason to kind of suicide or try to make a hero play when you're already on, what, a 6 streak on this map? Now, how do things change up? How does LG fix their offensive play in future rounds? And now how does Splice try something different to try to give themselves a 2-round advantage in this map?
Zero doing exactly what he talked about in that video. Teammates push up, he looks over him, tags it up in the back, Jerd entry kill, another first blood for him inside. Saints a little bit all over the place, does get 1 kill and the streaks is the big part.
Slacked. Oh, if only he knew the information we did. Everyone hitting Octane. You've got to swarm the man with 3 if you want to take him down. Slack's left all by himself in quite the spot right here. He wouldn't even have seen him.
He's been tagged. He knows who the next player is. He's chasing him. Bance trying to catch him. Sliding back out is Slacked. 1 versus 1.
Nope.
Oh, he didn't look to his right. Splice, a 4th round. As they continue to look good here on Breakout and work to tie up this series at 1 apiece.
Here it is again from Bance's perspective. Just gets out of the sight line of Slack. Cut him down with some nice shots there from the Rad 5 bullets in that range. As now Splice are beginning to take command of this game, and Maven, this is exactly what they have to do to have a chance in this series.
Certainly. I completely agree. Can Splice beat LG? Absolutely. They have done it, and done it very recently. It was scary after that game 1 hardpoint, but here they go, up 2 rounds. 2 more needed now to take this game 2. On with Zero's POV, as he's going to play the back tank and cover that B site. I think he spots him and asks for some help. You see that number 5 and Mad Cat rotating across to the back hanger as well. Octane spots 2 of them.
Oh, he's got him pinned. He's got him pinned. Now Bance will be able to back on up.
Scare about for the side of LG. Zero able to take that out and get back in the hangar. Coming up spiral is Bance. Nice job. A little bit of an opening there. He actually pops the camo. That gets burned.
Really?
Yes, he popped it for just a moment.
Catch that. That's huge. Mad Cat at least gets 1. Second to Saints. Not going to happen. The quick trade comes in. Octane was there for it as he rotated back through that grave side. As Splice will give LG a chance to stay in this map.
Yeah, if we could check Bance early just to make sure my eyes didn't deceive me. But that could be big. I mean, you get the round win for LG. You now have camo burned.
That's huge.
Could be absolutely huge, yeah.
LG have to make some sort of adjustment on defense right now.
Yep, Bance burned.
They have to make some sort of adjustment in towards showers. They've been getting smoked on that area of the map. They're not going to do it this time from Splice, but yeah, look at how LG are changing things up. They're sending 3 players over. They're no longer having Slack stay back, and yeah, now they're going to take command. That's exactly what they had to do. This is what's worked. That's what worked for them back when they played in their regular stage matches. That's how it's done for LG.
Absolutely, man. And that's where you see, 2 strong players like that dominate. You just saw the duo of Karma and Scump. They absolutely locked down showers. Now you're seeing a taste of that from LG.
I think that's an example of if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Yeah. Octane watches middle. The other 3 hit inside showers. They win they will beat any team, any trio in that engagement most times. And Octane's going to be able to stay alive middle. And now look at the payloads. You talked about the camo use earlier from Bance. How bad you wish you had that now in round 9.
You really do. I mean, he's having a hell of a game, 10-5, but he's not going to be seeing another camo. Saints.
And this is the adjustment now from Splice. Instead of giving up the site, they 4-stack it.
Did he see the one flying close is the question.
Doesn't matter. Slacked it.
Slacked looking over him. He saw one spot at the close corner, knows he is back on that medical bay. Yeah, take this challenge. Nice gunfight win for Saints. Bance now left by his lonesome, gives himself a chance though as the Scarab picks up a kill. Can't win the one-on-one in medical bay. Things falling apart. A 4-2 lead for Splice has evaporated in 3 rounds.
Here's your final kill cam again from Octane. Hits his close range shots at the end before, and you see his teammate there with the X-ray through Codcaster. Ready to help out. What a change of events it's now been as Splice were looking quite good to take this map, but now it's LG in the lead, up 5-4.
Those 4-on-4 fights like you get there, that's exactly what LG hopes for. So now you have Saints with reactive. Octane has the camo.
Still has that streak.
Yeah, and right, he still has the rocket to work with. Saints just shoulder peeking here by the central rooftop. Checking to see if anyone pushes through his back spiral. Got a very patient
Okay,
round
classic.
here.
They're just trying to bait out the attention to try to get Bance in a position where he can make a play. That's not going to work. Jared at least does make this an even round, but the reactive armor from Saints, not necessarily needed, but either way will help use it to secure that one. And yeah, I mean, that should be it. Splice just really begin to fall apart in this one since Mad Cat left all by himself.
Less Mad Cat.
He knows he's here. What are you doing?
In a 1v1, but dropped 4 rounds in a row for Luminosity. Give them a 2-0 edge in this series. LG looking so strong.
It's just rough. This team, Splice, they needed that map. I mean, you wind up now losing that search and destroy. Back in stage 1, obviously there's been some changes, but Scorched Hardpoint was their best. It's no longer one that's on their side.
It's going to be Precinct then for the uplink. And Jack, do you give Splice a chance to fight back in this? Is a reverse sweep possible in this series?
No. This series is done, in my opinion.
Well, we'll see if they have what it takes.
I hope I'm wrong so someone can edit this and maybe I can get roasted by the Splice Twitter, but no. This is done.
You thought they had that game too, but Splice not able to close out the final couple of rounds. LG in control of this best of 5. Octane and crew continue to look dominant. But I'll tell you what, this MVP matchup, 0 versus Octane, it isn't over yet. Can Splice do the unthinkable with a reverse sweep? We'll find out after this quick break.
Coming down to the wire. LG just a couple seconds away. Luminosity will do it.
Entering the playoffs as like kind of the favorite or whatever, just kind of having our target on our back. I like it, but at the same time, I don't. I feel like when we play against teams, they're obviously gonna be trying like a lot harder to shut us down just because we're considered like the best, and I don't want it to get to our team's head. With Splice, we're cool with them, but obviously we want to beat them and take them down.
I feel like the play styles, everyone has like a similar role. Jared, Dylan and Mad Cat, which matches up with them 3, and then you got myself versus Octane, the 2 MV4 battles. we just clash heads on the play style, which makes it like seem like a hectic, really fun matchup.
Could these teams be more evenly matched? I mean, a map that is pretty high scoring generally for Uplink. It's just a 3-2 game. Nobody wants to break.
We play them in 2 grand finals. You know, they got to play their way to get there, and we have to play our way to get there. So I think the early matchup is definitely going to determine possibly who's in grand finals. I think it's going to be a good matchup.
I don't feel like anyone's got one up on my team. It's just who comes out better on the day.
Win the game in the most dramatic fashion.
Tell you what, we spoke about some of those thrilling hard points earlier in this broadcast, and you saw there the final moments of 2 of them from the grand final. Those close games you also heard us talk about, we haven't really had that yet, at least not in the game 1. We'll see about the Uplink.
No, and it's sad to say, but this Splice team, if this is how they play throughout the weekend, if they get 3-0'd here, and they drop to that loser's bracket where they'd have to face who? The loser of FaZe Envy?
Not an easy matchup either. I mean, well, there are no easy matchups.
No,
Top 8.
but when you kind of look at things on paper, I mean, we could have our Stage 1 champion Splice with a very early exit during the Stage 2 playoffs, but they're not there yet. They still have a chance. And it's got to start right now in Uplink on Precinct.
One of the things that defines champions is resilience, right? Backs up against the wall, can they fight back? Well, you've got that wall right now. You need to step it up here on Precinct Uplink. So far, really just a fight for power here of the statue and lobby control. No action with the drone yet, but now Classic has gotten the edge, well, for a moment, until Bant's able to take him out.
Oh, look at the nade, too. So perfect. Slack takes control, and now the drone will be moved out. And already look at the difference, right? Already look at the difference from like the pace that LG like to play at in Uplink versus the likes of what we saw with Enigma 6 and E United earlier. They take the drone, they throw it down, they play for kills, then they focus on the objective. They want to make sure when they move forward, they are fully confident in their ability to get a score. They're not just playing for a scrappy 1. They're playing to not only get a score, but take control of your base.
To lock you down and punish you.
Yes. Oh gosh, this gunfight.
Yeah, could someone, thank you, stop shooting at this point.
It takes a fist.
Let's switch into a boxing match.
So here's an example, right? They get all the kills they want. Now they'll push forward the drone. They'll have to reset back towards lobby, but they're more focused about getting control. Look, they keep Saints there to just wreak havoc.
Slack gets a lot of shots into multiple players, but doesn't get the kill before they get drone out. Counterattack for Splice is on. 2-point dunk goes through. Lead to Splice.
And honestly, right there, if you're wondering, you know, why was Splice able to do that? They just assumed LG were going to go for a dunk. So they triple overextended into lobby to play the reset. But because LG just went for a 1, it actually works out in Splice's favor.
And that, you know, we were talking during the United match. We saw Pristini, RCs do it. They get that kill on the drone carrier right before he got around the edge. Slack had a chance, right? He got a couple shots into him. He gets that kill. That's not a score. That slows down the counter, but he wasn't able to finish it. Clutch kills like that, a lot of the times the difference between scoring and not. Bance, Mad Cat,
all dead.
Taking out everybody on LG. 4 down, drone already up the mid-street. This will be another dunk as they spawn back ticket. Are they ready to deal with it? Woo! The answer is yes. Flush it on through. 4 unanswered now for Splice.
Wow, that kill from Bance right there as he just shredded Octane into 2.
And they're certainly going to need that, but it's like as the rest of the team now steps up, you see Zero having a slow start. Does it matter in this case? Since you're up 4-1, it sure as hell does not. But you don't expect him to have a game like that for too long.
Well, LG again get a few kills. They have 1 player to beat. Jerd now dead. This will be a dunk unless there's a body block. Nope, not going to happen. So that right there for players at home who have been practicing uplink, that is what you need to do now when going for a score. No longer just assume you're going to float on through. Hit the melee as you're going into the portal as well. You just pointed out, Maven, 12 and 6 is Classic on a 5 streak.
Big for multiple wall. I was gonna say big because you can get streaks, and also with Classic running camo here in Uplink. Huge that he has a strong game. Give himself a chance to make a 2-point play. 2 down now, right now for LG. Octane in a power position in this top ticket window. Now he has to rotate back to defense. Anyone going to be there for the interception? No. 1 point goes through for Splice.
Clean throw right there. Nicely done from Splice. That's 1 point for Bance now on the board. He's leading his team at 10 and 8. Some shaky shots there from Zero as Classic punishes. LG, they want this dunk right now. Going into the half for them at 5-5, especially with a slow start from Octane. And you know, a couple misplays on how they moved that drone forward would definitely be, I think, an okay scenario.
Look at Classic. Wow. Everybody else right now. Classic has 16 kills. Nobody else is close. that puts in perspective how wild, what was it, BZ yesterday during the LCQ, how crazy his performance was. He earned camo by halftime. I think he had 25 kills, something like that. Unreal.
He was on pace for 50 and not playing. What?
Yeah, unfortunately. They did not end up qualifying, but the action right now is on the Stage 2 playoffs. LG looking to close this out 3-0. Unless Splice can get something done, but they have several players down. That's the cue for Slack to get drone in hand. The kill feed, it's just all blue all the time.
You know what it is? It's like when LG get the number advantage like this, and now this is already a great sign from this team. They slowed down the dunk for a second so they can get a presence back towards lobby. Earlier, they just threw in the score, gave up lobby control, which let Splice go for that counterattack. Even those couple of seconds will give them a shot to try to stop this drone. No, but Mad Cat gets there.
Apparently, it doesn't matter how you play it. LG is going to give up. So 4 of the 7 points for Splice have been on counter plays.
Yep.
One time, like you said, LG tried to continue to make plays, get the dunk through. A quick hit from Splice gets a dunk in. This time, they tried to delay it, but they still win all the gunfights inside and outside the lobby. Again, a quick hit up the mid-street and a dunk goes through. If anything, I mean, Splice have a lead right now because they're just taking advantage of those quick hit situations when they can.
All right, Splice showing some life here in game 3. This is the close map we've wanted to have, as finally it's brought on up. A look at LG, who finally find themselves down in a map where they look like things aren't necessarily going their way to this point. Classic again, 18 and 12. Solid start from him.
I want a series, man. I want Splice to push this to distance. Can they do it? They've got 5 minutes to hold on to this lead.
It goes to show how crazy this map is, and I'm sorry to cut you off, maybe, but look at the slang for LG, and it's 7-7.
Yep.
Again, it's because those 4 points have come off of kind of what?
Just quick hit counterattacks.
Yeah, counterattacks. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word.
It's like, you know, you see that happen in some, I don't know, something like soccer, right? You see a shot go on for one team, there's a quick relay out, and you get a score in 10 seconds.
Nice throw.
That's exactly what Splice has been able to do, and as they hit that nice toss, it will put them back in front after giving up an early dunk here in the second half. Another opportunity for points. Classic, drone in hand. Saints leading the way. 1-pointer through, back and forth we go. It is a high-scoring game here.
Did you catch what just happened right there? Jerd popped his FTL jump to try to get in position to stop that throw from going in time. Didn't actually make it, so no FTL jump available now for Splice. And I have to commend Splice because they've been doing a great job of hitting these ones so far this map.
What are they actually getting outslayed by right now? You have a couple players, -7 for Jerd, -6 for Zero, -2 for Mad Cat. Only player positive is Bance, and you're still holding this lead. And taking advantage of scoring opportunities when you can. Key to success on uplink. Another 1-pointer in.
I mean, I haven't been worried about them hitting a 1 once in this map. Can't say the same about many teams from what we've seen in the last couple days of play.
Yeah, we had some real sloppy ones in week 4 if memory serves.
Throw back to Optic and Envy on that map and game mode combination.
Grenade gonna back up Saints, but he's got Slack here to force the issue.
Oh, I like that. Slassic?
Slassic.
Is that their duo name?
I guess, man. My brain is a strange, awful, ugly, and dark place.
Trust me. I've heard what you say when the cameras aren't on. As now the drone moves forward. This should be a dunk. There it is. Slack gets Octane to basically bait himself out, soak some shots as he turns that corner. But this has been LG the whole map. Thankfully, they finally have lobby control, so there won't be a counterattack instantly.
Under 3 to go. Camo up for Classic.
Classic can do no wrong right now.
And he was their best player in their week, right? He was incredible for them. Granted, everybody kind of went off. They dominated, but Classic was spectacular. Camo now popped, trying to stay alive. In through mid, quarter of it left. Dunk home, beat down through, and he's still up. And he finished. What the hell was that?
That player was weak. And if he wasn't, then I'm done casting because I've seen it all.
Mad Cat just a sliver away from picking up that overdrive. That sliver will have to wait another
Talk about
moment
a
as he's
sliver.
up for respawn.
Look at Bance. His sliver from Camo.
That's true. But you got a lot of key payloads coming up for this Splice team. Both those players will fall, though. I have to continue trying to fight for the payloads. Slack now, drone down as he pushes up towards Cherry Blossom in mid-street. You see on X-Ray, a couple to deal with. High, Mad Cat doesn't stand a chance. One back alley, almost catches him with that scarab out. But that gives some information to Classic. Now he's got to make a decision. As 2 teammates drop, drone down, catches his flank. Is anyone here to help him? Does Classic need help is the question.
Yeah, right, or is he a one-man army at the moment? Classic, though, with that 2-piece, buys his team enough time to be able to fight back for this drone. And look, they keep it controlled near this side of the map. They're playing Cherry Blossom. They're avoiding lobby. And all they do is grab the drone, put it right back down. For players at home, it's 15 seconds for that drone to reset back to that main portal in that middle lobby. LG playing completely around that. Look, every time they get a couple kills, they just inch a couple more feet forward. At this point, I think they're just going to run it in the back alley.
And who's the catalyst there again? Classic.
Get a 1.
2 kills and an assist, 1 point away. Classic, 29 and 20, 4 points to go as well. And 60 seconds left, Jay.
And I like that. How do you stop counterattacks? Don't even let Splice get near the drone. They know they're outslaying by 14 kills on this map. So instead of them giving them a chance, oh, that scarab. It'll slow him down for a second. Can he get the dunk in time? Yes, there is. Still a chance for Bance and crew in this game.
Mad Cat also has that overdrive to work with. He's coming off a respawn right now. Will he be the key player here to give Splice the edge? Possibly push this to an overtime. As Bance drops, it's Classic with another 2-piece. Once again, the catalyst to move this forward. Overdrive pop for Octane. Can't get the 1-point toss out as Jerd going big on defense, but who's still here? Classic.
All right, here we go, Splice. Your last chance in this series. 25 seconds left. Reset. The drone in the hands of Mad Cat, and look at the payload this man has. Splice can still do this.
He needs help, though. The overdrive needs someone maybe to be a meat shield for him. He gets into construction. All you have to do is shoot through the doorway. It's easy pickings for Classic yet again, but the 1-point toss, it's up. Oh! It's too far, does not go through. No one left to fight. The reset is there. It's a hot 3-0 from LG.
Heartbreaking ending there for Splice fans, as you thought they had it. A questionable overdrive, but the throw, such a tough angle. You never really see that one. Zero just a little bit over the portal as they lose that one 13-12.
How devastating. You know, you mentioned at some point during that game, I've never been worried about them missing 1-point throws, and it all comes down to a very difficult one. But Classic won that game for LG.
Yep.
In my opinion, it was just 2 and 3 pieces over and over and over again. Whether it was on defense, whether it was towards lobby to get control of drone, whether it was kind of sparking that attack as they got out to mid street. Every time you looked at the kill feed, Classic, just popping up over and over again with those multi-kills.
For everyone who's a fan of a team here that's not LG, that's scary for you, because guess what? LG have not slowed down. Every single player still in their peak form. LG, definitely the team to beat in this winner's bracket side.
And I think this also justifies all the concerns from the analysis about Splice. You know, they were taking some flack saying, oh, it's 1 week of gameplay. Well, that 3-0, I think, serves a little bit of justice there. But we've got Octane, your MVP so far in IW on stage.
Thanks, Maeve. Luminosity takes out Splice there 3-0. You guys haven't played in a very long time. What has the prep been like coming up into the Stage 2 playoffs?
It's been basically just maintaining our form from Stage 1 in Anaheim. You know, same practice regimen, same schedule. You know, we're winning there, coming close to winning at Stage 1, so I didn't switch up anything really.
And then I know you guys have some games against Splice in the past, you know, some wins, losses. Coming into this series, you know, is there anything you saw from them their week during Stage 2 that you knew you could take advantage of in this match?
I don't know what it was, what changed with them, but they seemed to be not necessarily lesser of a team, but they weren't much of a matchup compared to those 2 events. So we were a little bit more confident coming in. Happily, we started off pretty strong because that's usually our issue coming into events. We'll lose like the first series in pool play or something like that. But coming out for a big win here is huge.
And then the only game mode that was really close at the beginning was the uplink. You guys kind of falter a little bit in the first half. What went wrong for you guys? How were you guys able to turn it around?
Their ball movement was really good. They were catching us out of place. You know, they took it wide haul for dunks like 3 or 4 times on the first side. So just readjusting mid-map, Nick and all of us really noticed it, which was huge. It was a great thing about our team. So just picked it up after halftime and ended up bringing out the W.
Yeah, and you mentioned Classic. You know, during your group play week in Stage 2, he was phenomenal. He was great here in this series. You know, what does he provide for this team that a lot of people may not realize?
He's going to say it himself. He does all the dirty work, right? He had a slow first 2 maps, and then he just exploded in map 3. So, that's what to expect from him when all of us are underperforming or aren't up to par. He just kicks into full gear and takes over.
Well, Luminosity looked dominant there against Splice with a 3-0 win. Let's go to Ben and the boys on the desk to hear more about the game.
Thank you very much, Matt. As you heard there from Octane, Classic, a key component of that victory. Not sure about the slow map 1, though. Classic was absolutely gunning in that first hard point, played extremely well. And interesting as well moment to hear from Octane when he says, yeah, we're not quite sure really what happened to Splice. We were used to close games, and all of a sudden they seem to have made some adjustments, and, well, the games clearly aren't as close as they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, for them, they weren't obviously in the same group as them, so they didn't actually feel, the difference of Splice. So they could only judge what they could see, obviously, in that group. all Luminosity have ever known is obviously very strong games against them. Anaheim, Stage 1 playoffs.
Right.
And going into this, yes, they'll have probably thought, actually, you know, their group wasn't as strong for them. But I'm sure LG just went in with the same full force, just the same confidence, and, you know, it really showed in that 3-0 victory. Got a bit close towards the edge, but LG definitely the better team.
Definitely agree with you there. Of course, map number 1, hardpoint 250 to 116 in favor of LG. That is the biggest blowout score of the day so far, but as I mentioned, Mark, this was very much the Classic and the Octane show.
Yeah, I mean, you could just tell Classic and Octane, every time they needed them, they came through, whether it was breaking splice setups or just holding their own. I mean, these guys were absolute beasts, as you can see right here, both double positive. Just seemed, again, Splice, they would sort of get into a bit of a rhythm, and then Luminosity, they were just able to break it, you know. Classic and Octane both had full streaks at one point. That's just what you want to see from these guys. I mean, they're just so darn good. They're scary.
Yeah, Classic 27 kills, 2.08 KD. Yeah, starting slow, apparently, according to Octane. I'm scared to see what starting fast would be then for Classic. But in terms of LG, what makes them so good at hardpoint TBA? It seems just kind of accelerating and snowball the leads.
I think one thing that other teams in the Pro League kind of struggle with is pushing out too far in hard points and getting caught out and getting punished, and that's how they get broken a lot of the times. But LG is a different story. They push out and they get multiple kills in a row. Yep. On that Hangar Hill, for example, you can see just how far. Saints is up towards the middle map, towards that bridge hard point. They have put Cave completely pushed out. Splice was not even getting close to a chance of breaking spawns, let alone breaking the hard point. And the fact is, LG team shooting, just so much more coordinated than every other team in the game in hardpoint. They're always together, always making each other weak. I wish there was like some sort of thing we could calculate of how many gunfights our team shotted on this team. Yeah. It seems like it's insane. Right. Splice just never had a chance.
Yeah, they were just getting mowed down before they even had any chance of trying to break a hill or rotate, that's for sure. Moving into the search and destroy, it started off well with Momo for Splice. Of course, they had that early 4-2 lead, but I mean, they threw it away towards the end.
Yeah, and this is where we could, you know, sometimes maybe see Splice steal something from LG would be, you know, their S&D. We always say Luminosity, they're so strong at their respawns. And Splice started really, really strong. They started 2-0 up, then it was 2-2, then they got another 2-0 lead over it, so it was 4-2 in essence. And then something just clicked with Luminosity. I think, again, it's what Teep said in the hard point is like team shooting. I think it's not necessarily team shooting, but just the fact they're pushing as a team. They're just so in sync. They kind of really started to work out what Splice's game plan was and just kind of pinpoint the holes and the flaws in Splice's game point. And I've got a question, I'm sure we'll bring it up, is the payload usage from Splice, of course.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Of course, Bans uses his camo, completely burns it. You can see what he was trying to do, but even so, Merc.
Yeah, he uses it in round number 7. That's really the round that changes it. I mean, he had a great game, 11-7, really the standout player on Splice. And in that round, 7, he pops it when you don't need to. You know, go down, or you're still up 4-3 if you lose that round. You use that payload to win the next one. Then you put your team at 5-3, or you close out the game. There's just no need to use it in sort of a 3v3 skirmish. Start the round with it. You don't enter, you know, a setup with it.
Right.
You'll be able to get first blood. And it just seems like, I don't know if he was just a panic. I don't know.
It seems that he kind of got shot. He was like, I'm going to stay alive, and then ultimately just ended up dying. Yeah. But in terms of that map as a whole, and talking maybe a little bit of strategy, post-plant B so far today has not been good at all.
Kind of a mess, and I'm not really sure why. Spiral, the little steps going up towards that beast bomb site it's kind of hard to watch, don't get me wrong, because teams can slide across into that med bay sort of area. But overall, I feel like if they could just watch that better, maybe tag that player up, not just let him slide over for free. That bomb planter gets caught out every single time. And I loved how LG sort of adapted throughout that game. And I think that's why they're able to get several rounds in a row. They shifted over to a more heavy middle map setup towards that loading dock and over towards showers. And that's when someone like Classic and Octane can just sort of look over Classic pushing up towards middle map. That's when they started to dominate there.
LG, of course, 2-0 up in the series at this point. We then go over to map number 3, the uplink, and this one was a nail-biter, that's for sure. Final score 13-12 in favor of LG. And if there's one thing that we really got to see there, Merc, was Splice's counterplay was so good.
Yeah, and you can just tell right away, this is an example of it. As soon as Luminosity was able to score, all 4 of the players on Splice just said, see you later, we're giving up our base. They go for drone control, and they take it down this hallway. Here's another example of it to go up 7-5 at the half. A great job for them, and that's what you want to see from these guys. They're making quick decisions, decisive decisions, but in the end, Luminosity and their slaying was just too strong.
And on the flip side, of course, in terms of LG, one thing that they did so well, the final 2 minutes or so, we saw them waste time and just slay, and that has to be such a nuisance to play against.
And I love the interview from Octane there. On the side of LG, they realized that Splice's drone movement was so good in getting them to over-rotate to certain sides of the map, so they said, okay, let's just throw it down gas for about a minute and a half, and we don't have to worry about drone position. You just send Classic on some flanks through that Whitehall over towards that street. They just picked up so many kills over and over again, and Splice just could never really get their hands on the drone. Whenever Splice got the drone, they did a great job at scoring. LG countered that finally in that late second half to get that win.
And of course, mentioning as well the final moments there. Zero not able to get that 1 point play.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I highly doubt they even practiced that one. That one was a very tough angle. But if you look at this, the big story to me is just a ±0. Whew. That's your best one, and a -2 of 0.96. I understand slaying's not everything, but it's pretty important against a team like Luminosity. And again, we've touched a lot on Zero. I think Vance had a pretty solid series, but you know, Mad Cat, Jerd, where are those guys? Mad Cat had a great week when he was here. It was probably their best performer, and again, you just need more from the team. We talk about Zero a lot. Yes, is he struggling? Is he maybe not in the MVP form? Sure, but where are those other guys to step up?
Right, it's four players on the team, not just one, that's for sure. For Splice, our Stage 1 champions, they now fall into losers bracket round number 1. For LG, of course, a 3-0 victory is going to give them a ton of confidence as they progress forward through the bracket. Moving forward, though, we had our score streak prediction game throughout that last series. Of course, you can play the score streak prediction game exclusively at mlg.tv/COD. Question number 1 we asked was, which Luminosity player will have more kills in game 1? Only 12% had faith in Classic, but he finished with 27. There will be a tie. 1%, there will be a tie. Octane, 87%. I feel like you put your money on Octane there.
It was a Scorch, though.
True.
Scorch, I don't know. Classic's been arguably their second best player. I would say definitely their second best player throughout the year. It is a Scorch, but Octane, he's a god. I get it. Don't get me wrong.
87%.
I get it.
We're like, yeah, dude, Octane. I'm voting for Octane. Easy money. Easy streak. But they would have, of course, been wrong. Moving forward, in map number 2, we asked, will any player on Splice finish with 10 or more kills? 36% of you said yes. Bance, of course, finished with 11. 64% said no. So you could probably see a little bit of the pessimism there, Phil. People not really feeling too confident in Splice.
Yeah, and just really how strong LG have been. I mean, S&D is probably, it's not a respawn. I will say, obviously, Bance has been phenomenal in S&D. A lot of people kind of look towards Zero. For me, when I think S&D and Splice, I do look at Bance. But I don't know whether I would have said he would have got double digits on that one.
Fair enough. And then, of course, in map number 3, we asked, what will be the first scoring play in game 3? 73% of you said throw. And that was, of course, correct. 27% said dunk. I feel like throws the easier money.
Especially on Precinct, you just see so many times where just off the initial start, you just get all 4 dead, you throw on 1, and you start that spawn trap. So good call, people. You smart.
You guys smart. Of course, you can play the score sheet prediction game at mlg.tv/COD, but we'll take a look at our leaderboard now and see the highest streak. I believe it's going to be 6. This is going to be mine_edit. So congratulations to him or her. 6th streak, the highest on the day. We'll see if anyone can break the 13-streak record. And as I said, you can play the score streak prediction game exclusively at mlg.tv/COD, where you have your up-to-date event statistics. There's some featured player POVs, as well as that fantastic source quality. But moving forward, we now have one final game of the day. It's a good one as well. Envious versus FaZe. Feel like, Teep, this is the one game where you may look at the schedule and say, all right, this could realistically go to a game 5.
Oh, 100%. Definitely the toughest game to call for me today, and probably all of us here. We don't know which form we're going to get from Envious. FaZe's Search and Destroy looks so darn good with Gunless. Man, it's really tough to call. Hard points leaning towards Envy, Search and Destroy leaning towards FaZe.
I mean, you mentioned Gunless, of course, the new addition to this FaZe Clan squad. Has he impressed you as much as you expected, Merc?
No, I don't think he did, but I think he made the players around him better. You saw Attach and Enable had a very good week when they were here. And again, you can see right here these stats, what we were talking about, S&D at 85%. Uplink was 50-50, and I think that's the game mode that we're going to be looking at this series. Who's going to win that uplink? I think that's really sort of going to decide who takes it.
And on the flip side, in terms of Team Envious, when we talk about them, this is a team who realistically, let's be honest, when it came to week 4, Phil, not a lot of us kind of said, yeah, I feel comfortable saying they're going to make it to playoffs. But boy, oh boy, did they play well.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say I didn't think they were making it here. But, you know, they came in, and you got to remember this was only a week ago. This was, you know, phaser 3-4 weeks ago, whatever it was. Their hard point was fantastic. They only lost that one, obviously, against Optic Gaming. You know, the very last one they played. S&D, you can see what I can see, 28%. Yeah. The only positive to take from that is, I think it was 0% on day 1. You know, they got better throughout the weekend, but still.
It's a good positive to try and think about.
It's not good enough, especially in the likes of a playoff bracket as strong as this.
Yeah, but when you saw Envy sort of thrive and succeed, it was the sort of SMG duo. Even last year, it was John and Apathy. They played extremely well. Well, that duo is going to be even more important here because guess what? You have Gunless, you have Attach, who had a great weekend. You know, you have Zuma, a lot of SMG presence, you know, on the side of FaZe, and then you have that Enable versus Slasher battle. And Slasher was an absolute beast in their week. So I think those are sort of the two keys in coming into this game.
Really think this could be a potential bloodbath. Of course, we'll take a look at the maps once again, but to reiterate, this is going to be the same maps. It is still winners bracket round number 1. Teep, at a quick glance there, which way are you going?
Oh, very, very tough overall. I think I'm going to go FaZe taking the first 2 maps, Envy taking Link, Envy taking Retaliation. FaZe map 5.
FaZe map 5. Throwback search and destroy, of course.
I switched my prediction from earlier because of the map.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll allow it.
Maps. Give me.
I'll allow it. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to make more educated predictions based off the maps, that's for sure. But we still have, of course, one more match to come here at the Stage 2 playoffs of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. E-United, Optic Gaming, and Luminosity, all with round 1 wins and progressing through to round 2. Up next, final game of the day, it's Envy taking on FaZe Clan.
It's time for your final winners bracket round 1 matchup. Here is your G Fuel key player matchup. We have Enable taking on that role of the NV4, and he's going to be battling against one of the best. It's Slasher from Envy.
Yeah, both of the main NV4s for their current rosters. You see Enable stats, they were absolutely nuts. The 1.2 on hardpoint KD. FaZe, they really excelled in Search and Destroy, where Envy struggled. You see Enable there with a 1.40. And Uplink, he was strong as well. I feel like, though, Slasher on the other side, a very tough matchup. He's a very smart player for Enable to go up against. I think this is going to be a great match with the NV4s.
That is your G Fuel key player matchup. It's time to get this party started. That man with the hat, he wasn't wearing a FaZe jersey last time he was playing in Stage 1. He has been added to this lineup. And Matt, I got to ask you, after watching him throughout the group stages, how do you feel Gunless is fitting in with this FaZe clan?
He comes in, he has some good games in Search and Destroy. It's the mode that FaZe excelled in. But they go 3-3. They have a very tough group with Ghost Gaming in there, Enigma 6 as well.
Right.
I want to say, barely get in. It comes down to the last day. It's a FaZe team that you knew when they kind of made this change with Clay leaving. Enables now the main NV4. You bring in Gunless, a superstar player. It wasn't all going to click right away. I feel like the one saving grace from FaZe is that you saw Attach play really well in their group stage week.
Welcome back, Dylan.
Yeah, if you get that Attach here and then you get Gunless playing a little bit more comfortable and Enable with the NV4 if he stays hot, it's a very dangerous FaZe team. I think just a lot of questions about them because we haven't seen them in a very long time.
I think the biggest concern I had was how is Enable going to perform in this new role? He's got to transition. Well, he excelled during the group stages. Gunless, though, this is a guy that was on all of our radar as a top 5 player in the game, if not in the top 2. He slowed down a little bit early on in the group stages. Now it's time to find out, is he going back to the Gunless that we saw in Atlanta, the Gunless that we saw earlier in this year winning MVP awards?
Well, the thing with United is they played around Gunless. So the team was set up for having Gunless have success and make him have those big play moments that we saw. This team, it's more of, everybody has those opportunities. He's just going to kind of have to fit in, pick his spots. I still think Gunless is a very talented player. You look at IW as an overall season, I think we'll look back and Gunless will be a top 5 player. I think it's just a different fit on this roster.
Definitely a breakout star. On the other side of the stage, though, the men I'm looking forward to matching up against Gunless, it's a duo. John and Apathy. Who is going to get the best of that battle? And then it's all going to come down to JCap for me because I know Slasher's going to be there in our hard points. If JCap can do what he did in the group stages of Stage 1, where he's dropping 40 bombs, Envy, this is their tournament to go into a top 4 run.
Yeah, I think Envy, look, they get out of the group last week. They have a very good week. It's a weekend where a lot of people expected them to finish, 3rd, probably 4th. Now they come out top 2. They have a chance to even get that #1 seed on Sunday. They were fantastic in hardpoint. It's really where they excelled. The Search and Destroy was pretty weak. I think they've been around the venue for the last week or so, getting some series in against Optic Gaming. Probably help them in the respawn game modes, maybe work out some of the kinks. You're going to need to see them take this game 1, though. They've not been good in Search and Destroy like we've been talking about. They had one good day during their weekend. You need to see them take game 1 here against FaZe. It's so important for Envy.
Absolutely, and looking at the numbers, we can't nail that point home hard enough. Envy on Scorch Hardpoint since Dallas, 73% win rate. After that, you're going down to a 40% win rate on Breakout, 30% on Precinct Uplink. When it goes to Retaliation, down to a 33%. You have to win this first hardpoint. You got to upset the odds and change the numbers up when you get to that uplink. And honestly, I think it's going to come down to a Search and Destroy. If they steal a game 2, Envy has a chance. If not, FaZe Clan could roll this for another 3-0. It looks like Gunless is going to take a short pause. We'll see how that sorts out throughout the game. Matt, as you take a look at this FaZe team, though, talk me through the players' roles now that we've had Clayster removed and Gunless added.
Well, you're going to have Attach and Zoom obviously play at a very fast pace, up in your face. That's what they've done their entire COD career, and Able will be that NV4 player who kind of lurks in the back, goes on the rotation, holds off angles. And then I know the week we actually saw them play, Gunless was using a little bit more of the NV4, the K-bar. You can run any weapon. Gunless is such a talented player. Look to see him just kind of fill gaps.
Attach half health couldn't challenge, but he baits 2 into Gunless's crosshair. Slasher, last man standing for Envy after that initial gunfight, waits for his team. And now here comes the push. Envy shut down on their first one. It's FaZe 25 and counting to just 2 points from Envious.
And I feel like FaZe is a team that we haven't really talked about over the last month or so. As soon as they make the change for Gunless, we see them play. Great, it just kind of goes into the back of everybody's minds. This team goes home, they practice for a few weeks. All I feel like we've talked about is, Luminosity, Splice, Epsilon, Optic Gaming. We really have talked about FaZe that much. We talked about United a little bit more, and FaZe, they definitely have the firepower to come out and put together a good weekend. This is definitely, I wouldn't call it a sleeper pick because you look at the talent they have on this, but definitely a sleeper pick for the finals of this event. I think this team does have the potential to get there.
They've been in the top 3 4 times. 3rd place at Vegas, 2nd place at Paris, 3rd place at Dallas, and in Stage 1, FaZe was right there on Championship Sunday. Ended up finishing 3rd, falling just shy of the championship match. But like you said, feel like there's not enough hype around this squad quite yet. Maybe they can build some, because right now this is a blowout, 72-8 and counting now for Envy as they finally grab the turbine, but FaZe is already set up for the hangar.
I mean, their placings were great. I think the only issue that you kind of have with those placings is that when they get towards those top teams, I mean, just think back to the Paris final. I mean, they got smoked by Optic Gaming in that. They have some bad losses to that top echelon of teams. It's really what the FaZe season has been about last year, and then coming into this year's, they've been good enough to get there, not good enough to win. I think now they feel like they have that roster to get over the hump.
And that top echelon teams, that's kind of changed as the season has progressed. A lot of new names being shown in championship matches over the last 60 days. Slasher on your screen, going for the slow wall run, just trying to pre-aim anyone that will be challenging through the doorway. Envy gonna get their first challenger. It's Gunless who runs in alone. A little bit of an uncoordinated push from FaZe. It's gonna come down on this 1v1 though, and Attach is gonna win it. Envy stops scoring, but they're faster on the respawn.
Yeah, Envy, they have a ton of reinforcements coming back towards the hard point, but they never deal with Attach. The one player slides by, and then they expect JCap to pick that kill up. Doesn't finish it off. It just buys a little bit more time here for FaZe Clan, as John doing a nice job contesting. It'll be the last 7 or so seconds, but Envy gets a ton of time there. It puts themselves in a position where they rotate early here to drill. You see they're in control of the hard point early. They had a good hold here. Now that poor start's completely erased.
Looking at your numbers early on, Attach, he continues to impress at 9 and 6. You got Gunless, the first to reach double digits. The kills being scored so fast back and forth, and Envy will come out on top of that one. John waiting for the push. He knows where the spawners are. Pre-fires, makes the call out. And now they'll just drop back. FaZe has to come into them, and they have 2 Erads waiting. Apathy unfortunately takes down John, but they get 2 kills in the process.
Envy starting to come back here. It's going to be Apathy on a 3 streak, getting back towards the hill. 25 seconds left on this hard point, but everything positive you saw from FaZe at the beginning of the game, I mean, from Hangar on, I mean, this has been dominant from Envy. So as soon as they've gotten control of these hills, FaZe has not been able to break. Seems like a lot of staggered pushes. Finally, they get together as a 3-man unit. They're able to break on in. But Envy, the damage has been done. They've chipped away at this lead, the big one that FaZe had at the beginning of this game, giving themselves an opportunity to come back here in the second half.
Envy, they get hot at the right times. You remember last year, they win the 2016 Call of Duty World League Championships. Last stage 1, though, they ran into Luminosity in round 1, Optic Gaming in the first round of the losers bracket. So they finished 7th and 8th, but I don't think that placement really speaks to the caliber of this squad. If they can turn up late in this game, they can cash in a lot more money. We'll see how far they can go, because this game has been back and forth. This first bridge hardpoint, though, Envy doesn't seem to have an answer.
Yeah, it'll be FaZe inside of the hardpoint. Envy does have the spawns for Turbine, so you'd like to get control of this hill. You gotta at least split some time here with FaZe. You can't get them a big lead, but you see Zuma picks up a 3-piece. The rest of his teammates do fall. It is still Envy in control of that Turbine side of the map, but they've given up a decent amount of time here to FaZe. See the Scarab come out. Tatch just going to search for players on Envy. It's Enable already through. 3 kills there for Enable.
Envy has no spawns, Matt.
He's going to push on all the way through. It is Enable and Zuma early on the rotation. Big kills from Enable. Going to break this Turbine side of the map, and that is an awful thing to see if you're an Envious fan.
And I was going to point it out on the mini-map 5 seconds before that triple kill. You saw 3 players kind of distracting down low at the corner of bridge. Enable runs Sky Bridge, and then he just sneaks in behind the enemy lights. Doesn't shoot the first player he sees. Instead, he lines up the double and then finds the third. And FaZe, well, they're making the most of this one. Zuma's going to pick up every last second unless Envy decides to go for one more push.
Attach and Zuma went huge there. So Clay and Gunless both fall. You have players from the top side and the bottom side of your minimap pushing in towards that Turbine hardpoint. Zuma and Attach lock it down for FaZe Clan. That's going to buy them another 30 seconds on that hill. So 2 kills from Zuma, 2 kills from Attach have blown this game open in FaZe's favor.
Currently watching my wife's favorite player, Attach. Such a nice man, and this guy has some nasty gun skill. There he is with 2 quick ones, 18 and 10, looking for number 19. Enable is going to steal the kill, but nice teamwork from FaZe to break the hangar once again. Attach calls out 3 players. He knows where Envy's spawning, and he's going to come in and challenge, wins one, gets help from Enable on the other. What a hold so far from Attach, and this could be the game right here, Matt.
And this is an Envious team that in their group week, they looked lights out in hardpoint. The only one that gave them any issues was Optic Gaming, and FaZe is beating the hell out of them here in game number 1. 242 and counting to 87 the streak's going to come down from Attach.
Get them all.
In here. I mean, you see the players on Envy not even moving anymore. One in a contest, but that'll be all. It'll be 250 to 87 in favor of FaZe Clan against Envy in map number 1.
And as we mentioned before the game, that was Envious's best hard point in this series. They had a 73% win rate on it. Their best hard point overall is Breakout, but you're not going to see this. Game number 4 will be Retaliation. So going in the hole this early could be devastating for Envious. Now I feel like more than ever, there's a ton of pressure coming into this search.
It's just the pacing looks so much better from FaZe Clan. And when they had Clay, obviously, still a very talented team. They still always kind of made it to your top 4s and whatnot. But with Gunless now on there, he just plays at a faster pace than Clay. Like, I feel like a lot of the issues they had is because you had Enable and Clay both playing a little bit slower. Then you just have Attach and Zuma pushing up. And you obviously don't have a lot of players there to trade that out. I mean, you have 2 players playing all the way in the back. Now that you put Gunless in this lineup, you have 3 players who are playing very aggressive. You see it makes it a lot easier for Attach to play. And then when it's not Attach, maybe it's Zuma who's picking up those kills. Eerily reminiscent of AW FaZe Clan.
I was going to say, it's the old FaZe back. Fast and furious, they catch you off guard before you're able to set up. A guy who's able to just thrive in that scenario. Slasher, once they're set up, he could just pick you off at range for days. Never got an opportunity. They shut him down on this map in particular.
Yeah, I mean, when you're not able to get any control, it's very difficult. I mean, the little bit of time we saw Envy take, they got to Hangar early. Once they got that early control, they were able to lock it down. Same over by Drill. But once they got broken, I mean, their breaks, they were never able to force the engagements back inside of the hill. It is FaZe completely dominated game number 1.
Breakout, one of the least practiced of the game modes, and we'll see who is better prepared coming into this second game. Envious, you looked at what happened in group stages. They looked incredible throughout all of their hard points. Their uplink was pretty strong. Their search and destroy, it was awful until the end of day 2.
I think this is the game mode where you saw FaZe really click the most during their group week. So looks like it's going to form to be a scary series for Envious. You need to put a win on the board here in S&D. You look at Uplink, it's a game mode that FaZe has been pretty good at, and Gunless especially. I mean, he excels in that game mode. You know, highlight play after highlight play you can think of throughout the year with E United. I think this is a FaZe team that comes out in this first series, Chris. I really think they're trying to make a statement. I think, you know, going 3-3 in their group week, they didn't look too hot. A lot of people probably question them. I mean, Clay's a fan favorite. You know, the decision you bring in Gunless, whatnot, is it going to work out? I think they're really trying to prove people wrong here.
You look back at Anaheim, FaZe top 13. 13th to 16th is their final placement from that open bracket. They knew they were on the outs with Clay, and that man right there, Gunless, he didn't even play in Anaheim. He refused to stay on his team E United. He waited for the opportunity, knowing what's on the line here with our $500,000 playoffs, knowing that we have a $1.5 million tournament. He felt like one of the best homes for him could be on FaZe. He sits one out. Will it pay off?
Well, I mean, look, FaZe tries to make changes before Anaheim, just doesn't work out. I think once you kind of entertain the idea, at least publicly with your teammates, about making a change, and then you don't, I don't think there's really a chance of going back to play well. So I think that's really what you saw happen with FaZe in Anaheim. I really wouldn't put too much stock in that performance. Clearly, these guys are much more talented than what that result says.
A lot of predictions didn't even have Envy in the top 8 playing at the playoffs. A lot of people thought that it would be Epsilon here instead. So Envy trying to continue to prove everyone wrong, including the numbers in this one. Will they be able to pull off the upset and search and destroy? FaZe is undefeated in their 2 attempts on this map.
It's a really slow start to this search and destroy round, as you saw FaZe playing all the way in the back towards their spawn. Envy was getting a little bit confused, right? They're looking over by A. They have somebody looking over towards that staircase. They see nobody pass. Now they know. They've gotten onto the site. It's going to be Apathy coming out, picking up one. John with another.
And that's going to be the power duo you got to keep your eyes on, Apathy and John. Can they put the pressure on FaZe? You got Slasher grabbing one. Down low is Attached, and he is going to be wiped up. Nice start here for Envy after it looked like FaZe was going to be in control.
Yeah, just a lot of aggression there from Envy. You know, they know where FaZe is. Instead of, you know, turning it into a game where Envy, I mean, they haven't excelled at kind of playing a strategic, slow game. Or they start to play well Saturday during their group week. It's really where they just try to move around as a 4-person unit. You know, right there, they knew where FaZe was. They make an attack. They go right up the stairs as a unit. They take them out.
Enable last man standing. Slasher picked up Attach and then Enable to go 2-0. So keep your eyes on this player. He's the camo player for Envious. Camo, it can win you a full round of search and destroy. and also give you an opportunity to go for a streak. Slasher with the NV4 is going to post up. He is going to be waiting for someone to peek loading, as Envy is going to take their time before choosing a bomb site.
So working the bomb up the middle of the map here. You're just trying to gain information if you're envious. And you have Slasher seeing if anybody kind of runs out towards that mid-map. Cap with the K-bar in his hands, moving up.
I think he saw the player in the window here, so Cap's trying to sneak his way closer, wait for Slasher, and then they'll try and pinch together. And as Cap rechecks the window, that player is gone. Apathy was taking some damage, has to retreat, and Envy is making their way to the top B site.
Yeah, there's only 35 seconds left. They got to get Cap on bomb here right away and get it down. And they had Zuma playing it up in top window with an ERAD. You're like, why would you play that position? He's just trying to gain information, see where Envious is stacking. As soon as he sees one player, he backs all the way down, doesn't want to get challenged. And the bomb will go down. 4v4 situation. It's going to be Cap picking up first blood. He's quickly traded out. John with another. It's going to be very difficult for FaZe to get back on the site. A nice kill there from Enable.
Enable lighting it up.
And nobody from Envy wants to jump out and challenge us because they know they have Gunless in the corner with the NV4 as well. So buys Enable a little bit of time, but this will be another round that should go in favor to Envy.
And let's go, it's huge, Matt, one-on-one. And John is going to get outgunned, outplayed.
You can't lose that round if you're Envy. I mean, that's just so poorly played. I mean, they let Gunless go all the way by. He's so weak. Where is that second player to finish him off? I mean, instead of hiding in a corner playing the clock, I mean, I get you want to do that. And obviously, you know, it's a great tactic in search and destroy we see all the time. You know the player has to go to the bomb, but
such terrible timing for John. He wants to jump up and check and see if Gunless ran down the stairs. Instead, Gunless re-challenges, slides underneath him, and picks up the kill. John with the NV4 in hand in that previous round. Not something we always see. We'll see if that continues into round number 3. Envy back on defense. It's FaZe on the attack with Gunless, your bomb carrier.
That's exactly why you get a player like Gunless. He can make things like that happen in a round where FaZe Clan has no business winning. Envy has the man advantage, the bomb down, about 12 seconds left. He pulls a magical play to win the 1v2.
And I think Enable deserves credit for getting that second pick. That's what gave FaZe the opportunity. On to round number 3, though. 30 seconds burn off the clock, and you can see there's 3 players stacked up around the showers. Player number 1, Zuma, goes back to his deck. So it's Apathy and a 1v2 nearby. He's got Attach, and I believe that's Gunless right next to him.
And John is watching to make sure Apathy doesn't get pushed from the outside. And then as soon as the bomb goes down, you should see Apathy push in, and be an easy kill there for App as Attach probably gets tagged up by John, and then Apathy finishes him off. The bomb does go down, though.
Uh-oh.
Here comes the Scarab. Going to get Apathy weak. Where is the trade, though, for FaZe? They don't want to push in because they know Envy has that man advantage.
And, of course, they have 2 players on that deck. Slasher with the perfect flank is going to get 2 easy. Make it 3. Slasher can't find Zuma, so there's still a chance for FaZe. Apathy immediately jumps on the bomb. JCap just has to survive. Winning that gunfight will seal the deal. Envy taking the lead here in Search and Destroy early on. If you're going to struggle in a game mode, make it Search, but Breakout, pulling that for map number 2, I think this is a bit of a blessing.
Yeah, I mean, even if Cap doesn't win this gunfight, you probably still get the defuse off in time. Kazuma's probably, obviously he's very weak, probably scared after he jumps off a bomb, finishes him off with 1 shot, probably backs down for a quick second. It's another round win, though, for Envy. Such a crucial map for them. They lose that first hard point. Their strongest game mode during their group stage week. Now going into game mode number 2, map number 2, Search and Destroy. Their weakest game mode, they need to get a win here. If they don't get a win here, it's very likely that FaZe closes this series out pretty quick.
And that's all because they lost that first hard point, their best game mode. JCap looking to pick up first blood. Slasher is somehow able to get the drop on Attach. And now we have Gunless trading out the kill. Slasher continues to impress. Back-to-back rounds with 2 pieces. John is going to win the fight down low, and it all comes down to JCap versus Enable. Battle of the captains here.
Cap will get bombed down. See Enable very far away. Opposite side of the map. So see the route that both these players take as Cap rotates out towards cell block. Enable's playing this very slow. But I mean, with the NV4 in his hands, I mean, he picks up this kill. Gonna get very close to Cap.
Uh-oh. Cap spots him first, and a nice hover shot. Envy's up 3-1.
It's a big 1v1 win there from JCap. Obviously don't want to give another kill to Enable. He's working towards active camo.
And just think of how different this round is if Attach has a few extra bullets and can finish off Slasher in that first gunfight. Slasher then doesn't find the second kill. Envy never has the man advantage, and this is FaZe's round. Instead, the patient play from Envy is causing problems for FaZe Clan, and you are going to see FaZe back on the attack. They went showers last time. They tried to overwatch a player from their own deck. Didn't work out. Slasher on the flank caused them problems. This time, all 4 members sticking together, and FaZe is going to be making a hit on B.
Envy has left this site pretty wide open the entire time. Seems like they're just kind of playing for retakes. You see Cap in the middle of the map looking over. Stairs knows at least 2 players have crossed, but FaZe, now as soon as they see three on the flank here, they should push all the way through and see the bomb starting to move up closer towards that site. A lot of gun engagements going down. 2 wins there for Enable. Gunless wins 1 on the other side.
And I couldn't tell, but I think Apathy was focused on picking up Slasher's NV4. He goes out a little bit too far to the left, and it's an easy pick. And there is Gunless just waiting patiently, knows that Captain Cap is going to make a move. Catches him out with the ERAD.
Yeah, I mean, Cap doesn't know where Gunless is. I probably thinks he wrapped back inside of the building to go look over Enable there, but he's still playing on the site. It's an easy gunfight there for Gunless. And you do have Enable with his active camo already, so we'll have to pay attention whether he uses this payload ability, during one of these next few rounds. I think you hold on to it. This looks like a game that's going to go down to the wire. I think you definitely want that active camo late.
Uh-oh. Enable spots at least Apathy. Shots coming his way, and JCap is going to drop his teammate John. So you're playing 4-on-3. Envy gives you a freebie.
Don't know what happened there. We'll have to find that out after the game. Attach turns his back, runs back towards his teammate. Right there, though, Gunless able to trade it out. So now, with only 2 players alive, Envy, they're forced to rotate all the way back here. 45 seconds left. They're going to have enough time to get bombed down here quickly.
They've been spotted, though, and Cap knows it. So he's going to jump up and challenge. This happened 3 rounds ago. Here it is again. Zuma gets out with his life, and time is burning from this clock for Envious.
Yeah, it's all Zuma's job there is just stay alive, and he backs all the way out. It forces a challenge coming in from Apathy. Cap able to win 1, not going to get another kill. They'll be FaZe tying it up at 3 rounds apiece.
Tough position for Envy. Once they committed on this initial engagement on Zuma, the round was basically over. Nice job by Zuma to survive, and there you see the team shot on JCap. Once again, the final player. We're all tied up. 2 straight rounds for FaZe. Can they make it 3?
Now a FaZe on offense. I know you think active camo you would invest it into a round on the offensive end. 3-3. And even if you were to lose this round and you lose the next 2 rounds, you're going to get another offensive round in. So I think you probably save the camo for one of the next, maybe this offense or the next offensive round.
And you have to think Slasher spots all 4 when he goes flying up and above. The grenades will give away the location of several players, and John uses the FTL, but unfortunately can't convert it into any kills. JCap sliding in, Zuma's waiting for the trade. Now it's Apathy's turn. Can he get both? He got 1, looking for the second. There's cover to the right. 2-on-2 here, attached and Enable for FaZe. Slasher and Apathy still up for Envy, and Slasher, he's got camo. He will be able to save that for later as Apathy helps pick up the final kill.
Some nice kills by Apathy there. John gets the FTL use across that gap, closes the distance between him and the FaZe players fast. Was not able to pick up a kill, but JCap sliding through, picking up 1. Apathy with a nice angle from side stairs in towards that back doorway, able to take out 1 more. Envious looking much better here in Search and Destroy during the playoffs than they did during the regular.
They've been so streaky in this game, though. Jump up 3-1, then they let you tie it up 3-3. They got to build a lead here. And we'll see what Slasher can do. The NV4 player overwatching his teammates, forcing Attach to back down. That is going to give the showers to Envious. And here comes the challenge. Attach is only able to get 1. Slasher and John all over the kill feed. Enable the last one up, and he is going to somehow win this. Break it down for me, Matt. What just happened to close out that round?
Yeah, Enable, all 3 players lined up for him here. 2 players. I was going to say, when they challenged Attach, both of those players on Envy were body stacked, and they both get very weak. Enable slides out. You see how many bullets he puts on him? Not many to finish off the first 2.
the last player has no idea where the other two guys are getting shot from. It's a big clutch there from Enable.
Wow, 1 versus 3. He's over double digits at 11 and 5. Enable doing work to give Envy the tie. Or excuse me, FaZe the tie. We'll see what's going to happen in this next round as it is FaZe on the attack. Envy, they've spotted the push once again. Last time, they didn't handle it well. Apathy bailed him out this time around. We'll see who draws first blood. Attach is watching the flank. Here comes Envy, spots 2. Unfortunately, after the grenade, JCap's going to win the fight.
There's no reason for Attach to fight that initially. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of teammate support there. Let's see Zuma. Enable's going to lay down there. Zuma trying to get back all the way through Cave.
He just needed his health first, pinned down by Slasher.
Not going to be able to do much in this situation with the ERAD from a distance, but now that the players are pushing, might be able to make something happen, but it's a round win that I think Attach needs to back down there. There's no reason to push into Cave right away. I mean, even if you get that one on the outside, you're going to get traded out pretty quick. Gives Envy the man advantage at the beginning. They just flood in towards that graveyard, and now Envy is 1 map away from tying this series, 1 round away.
Yeah.
Tying this series up.
Can they do it? We're about to find out. That camo still available for both Slasher as well as Enable from FaZe. Do you invest it here if you're the FaZe clan?
I mean, I think you do. I mean, you would hate to lose the game without ever getting the camo use, so I think you use it, try and force the round 11. I think the bigger question is, does Slasher use it this round? And then if you use it, you don't win it. You know, then you're kind of in a tough spot if you're Envy, but now you have that first blood.
And they know where the remaining 2 players are. They were scouted out by Apathy. And Enable, he is going to survive with his life. Scarab in his back pocket as well. Score streak is available. But you need your gun out for this fight. Running in, it's a 2-on-2. Make it a 1-on-2. Enable's going to find Caps, and now it's Slasher who pops his own camo. Enable pre-firing. But the camo Slasher will get it done. Envy, they pull off a much-needed victory here in Search and Destroy. One that statistically all odds were up against them.
Got dangerous there for a second in that final round. Thought Enable is going to pull some magic out again, clutching another 1v3. But it is Envy bouncing back after game number 1, winning Search and Destroy to tie the series up.
What a game, what a series. Saving best for last here on day number 1. And we have so many great games coming across the next 2 days. Matt, coming into this, what was your prediction? Was this a FaZe 3-0? Did you see it go into a game 5?
I think the series coming in was going to be very close. I know coming in, I know I only saw FaZe during their group weeks. That's all I really have to judge on them. And I wasn't too impressed with them. I was very impressed with what we saw from Envy just last week. So I expected Envy to not really drop off too heavy. I expected FaZe to come in a little bit better. Series is kind of going the way I expected it.
Envious is trying to bounce back from a career low placing at the Anaheim Open. They have to take a big step forward in game number 3. Uplink Precinct is coming up next. You don't want to miss it. We'll see. Can FaZe take the lead, or will be Envy with the edge? We are all tied up. This is the final match, your winner's bracket round 1 battle. Envious has just taken Search and Destroy on Breakout. Now we'll see, can they take the lead with a victory on Precinct Uplink? They're going up against a tough FaZe squad that can really rattle some points up on the scoreboard, Matt.
Yeah, FaZe was great in their first respawn game mode, and the hard point, expect them to bring that firepower here in a Precinct Uplink. I think Envy, needs a win here, Chris. They got the win in Search and Destroy. You go to another hard point. Envy was great in the game mode, but they showed, in their group play week, they showed nothing in game number 1 of this series, though. That would seem likely that they would be able to hang with this FaZe roster. You want to get it back to another Search and Destroy. I mean, ideally, you'd love to take these next 2 maps if you're Envy, obviously.
Yeah, just win it in 4.
But I feel like the respawns are going to be tough for them against this FaZe Clan team.
FaZe has looked really tough, especially in that first hard point. But my question is, who is going to have the best performance on this game type in general today? Classic, he is topping everybody so far on day number 1 with the 35 bomb he dropped on Precinct. I'm just hoping for another good game. I don't know enough about either of these teams yet. FaZe, of course, adding in a new player, and Envy, they have been all over the map with their placings throughout 2017.
Yeah, I think on the side of FaZe, you look at Gunless, see how he plays here in the uplink, think he needs to be a big player, in and around the drone, slaying up in the NBS space. On the side of Envy, I think JCap needs to show up. I think in Infinite Warfare, more than any other COD game in the past, you cannot get away with one player not bringing it in the slaying department. Feel like Cap needs to bring it here.
Cap was huge in the Search and Destroys for him, won some big 1v1s. What will go down here on Precinct Uplink? Matt, I have to ask you though, when it comes to the roles, is Gunless going to be running the camo like he did on E United when it comes to this game type in particular?
We've seen FaZe actually kind of move the payloads around. So you saw Enable with it in Search and Destroy. Now you see Gunless with it here in Uplink. I think it's a wise decision. Gunless has made some fantastic plays with active camo throughout the year.
Gunless gets 2 opening kills, but John and Slasher are in the feed to trade out. Here comes the next push from FaZe, and Slasher is going to be able to deal with it. So 4 down from FaZe early on. Envy is going to be setting up first, as Slasher is working with Apathy for top control.
Yeah, I mean, Apathy and Slasher, they just want to control this top side of the map where this cat statue is. It just gives a great angle for Slasher to look in towards the drone in case FaZe is putting pressure on that, and watch the middle cut so FaZe can't put a lot of pressure on the Envious space. So very nice spot for Slasher to lock down with the NV4. Now that Envy's picked up some kills, you see him move up a little bit, but nobody back to get this drone. It's Zuma inside for FaZe. It's able to hold down this center area. And FaZe can turn this potentially into points, Chris, because you still have Slasher over that towards that top side of the map. If he doesn't rotate back or his teammates don't pick up kills, it'll be FaZe going on a fast break.
Apathy, though, just cleared 3 players before falling to Enable, and Slasher is going to find his 4th in a row. Early on, it is Envy winning these slaying battles. JCap is without a kill and will not be able to score the opening point. Nice hold. Zuma with some big stops in the first minute and a half. We'll see what he can do on the attack. You've got 2 lead blockers, player number 2, player number 4. That's Attach and Gunless on your mini-map. At the top, just holding the spawns and making sure that Envy doesn't get behind them is Enable.
Yeah, watch out for Enable, though, in the mini-map. You see the drone being brought down towards this bottom side, but it looks like they're going to let it reset. They're going to try and play for kills. And you see Enable, he's wrapped all the way through this mid-map. Look to see him try and pick up some kills, and as soon as they go in FaZe's favor, he's going to pick the drone up. Now he knows he has Gunless in support here down towards this bottom side. See if he can get the 1-point throw off.
And he is waiting on just one more player. There he is, Zuma, right behind Enable if things go sour. Zuma distracting, picks up the kill on JCap. Enable's been spotted, but Zuma has cleared the way, and he's going to dish this one off to Gunless, who is just 50 points away from the Trinity. They want him to get these score streaks in FaZe. They are playing so cerebrally.
Yeah, it was Gunless who made that play happen. He picks up the 2-piece. Enable dances around with the drone, and it allows Zuma to come all the way on a flank. Another pass forward here to Gunless. Be a 2-point play. Gunless earning full streaks as well. We talked about, and I mentioned Cap needed to show up here in game number 3, starting off 1-8. Not the way to do it.
You got a fully loaded Gunless sitting in your spawn. And now he's going to go hunting. Calls it out. JCap's going to spot him, put an end to his streak. But Gunless is going to put more kills in that feed. Enable finds 2. Gunless finds the 3rd, and Zuma will top it off. All 4 down for Envy. But look at that drone. It is all the way back in the FaZe base, slowly moving forward in the hands of Zuma, and he is just going to set it down on the reset point, looking for some kills of his own. Finds John, number 3, scored in a row. Zuma's been the man so far for FaZe, 11-5, leading the charge at double positive.
Yeah, they are finally able to end Gunless' streak at 6 kills. And see the drone again, trying to go towards that top side. They would have had Zuma wrapping around through the bottom. Now they have Attach here to try and help Gunless. Maybe they settle for the 1-point play. So it looks like over the top of the building, It'll be an interception there from John. So a nice pickoff from John. And Envy will run this out of their base, trying to get forward because they need to. I mean, they have not been able to create any offense. It's hard right now when you got Cap at 1-11.
Yeah, I just saw him lose another gunfight to Enable there. Cap is having a really rough time, and that's going to be the difference maker in your scoreboard so far. You have to think, if he starts to heat up, if Slasher and John continue playing the way they do, Envy has a chance. If not, this could be a blowout. Gunless is going to open it up with a 2-kill on the bombardment, and now you're going to see Attach taking his time, knowing Envy is setting up for the reset. He goes for the dunk. He's going to be on the backstab. His 2 teammates just have to hold their ground. Some team kills, though. A double team kill. JCap takes down John, and then Slasher takes down JCap. Everything is falling apart for Envy in the first half.
It's not going well for Envy. It's Cap with a team kill, Slasher with a team kill. You see the pinch coming in from Attach. Apathy is able to pick it up, but another team kill comes out. Apathy takes out John. So it looks like it'll be a 1-point play that'll go off from Gunless. This has been an ugly first half for Envy. You know, they have not gone on offense at all. A lot of team kills. It's just been super sloppy here from Envy and Uplink.
FaZe is playing 5v3 basically, sometimes 6v2. Gunless finds 2 as Envy is trying to push forward. JCap knows this is not going to be a points push. They got to get the kills early. And he jumps right over Enable, who punishes Attach. Gonna pad the stats a little bit as the half comes to an end. Good first half for this FaZe clan, especially Zuma, who is leading the charge in most of these fights. Envy, just too many mistakes. And now you have to wonder, with the score what it is coming into the second half, will they be able to mount the comeback? You could see the frustration on JCap's face.
FaZe, though, has looked fantastic in the respawn game modes against Envy. Can Envy bounce back in the second half? You don't even need an explosion from Cap. You just need him not to hurt you that bad, and you can maybe put some points on the board.
Zuma and Gunless coming in at 13-10, 16-9 after that death from Gunless. But here comes your first scoring attempt of the second half. Attach has 2 players to beat, just dancing around. He might try and loop this back up after Enable gets the double. JCap, the only player in position. He's going to get tagged in the back by Gunless, and this is another dunk coming through. 30 seconds, that's all it took.
Yeah, and I really love the drone movement by the players of FaZe. You know, they're wrapping it towards one side, getting players moving into their teammates, able to result in some easy kills, and now Attach working towards 4 streaks of his own. He's going to be able to pick up the Trinity Rockets there. Attach on a 5 streak, has overdrive, going to call in the Trinity Rocket. As right now, it just seems like FaZe is just trying to add insult to injury here. They're just trying to blow the doors off of Envy. As now Envy is trapped in their own base. Here comes Gunless. 2-point play comes through. It'll be 11-0 in favor of FaZe Clan here. So, I mean, Envy has not really gotten any scoring opportunities. They haven't really touched a drone. I mean, they've been struggling to make it out of their own base. It's been a really, really poor uplink game here from Envy.
It took 1:20, but Envy is finally out of their base. They're out of the spawn trap. An even fight once again. As we say, it's Attach and Gunless paving the way for FaZe Clan once again. And you have to look at the payloads. Attach, he's had his overdrive forever. Gunless, he had camo when Slasher was at 50% of the way there. They're getting more kills. They're getting more scores. The payloads, they are going to convert these into points. Azuma, he's just going to toss the drone for a bit, trying to bait that out. Knows there's 2 players around the corner. Callouts were made earlier. FaZe on the back foot for now. Can Envy push forward?
Yeah, if you're Envy, I mean, look, you try and put some points on the board here towards the end of this game, but you're really looking at trying to get your guns shooting hot going into the hard point. It's a nice sliding kill there from Apathy. The drone drop behind him. There'll be 2 kills from Zuma. Stops the push in its track, but if you're Envy, just got to kind of rally everybody here towards the end of this game, try and put some points on the board, get some confidence in the way you're playing going into that next hard point. Because right now, I mean, 11-0, they would need a lot of help to come back here in the uplink.
In other titles, when we see a team that thinks this game or that round is officially over, they'll just stall it out, even put the controllers down or the keyboards down for a moment and just regroup. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that here in Call of Duty. But when you were a coach, Matt, with the Complexity team, did you ever talk to the guys and just say, all right, this map is over, but let's figure out, let's start to heat up for the next one?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you would just stall it out in between games. You know, a team gets hot, right? You know, takes a, an extended break. They say he can't go on one. He just walks away, kind of regroup a little bit, and you're able to kind of come to your senses. But I think Envy, you're putting on some points here towards the end. You're getting Cap playing better in the second half. I think you got to take those positives going into this next game.
Envy is 4 dunks away from tying this one up. We should make it known that this game isn't officially over until that final second ticks off the clock. But all things are pointing towards a FaZe victory. Here comes another push. Attach, yet to pop that overdrive, is just going to keep that in his back pocket for later. J-Cap with the 2-piece and now Drone. And he's got a teammate Apathy leading the charge. Slasher is here as well with the NV4. Up it goes, and J-Cap will put in point number 4. So it's 2 for Apathy, 1 for John, 1 for J-Cap. We just need 1 from Slasher.
Yeah, it's Envy putting on some points, but they're not able to rally those into scores like we saw FaZe do in the first half. And I think when you're down by this much with only a minute to go, you got to rally those points if you're going to make this comeback. Because now, look, Gunless is going to pop camo.
Guaranteed dunk.
Most likely be a dunk, walks right in. It's going to hold on to his life as well with the opportunity to pick up some kills inside of the envious base. But
ready for the overdrive, Matt? It's coming right now.
Yeah, I mean, Attach has it. You may as well use it here.
You got 4 defenders up. Attach is just going to run out the clock. Baiting him forward. Does he go now? You got a lead blocker and Enable. And Enable is going to get shut down by John without hitting a single bullet. Attach will also fall. John, you look at his numbers from this game, he's going to finish positive. 26 and 23. Slasher's back to even. Awful game for J-Cap, who started off 1 and 10. And Apathy's going to finish -7.
Cap brings it back, though, in the second half. You know, it's a tough game for him, but he starts to play much better in the second half. Gunless with a dominant performance, though. I mean, 9 points to his name, 30 kills as well. You see what the guy brings to the table in uplink as FaZe, with another dominant respawn map against Envious, takes the lead in the series 2-1.
FaZe wasn't greedy. They didn't run up the score as much as they could have, but they seem to take the foot off the gas a little bit towards the end. But now you have to put the foot on the throat, Matt. Can you finish it here in a game number 4? Can you lock up a retaliation hard point and move on to winner's bracket round 2?
Yeah, you got to feel really confident if you're FaZe Clan going into this next map. No retaliation, you can get Enable going with the NV4. You saw Gunless using the NV4 an extended period there on Precinct uplink, so you get him some practice with it. That was the one thing that we saw during their week where we were all kind of questioning. I know Gunless running a little bit more of the NV4. So good with the ERAD and the K-bar in his hands. You saw him put it to good use there on Precinct. Expect him to go with the same weapon there on Retaliation.
If you're the manager of this squad, what do you want Gunless to be running?
Look, I want this team to just play as comfortable as they can. I think if that's the easiest way, I mean, you're so kind of time bid with Champs so close. Like, if that's the easiest way you can make things work with him kind of coming in, I don't want to say like taking like a, an Enable role in the sense that Enable kind of takes Clay's spot. Now Gunless is doing a lot of stuff with the K-bar and the NV4 and can mix some of his ERAD play into question. I think, look, with Champs so close, you make this roster, you figure out the best way to get wins, and you figure it out quick, and you just really hammer down that type of play style. I think, trying to experiment with a lot of things with not much time left in the season, it's not the best way to go about it.
Taking a look at the numbers here, historically, Envy is 4 and 8 on retaliation hardpoint, but FaZe, since adding Gunless, they're 0 for 2. They didn't win either of their retaliations during the group stages. So if you're Envy, you watch these games leading up to today. You've practiced. Let's see if they have an answer for what FaZe will be bringing to the table and if FaZe is going to show us anything new this time around.
I do remember in one of those FaZe losses during their group week, they were up by about 100 or so.
Yeah.
They end up blowing the game. I don't know if it was to Enigma 6 or Ghost Gaming. I believe it was to Ghost, but they're able to make that comeback, I think, towards the end of that game. And I think if you let FaZe go up 100, a lot like map number 1, I don't see them letting that lead up yet again. I think this is going to be a game where FaZe comes in trying to blow the doors off of Envy again. Envy, you need a good game from Cap. You need a good game from Slasher here on Retaliation.
Retaliation is the only map of the 4 for Hardpoint that FaZe has a losing record. What do they have left in the tank going up against a squad that has consistently finished top 3 this year? FaZe Clan, a threat in this tournament without a doubt, but never count out the boys in blue. Apathy doing the fist bumps. Here they come. Map is loading up, and they are getting ready to go. Matt, as the map loads, I got to ask you, one player from Envy. Cap, of course, we have to highlight him not going negative. But is there a superstar on this squad? Is there one player that can take over this game?
Yeah, it's got to be Slasher. I think Slasher has the ability to go toe-to-toe with the best, in terms of NV4 play. He needs to show it on this map. Needs to be that dominant AR presence. When he is, that makes Apathy and JCap and John's life so much easier. Slasher needs to go big here on Retaliation. A map that is, heavily favored towards long-range NV4 players.
Looking forward to that Enable versus Slasher battle. Keep your eyes on both of these players throughout the game. Enable, he's going to be that red arrow number 3 in the top left. Slasher, he's blue arrow number 6. First blood, it's going to go to Apathy with his NV4 as he picks off Attach. There's a player waiting and a 2-man hit coming from Envy. Will they get pinched from the side? A little bit of a team shot is going to slow them down, but both players survive, and now they're into the hard point. Envy wins the first gunfight. They're going to pick up your first 10 seconds. They got 35 more to score here.
Yeah, Envy trying to push all the way through Bridge, trying to just pinch here on the FaZe Clan, spawn him out. They don't need to, though. FaZe plays it a little slower at the beginning. They're going to wait and try and hit this as a unit, but Slasher with 1. Zuma and Gunless, though, picking up kills for FaZe. They're getting back towards the hill. That'll be 2 kills for Gunless. Make it 3. But the hill still in control of Envy here at the beginning, getting some nice time.
Nice shots from JCap and Apathy. Enable couldn't even get that grenade off. Envy, in your opening 60 seconds, will be walking away with 32 points. Now it comes down for the fight of market. Player number 6 versus 1. It was Slasher going up against Zuma. Zuma wins that gunfight, so no pinch coming in. Attach knows everyone is going to be flooding from the front.
Yeah, and Enable and Attach getting off to a rough start for FaZe. Talked about Slasher, how he has to be the dominant AR presence for Envy. Enable's the one who's trying to do it for FaZe Clan, and on a map like this, if Slasher and JCap with the NV4 can cause a lot of problems for FaZe Clan, then we're going to see a Game 5, and Envy has done a fantastic job rotating towards lower street. They're going to get a ton of time here. It looks like FaZe, they're just trying to hold on to these spawns for Cathedral, but it's going to be Envy pushing all the way through. John there with Cap. So Cap's inside the hill. He's able to pick up 1, but John and Slasher push all the way through. They're able to pick up some kills. This is going to be a good time for Cathedral on Envy. They should be able to hold Cathedral as well. And just in a game mode where you thought that FaZe would just kind of run away with. I mean, they've been so good in the respawns. Envy is now up huge here at the beginning of Retaliation.
And they could be in an even better position. JCap was a kill and a half away from unlocking score streaks. He's cut down on that 1v1 outside of Bike Shop. Slasher, though, just going to work, 10-3. More than triple positive, looking for more. No one peeking their head out against his NV4. Meanwhile, Apathy on the flank. Gonna find Zuma. Knows the spawns, waiting for him to cross the bridge. Unfortunately, Gunless goes up and over. Gunless comes surging forward. A Scarab team kill coming in. How many has that been throughout this series for Team Envious?
Yeah, but Envy is going clutch here on Cathedral. It is Slasher, John, and Apathy able to hold on as they will take the last 20 or so seconds. You see Slasher on a 5 streak, pushing this forward. He's trying to tag 1 player up, then get the assist, get very close towards that Trinity rocket. Spots 1. Oh, it's going to be a kill there for Slasher. That is huge because that actually unlocks the Trinity. And it is Envy up 123-10 here against FaZe. And Enable's getting crushed on this map, Chris. I mean, yeah, right there, John is weak. Enable has all the time in the world to put the shots in. Just not going well for him here on Retaliation.
Johnny Boy is right there with Slasher. We talked about Slasher's 10-3 a moment ago. John 10-3 currently. And finally, Slasher's spree will be cut to an end. John will fall at the hands of Attach, and that's a big break here from FaZe Clan. Envy, though, already 144 to just 18 points now and counting for FaZe Clan.
And if you're Envy, you have such a big lead, you can play for the rest of this time, because that's just going to force FaZe in the later half of the game to, press the issue on some hills they probably wouldn't like to. Now, you get the last 20 so seconds here. I mean, they're going to have to play for all of Bridge. They're going to have to play for all of Lower Market. They can't rotate to Cathedral and Broken early. Now, if you're Envy, you take advantage of the fact that you can play for a lot of this garbage time, so to speak, on these hills. and just build that lead out even further.
Final hill on this rotation. Enable sitting at just 3 kills. He's got to be the difference maker in the second half. You got to start winning some more gunfights. Slasher continues to destroy, currently on a 3 streak. Score streaks in his back pocket for the next time we go to Cathedral as well. And it's going to be Envy winning the fight in the hallway. They should be able to continue scoring. There's one player missing. It was Zuma. And Apathy has been all over Zuma, either on the flanks or knowing what Zuma is trying to hit him from behind.
This game's going to be over quick. Envy is just dominating FaZe Clan here on Retaliation. We mentioned it. FaZe was 0-2 during their group play week on this map. But you didn't expect them to come out this flat in game number 4, especially with such strong performances in the first hard point, 100-point clubbing Envy, then in the uplink there, battering them. It just shows a lot about Envy as a team, right? They're able to battle back, such a resilient squad. A lot of people thought this team may end up making some changes here during the year. They stand pat with this roster because they believed in it. They're showing up big here in a game 4 against FaZe as JCap in the hill picks up yet another kill for Envy.
One of the most storied teams in Call of Duty franchise history. Let's go ahead and crank up our headsets with Team Envious.
Tommy goal is Warren.
Good, hit it.
Nice, one more. Tommy. Nice, good trades.
Wall. Wall enabled.
This side bus weak.
He's weak, I'm telling you.
You want to use a Trinity here.
No. On that car.
He's weak behind that car.
Actually, yeah.
He's one shot. He's one shot.
Yep, They're dead. One more there. They're
one shot behind the van.
I have streaks again also. We just gotta rotate.
Let's go, baby. 3 dead.
Push it.
I am. Yes, we have streaks.
Yeah, I'm in there.
We all have streaks, bro. We're good. Come to bed. I'm gonna come back to help you.
Yeah, baby. We live.
Live, baby. What's at the tank already? There's 2. Top scaffold and top tank. Top scaffold is weak. 2. One more scaffold. Tommy.
Underwood. A little weak. Tommy. He's in the hill. Nice. One more little green man step.
I'm hitting the
right.
Get camo if you want. Let's go, Austin. Good shit.
Yeah, that time. On Trinity.
Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go, baby. Good shit. Let's go.
Shit, boys.
These kids fucking suck. They fucking suck.
Yesterday during the LCQ, we saw a team get beat 250-6, but 250-45 against FaZe Clan. That is a ridiculous performance from Envious.
Slasher was dominant all throughout that map, getting multiple sets of streaks. You saw the camo play there at the end to put the icing on the cake. We talked a little bit about it before game number 4. There's one player on the side of Envy that can really take over a game in terms of a retaliation hardpoint. It would be Slasher. In that head-to-head matchup between Slasher and Enable, Slasher dominated it.
Not only that, I felt like you saw Attach beating Zuma in most of those fights, or excuse me, Apathy winning those, and he was running the NV4. It's like, how many times do you see 3 NV4s at times from Team Envious? Everyone was finding success with that gun.
On Retaliation, you see a ton of NV4 use. You just see the versatility of a lot of these players, and I know Cap bounced back with a good game. Got to give him some props after the really rough game number 3.
There is a look at FaZe Clan. They have taken Envy the distance to a game number 5. Envy, they won the hard point. Will they be able to win a second search and destroy? We're about to find out when we return. Don't go anywhere. It's the conclusion of day 1 of Stage 2 playoffs. The final game here in Winners Bracket Round 1. Who is moving on to play Luminosity? We have Envy taking the hard point. They forced the game 5, and we are going the distance.
It'll be Search and Destroy throwback, the game 5 here between FaZe Clan and Envious. Can't remember the time, I think I saw Maven tweeted out actually that 2 teams have 100-point clubbed each other into series. Thinking back, I usually have a pretty good memory with this stuff. I can't really remember. Like, it's something that I feel like you would kind of know. Like, it would just be such a drastic swing from a game 1 to game 4. Has to be extremely rare if we've ever seen it. But jumping right here into game number 5, it'll be Gunless getting bombed down for FaZe here early. It'll be John, though, with the sniper rifle, able to take him out right behind Bomb. So a first opening pick here for Envy.
And John got pushed back on that opening push. You saw that's how the bomb got planted. Now he pokes out and gets the kill. Slasher is already behind them. And what a round here from Envious. A clean sweep, all 4 down. And they're going to give the defuse to Slasher, who is working on that Scarab.
Slasher picks up 2 kills in the round. John with a snipe. Envy takes round number 1. You got to imagine there's a ton of pressure on this FaZe Clan team. Just, obviously they get through groups. Was not pretty. A lot of people still asking questions, about the roster changes and whatnot, the change of roles. Who's the captain of this team? A whole bunch of stuff going on. You got to imagine there's a ton of pressure on them in this game 5.
I flip it the other way, Matt. I feel like FaZe, this is your practice tournament before the big one at the Call of Duty World League Championships. For Envy, you have to prove that you're still relevant, that you're still a threat coming into the biggest tournament of the year.
I don't know. A lot of the placings in the event before champs, kind of dictates a lot of what you see at champs. I think having a good placement here definitely gives the team a lot of confidence going into champs in just a week's time. John,
that's a face through a fence.
Takes Enable's head off there. John has started to heat up over the last 2 maps, and the guy is so talented. The MVP of champs last year. Opens the round up with a kill for Envy, but it was FaZe that answered right back. John trying to pick one up with a pistol. He's able to pick it up. It'll be Cap, though. The one-on-one here versus Gunless.
Oh, no. Did Cap see him? He is going to get executed trying to jump through the window. And solid defense, a big 1v1, goes in favor of Gunless and FaZe.
Yeah, Cap, I think, was just trying to stay alive, get in that top window, wait a few seconds, and then jump on Bomb. Gunless with the NV4 spots him as he's going through the window. Cap not able to get in with his life. It'll be FaZe with a win on defense. Now, John has been very effective with the sniper, but you just got to wonder if FaZe is ever going to adjust. Like, if he's going to sit back and just pick people off with the sniper rifle, you got to push him. And you see we jumped on him a quick second there. John is going to run with the ERAD. So a lot of pressure most likely from Envy up the middle of the map.
Apathy's going to win the big fight, but attaches there to trade, and Enable finds Cap. It is FaZe with a man advantage. Slasher, no health left, and that is going to be FaZe's round. The crowd here at Columbus loves it.
So it'll be 2 kills from Attach. Able to take out Slasher here. ERAD versus Envy for a close range. Less Attach whiffed a bunch of shots. He was going to win that battle.
Pretty sure that was at least 3 in the round for Attach as well. So keep your eyes on score streaks if Attach is in the feed.
And Attach already with his payload ability. So it's 5-2 this moment in time. And it'll be Envy not trying to go towards mid-map yet again. Want to change it up a little bit here. A lot of teams, they leave either one or nobody up towards this B site. The bomb will go down. There'll be no contest here from FaZe Clan, but Envy on the defense. What's scary about planning on this site is now you don't know how FaZe is going to go about retaking, whether they're going to go all the way on a flank or they're just going to go straight up to the site. And Attach, he had to have spot these guys in the top window. He's able to get to mid-cut with his life, so stays alive for a while, but FaZe, they need to enter with some kills. It'll be Zuma with a nice shot there, taking out JCap at range, but the flank coming in. The ERAD's coming into play. It'll be John, the only one up here for Envy. He gets taken out by Attach. At 7-2, they're going to give the defuse. Oh, no, never mind. They defuse the bomb. They're already on it. Another round win for FaZe.
And that's a 5 streak now for Attach. Going big in our previous 2 rounds, and you saw him checking the corners. He spots the player in window, a second player down low. He jumps out, and thinks this must be bait. Where are they? What are they doing over there? Envy, they hole up at blue, and they just get steamrolled.
Yeah, I don't know how they let Attach get, wide open, pretty much from the bomb all the way through that, mid-cut. Then he comes on a quick flank, I believe, with Zuma, and able to handle the members of Envy with relative ease, because, I mean, they get in that close corner. You have the E-Rads versus the K-Bars and the NV4s. With how talented Attach and Zuma are at close range, they're going to win those fights. They win the round.
Attach tried to surprise John. He FTL jumps into the window using that payload, but there's no challenger inside of food. So he is going to continue to just stay mobile on the map. Meanwhile, your bomb carrier gunless, he's been watching the flank. They still sit in their spawn, looking for an opening engagement. A lot of E-Rads out for FaZe.
They know slashers in this close corner towards the site. It's just how do they try and push him. Hear the Scarab coming in. They're going to get Slasher weak. Needs teammate support looking over him. You see right there for a split second, Cap looks away. He's able to pick up the kill, but it's going to cost Slasher his life.
Nice job by Cap to hit the remaining bullets, though. Making sure Zuma doesn't escape. And the bomb, it's now down. Apathy tossing the grenades, get markers. Fight down low is won by Gunless, and Attach is going to find Apathy. So John, last man standing. And FaZe is coming storming back. Attach is still up, I believe.
It'll be Attach in the final kill cam here. John just getting shot from multiple directions.
Pretty sure this means Attach is fully streaked out. We'll see him in just a moment. But Attach has been incredible over the last 3. And he is 50 shy. So he has the Trinity. Each rocket will score him 25 more. We'll see when he decides to pull that out. Attach in a long-range E-Rad. Fight against Apathy. Both players just peeking each other, backing down. John pulls back out the sniper. This is what was working early on. First blood in favor of Envy. They have the 4-on-3 advantage. Bomb is now planted safely at A.
It was working in terms of getting kills. I mean, they only got the 1 round on the board, though. So you get that first blood. Can you end up closing the rounds out? Now JCap's going to pick up Gunless, so 2 kills. You need to get rid of I was just going to say, you need to get rid of Attach before he earns more streaks, but he's going to have the bombardment and the Trinity.
And he saw feet right there. Good attempt by Slasher, who picks up, or John rather, who picks up 1, and then you will see the final shots coming in. Envy, they are surviving, Matt, going into round 7, a 4-2 game. Envy's not out of this yet, but you have to think this is FaZe Clan's game to lose. You have a player who is fully streaked out. Payloads are about to be popping left and right.
With where the bombs are on this map, streaks are so dominant. I know they're just such in open areas. If you go down towards Bike Path, you're able to, hover the Trinity, get it down under inside, and obviously if you go towards that top side of the map over by Barn, it's just a completely wide open area. So a lot of nice places you can use streaks on this map. So it looks like we're going to see the Trinity come in here for Attach. Nothing just yet. Going to call it out for his teammates. Gets 1 player weak. Slasher going to get taken out by the Trinity. So you get 1 kill and you get bombed down for that Trinity rocket. It's a great trade there if you're a FaZe Clan, but Apathy is able to win 1. JCap with 2 big kills. This is such a big round for Envy. You can win this round and you force FaZe to burn a streak here. Would be a massive round win for Envy.
Nice aggression from JCap in this round. Challenges 2, and he's going to win it. See the defuse coming in for Envious. And this is 2 straight now. Will they be able to tie up the game?
Now it's, can you bait out the bombardment with, getting the round win? Or I believe you got Slasher even working towards some streaks. I think he was getting close towards a Scarab. Or even keeping him alive, getting him some streaks. And even if you lose the round, you still feel kind of decent about it. But if you can get that bombardment out of the side of FaZe and somehow win that round, then Envy is really back in this one now. And you look now, it'll be Envy on offense. This is where it gets difficult because you have not been successful with aggression up the middle of the map. But with the bombardment, you can't really afford to play slow because then if you go over towards the site they see you, they just bombard you out of it. So it's a difficult spot for Envy to be playing in.
Attach currently at 13 kills. The record is 16 set by Parasite from Evil Geniuses. And FaZe Clan may need attach in this round. FTL jump is still available, and he is going to call down these streaks. It looks like bomb planted currently by Cap.
So he calls it in. Then he's going to get two. Yep. So a big use of the bombardment there. I mean, FaZe, barring a tremendous play from Apathy, should win the round. And puts themselves in a very good spot. Close the series out.
Apathy waiting for his health. 3 defenders still up. And he's going to challenge the first here. Gets tagged up, and he will not land a shot before FaZe moves on to game point.
You did get them to burn both of the streaks, though. So no missiles or bombs to worry about if you're Envy. Just kind of claw your way back into this. And I think the big thing, obviously, to look at as this game goes on, if it continues to go on, providing FaZe doesn't close out here. So who gets close to what abilities and when? So you do have John, I believe.
FTL jump.
With his FTL jump. You have Attach getting his second FTL jump of the game. But you have Enable. He's your camo player, Slasher your camo player as well. Both about even. So it doesn't really look like you have any of the major players coming up soon. Potentially Cap with a Centurion. He's going to win that first fight against Zuma. Big first blood. Slasher's going to get another kill as well. Envy looking to push this to 5-4.
JCap survives, and a big round from JCap. We're going to round 10. Cap winning that 1v1 against Zuma and then outgunning Attach at the close of this round. Here's a look at John, though, with your round-ending kill cam. Catches a weakened Enable with the NV4.
Let's see how NV decides to play this. You see Slasher getting pretty animated, making a play call here. It'll be Envy on offense. We've seen, maybe they try and get a fast plant. I mean, with Cap with the bomb and Centurion, lead you to believe he's going to try and get a fast plant and then maybe get the Centurion down. Although we have seen the Centurion used as more of just kind of like a anti-flanking tool. As there, the Centurion will go down, most likely for the trophy in case the nades come in. You'll be able to get bombed down.
Attach still chasing Parasite's record. Needs just one more kill to tie it. And he might have an opportunity here in the window. Player directly above. FTL jumps forward, spots John, and gets the execution. Gunless is going to find Apathy, so it's going to be just JCap and Slasher left alive. They need Cap here, and he will fall. Slasher still up in the 1v1 versus Zuma.
Zuma has no idea where Slasher was. Now going to see him. Needs to push him quick, though. Only 10 seconds left on the clock.
Just dance, and he has wasted enough time. Well done by Envy.
Well, I wonder. So it's great that Envy wins the round, but if Slasher picks up that kill, you have to check it again. He most likely gets camo. And Zuma's pretty weak. You got to see how close he is here, but maybe you challenge that, you take out Zuma, but Slasher makes a smart play, plays the clock, forces the round 11. You have none of Attach's streaks to worry about now. So you see, look at how close Slasher is to the camo. So does not have the camo off the start, could potentially earn it.
And I think he may play a little bit more passive than normal. And as I say that, you see him charging right up to the center.
Well, I think if he gets a quick kill, I think you pop it right away, just to stay alive. I think that's the kind of play you're going for here. And Attach, we mentioned it, the kill record on this map, 16. He ties it right now. So you see FaZe playing very slow here.
Both teams holding their nades as well.
I mean, no reason to waste it, right? I mean, as soon as Apathy sees some players, then you kind of start using them, just trying to deter the push. Sees one, but I don't know if I agree with how FaZe is playing this. Very slow at the end of this round. Oh, look, so they bait this out. So you see everybody from Envy going topside because Apathy gets some vision. Now FaZe going to go take advantage. They're going to get the bomb down here at A. Going to force a big rotation here out of Envy.
Optic was doing that against Fnatic earlier in the day. Is this one going to pay off for FaZe Clan? John, with the first peek, has FTL to get himself out of it if things go sour. Player number 7, Apathy, now rejoining the rest of the group. They're checking every corner, and John just got a lot of information. The first pick as well. Slasher is there. It's now just 2 up. Gunless and Zuma left for FaZe. JCap's going to find Zuma. All Gunless left. And Gunless is going to fall to guess who? It's Slasher. Envy with the comeback, and they are moving on to winner's bracket round 2.
It's the biggest round of that entire S&D is when Attach uses the Trinity rocket, and I believe it was JCap. He was able to get 2 or 3 kills during that round. They're able to win it. You knew the round with the bombardment was not going to end well for Envy, but towards the end, you had a big plays coming out of Envy. It was that one round. If you're going to use the streaks in Search and Destroy, you got to close the round out. Attach uses the Trinity. I think they get 1 kill with it. They're not able to close the round out. Nobody else on FaZe is really playing that well. I mean, Attach getting so many kills, we talked about how great it was. Nobody else really played that strong. They're not able to get any other payload abilities. Slasher gets a camo there towards the end. And a huge comeback for Envy there, their first series.
And they did it in Search and Destroy. They take game 2, they take game number 5. This is looking like an Envy of old. The question is, how far are they going to go in this tournament? We know they're moving on to winner's bracket round 2. And right now we have their captain, JCap, on the main stage with Maven.
Thanks, Chris. Cap, first off, congrats. Big W, crazy series. You come from behind in the game 5. First things first, how you feeling after the victory?
Feeling great. You know, that first night we kind of got destroyed. I think our morale was top, but luckily we came back in Search, which was our worst game mode at our week, but just won 2 in that series, so it's feeling good right now.
Well, I want to hear about that game 1 because you have some players on your team that can tilt sometimes, and I think you were outscored 140-4 or something through the second side of rotations. What was the conversation like, the team chat after that loss?
I mean, we just said like the normal stuff after a map loss, like, hey, let's bounce back next map, but there was a lot of small mistakes that we even mentioned after the map, like, hey, we cannot be doing this. Like, we practice all the time. These are the little mistakes we always talk about you can't make in matches. Luckily, it didn't hurt us in the big picture in the series, but it was brutal first map.
And then games 3 and 4, a series of someone being shut down. You start real slow in the game 3. Enable gets shut out in the game 4. What was going wrong for you early, though, in that uplink? I think 1 and 12 at one point there, buddy?
I think real slow is a little understatement. I don't know, I felt like I was in some bad situations, you know, not winning my ones, and just didn't go my way at all. And then we got spawn trap, they had streaks, everything was going wrong for us. Well, me especially, my teammates weren't even that bad, but luckily, map 4, Slasher bounced back and absolutely destroyed. We all played well, but Slasher absolutely destroyed, took over map 4, and then just clutched up game 5.
Let's talk game 5. You know, you won a ring with Attach. You survive a 16 bomb from him where he completely takes over. How did you manage to survive that and come back?
We just stayed composed. Probably the opposite of what happened in game 1 and game 3. But, you know, we were just like, hey, we win this round, we can still bring this back. We threw away a few rounds kind of early. I lost a 1v1 to Gunless where as soon as I lost, I was like, I played that like an idiot. But, you know, like I said, just stayed composed, did our thing every round, and pulled it out.
Hey, buddy, you got the victory. Congrats there. Envy moves on. Ben, gentlemen, break it down.
Thank you very much, Maven. Great to hear from JCap. We said it was going to be a close one. Doesn't get much closer than that. Of course, a Game 5, Round 11. What a way to close out Day 1 here at the Stage 2 playoffs. Congratulations to Team Envious, of course, for taking that series 3-2. We'll go ahead and break it down a little bit, but I mean, this is one of the weirdest series that I think anyone has probably ever seen. It starts with FaZe coming out 100-point clubbing Team Envious. It was 250-97 in map number 1, and we were all kind of sitting there going, this could be another 3-0, boys. We could be getting out a little early. Attach just played phenomenal in that first map, Memo.
Yeah, I mean, Attach, the whole FaZe kind of team, they were just all over Envy. This most definitely isn't, but I mean, other than that, I mean, FaZe and Envy, I just think for me, FaZe was just, it was outclassing them. It looked like it could be a 3-0 because we know how strong FaZe was, obviously on S&D. But yeah, when we saw the hard point kind of come out that strong, T-Pat actually touched on the map before, and when he saw those maps, he kind of said, actually, they could take it, but it wasn't that.
Wasn't that? It definitely wasn't. It was 109 to 83 points at the half. The game finishes 250-97.
87.
Was it 87?
Yeah, 87. It was 4 points.
Well,
they got 4. You gave it even worse.
That makes it even worse.
You gave them 14.
How
does 4?
How does that happen, Merc?
I don't. They just lost. To be honest, Envy made a lot of mistakes. I think JCap hit it right on the head. A lot of little mistakes that they didn't do in their last weekend. Basically, they were out rotating FaZe. They were, but every single time FaZe would just head to the new hill. You know, Enable picks up a 3-piece. We saw Attach get 2 or 3. Then they would just break, and it's so hard. Scorch is so punishing if you're spawning out, and they're just losing those gunfights. I mean, just a great job by FaZe.
I mean, you can see right there clearly how upset Attach is with what's just happening in Game 5. Obviously, rightfully so. We'll talk about that in just a few moments' time. But moving forward, game 2. Envy take the Search and Destroy 6-4. And it was almost kind of the flip-flop of what we expected almost. You know, both teams kind of winning the other team's preferred game mode. Yeah,
it's kind of a weird Search and Destroy overall. But still, similar things we saw in some of the earlier series today on Breakout. Teams just letting that spiral side up towards that B-bomb open. Yep. The fact that post-plant positions aren't being won very often on this map, you know, towards that shower side, the A-bomb, it's expected that's sort of a close quarter gunfight. You know, you don't really know how the trades are going to go down a lot of the time, but usually that B-bomb's a bit more consistent on those post plants, but regardless, Envy figure it out and pull away.
And Envy just seem to thrive in those trading environments. Is that really the key to their Search now, do you think, Mark?
I think so. I think if Envy go back and watch this, the rounds where all 4 of them were together, they were out trading FaZe. You know, similar to Luminosity's playstyle, they just seem to thrive when all of them together. Maybe they were just trying to be a little too fancy in the past with their Search and Destroy. Even still, we talk about it, Slasher likes to go on these long delayed flanks where he tries to make a play, and great. Does that work out sometimes? Yeah, absolutely. And he's able to make plays like he did this. He goes 13-6. But, you know, it just seems like when all 4 of them together, when they're getting their trades, they play very well.
Yeah, they definitely do indeed. Then, of course, moving over to the uplink, of course, at this point, series tied 1-1. But the uplink, it was just dominated by FaZe, for lack of a better word, Momo. I mean, it's 7-0 at the half. It finishes 13-4. A beautiful, beautiful game from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, beautiful game. I mean, it was over by the half. I really felt that way. Cap obviously started like 1-12, as you can see. His teammates, you know, Slasher, John, they're both positive. Apathy lacking a little bit behind, but that really shows how much of a slaying game uplink is. You got one person or player just not kind of on that same page, you're gonna get punished. You're gonna get in a very, very tough spot. And uplink for me is that one game mode. You're 9-0 down. FaZe, if they wanted, could just play keep away. They don't even have to go for more points, but then it gets 11-0. It was just like the hard point, simply outclassed.
It just seemed like there were so many mistakes as well, team. I mean, how many team kills did we see there from Team Envy as well? You can't let that happen against FaZe.
Yeah, just a giant mess overall. They're going to go and watch that VOD back and just be extremely upset with how they started off that one. But Gunless, you know, the acquisition for FaZe on this one, he's been one of the best uplink players that we've seen throughout Infinite Warfare, even, you know, back when he was on EU United. So it's not surprising that FaZe is going to be extremely strong in the game type. He takes over with nine scores, the best KD on FaZe in that game type. But the fact that all these respawns were this lopsided on either side, how do you predict? It's hard to analyze a lot of these games because, you know, it's like one game lopsided, and the other game's lopsided the other way.
I mean, this was absolutely ridiculous. I looked away, went to the fridge, grabbed a bottle of water, looked back, and it was 144-11 in favor of Team Envious. I mean, it's almost as if Envy said, all right, FaZe, anything you can do, well, we can do a little bit better.
Yes,
welcome to the 50-point club. It was insane to watch, Mo.
Well, you were just talking today. You're like, when's the last time we saw a 100-point club? Well, you saw 2 of them today. I don't even know. I guess, you know, Cap hit it right on the head. Slasher just, you know, got pissed off. You know, he has a 3.71 KD.
Absurd.
This guy's playing pubs on the main stage, man.
That's absurd stats. That really is. Meanwhile, the best KD on FaZe Con is 0.82, and it's almost as if FaZe just crumbled apart before our eyes.
They didn't spawn in.
This box score is just sad. Looking at it.
How does that happen? I mean, it's not as if they were playing bad in the series. You've just come off an uplink where you've dominated. You played pretty damn flawlessly to then get 45-point clubbed. FaZe Con, please. That was brutal.
They're not sacrificing time, but then when they would sacrifice time, they would just die off of the rotation. It was just very, very similar to the Scorch. Envy would go and rotate. They get 3-pieced by one player, but Slasher sort of took that role in the retail. It's just weird, man.
Very,
all
very
say it about.
Very strange. And then, of course, Search and Destroy. I mean, this one goes the distance. We get ourselves a good old-fashioned round 11 there.
And Envy played these first couple rounds absolutely horrible. I mean, there was a few retake situations. They got the bomb down A. There was a 4v4. John gets a snipe. It's a 4v3. They lose it. You can't let that happen. Then they have a 4v4 bomb plant towards B this round that we're watching right here. And 2 of the FaZe Clan members flank with 18 seconds left. You only have to watch that for 10 more seconds. You cannot lose rounds like that. It makes no sense. If you go back and watch those VODs, Envy, you have to fix that.
Yeah, I agree with Joe. That one round where it was a 4v4 retake, that was when I thought it was almost over. Then we get to see the streaks from Attach at this current time is 15-4. You know, we start to see kind of Envy just kind of crumbling. That bombardment, it works perfectly. Pushes pushes them out, picks up the kills. But then these 3 rounds back-to-back from Envy, I kind of don't know where they came from. I've got to give a lot of credit to JCap. I think he stepped up in game number 4 and 5. In these interviews, very modest, kind of giving it to all Slasher. But for me, Cap really stepped it up towards the end of the series.
I mean, there was that one round where he won 2 individual round 9. Round 9. I mean, that's massive. It basically keeps Envy in the game. Then we get to the round 11, and this was almost like watching a game of chess. It was so beautifully played. Both teams trying to rotate around. No one wanted to give away that first blood. I mean, I think the bomb goes down, and there's like, what, 35 seconds left, and still all 8 players are alive, Merc.
Yeah, I mean, you saw FaZe, they were able to bait out Apathy. As soon as he sort of sees the tip of that head, he thinks, okay, they're going to be bomb site, let's rotate. Well, they all do. FaZe just heads back right away. They get the bomb down, but Enable, I don't know why, but he laid behind Bus. He was wide open.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
I'm guessing that he thought an angle was maybe covered by a teammate that wasn't. They had a very weird sort of setup. It seemed like they had, I believe, 2 near the bomb as they were waiting for someone to slide through, and then Enable, his back was just wide open. Not too sure why, but man, what a crazy game number 5. That's what we expected this series. We didn't know what we were going to get from these teams, but, you know, Envy clutched up.
I mean, that's still so many questions. FaZe 100-point club Envy 100-point club FaZe. Then we have an uplink which FaZe dominate. A game 5, round 11, search and destroy. It really did have it all. It was action-packed way to close out day 1. But again, just to talk a little bit about Attach in that game 5, 16 kills for the loss. Remember that?
I think 16 kills for the loss on that. Enable had 14 for the loss on the first S&D. Like, it's 2 S&Ds where you think if you guarantee one of your players to drop 14 or 16, like, how do you lose that? And you can see how, you know, it's simple kind of when one player is kind of leagues ahead of the others, or as it was for FaZe there, you've got to have those plays on the same page. And when one's dropping 2 and the other's at 11, it's very, very difficult.
And the thing to me is, Throwback S&D, they were dominating middle map control, right? We talk about it all the time. Attach and Zuma were just getting their way all over middle map.
Right.
But what it really shows to me, the big picture here, is FaZe's teamwork and that sort of communication aspect. It's still lacking, right? That's why they brought on Gunless. Enable, this is now his team. He has to get them together because you can see, Claystar and United, their teamwork is impeccable. I'm not sure where that is right now for FaZe.
Yeah, they're definitely not having as much success as they would have wanted.
Basically, Zuma, the challenges in some of those post-plant positioning, Joe, you touched on it earlier, but that last throwback, it's just situations where they have the complete advantage and multiple FaZe players, but a lot of the time it was Zuma that would just throw his life away.
Yeah.
You're going to, like, again, we say both these teams are going to go back and watch this series and be like, guys, what was that? Right. It's just a complete mess on multiple.
Yeah, there was that Trinity rocket round where then Zuma goes to the top of the stairs and challenges Apathy in a 1v1. Apathy wins it. Like, there's no point. You have a 4v3 situation. Right. You just sit back, wait for Enable. He's on the back bus to say, all right, they're on bomb. Just a lot of mistakes.
Well, we can take a look now at our winners bracket and see, well, exactly how those results mean, or what they mean, I should say. Of course, on the top side, Team Envious will take on Luminosity. On the bottom side, E United face Optic Gaming. And, I mean, we'll talk a little bit about both these series briefly. I mean, Team Envy versus LG, you have to think, if Envy starts slow like that in any of those respawns, Steve, they're dead. That series is over.
Yeah, I guess Envy's hoping they get another retail, is I guess in that map set. I'm not sure what it's going to be for round 2. But, yeah, overall, everything just needs to sort of come together a bit better. LG seems to be rolling on all cylinders, honestly. But Splyce looked kind of weak in that first sort of matchup that they had versus LG. I don't really know how to gauge this Envy team after that series. It's just, it's all over the place. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Then, of course, the other matchup that we get to see, of course, E United versus Optic Gaming, Clay against the Green Wall.
We're all excited for that one.
I mean, how do you actually see that one starting to develop a little bit, Merc?
I mean, if you look at the United today, you know, ton of potential. Again, you know, that teamwork was great. Optic, they showed some weaknesses again in hardpoint. They did start off slow, where they were able to bring that back. To me, it just comes down to the search and destroys, you know. I can see that going to a game number 5, and I just don't know how to predict that one. We're going to see how good this E United roster is. It's going to come down to me to like players like Pristini and Silly.
Yeah, they definitely need to step up. I mean, Silly, I was laughing earlier on saying he seems to start off 1-4 in every hardpoint I've seen over the past couple of weeks.
He does.
Cannot start slow against a team like Optic Gaming. It definitely can punish you. But now we'll take a look at our losers bracket, and we'll see, of course, the teams that lost today. They are not out in Stage 2 playoffs, but boy, oh boy, do they have to make a run. FaZe Clan draws Stage 1 champ Splyce, loses round 1. And on the bottom side, Enigma 6 versus Fnatic.
To be honest, I'm okay with that. Like, it's not like Splyce looked that great. Sure. I mean, I mean, I don't know the
Did
potential
FaZe look
of
that
FaZe.
good though? That's the question.
Yeah, and in hardpoint, in uplink at times, obviously not hardpoint retaliation, but you know, Enigma 6 Fnatic, Enigma 6, they could, you know, they can go on a run in losers bracket if they're able to beat that Fnatic roster.
I mean, stage 1 playoffs, it was all, you know, me waving the EU flag, right? This could be the complete opposite. We could have a 7th, 8th position for 2 EU teams. Fnatic, I don't think that's unexpected. You know, everyone kind of looked at Fnatic and thought they're probably the 8th best team here. Splyce, I think, have got a very, very tough ask, obviously, go up against FaZe. I don't know how to call that Splyce FaZe game. I just don't know how they're going to match up head-to-head now.
I mean, it's a little crazy, right? We have a team that was stage 1 champions. They go to Anaheim, of course. They finish second. They make it to a grand final. To now all of a sudden be in losers round 1 with a very real possibility, because you're going up against FaZe and finish 7th, 8th. How does that happen, team, in such a short space of time?
I don't know what to really attribute it to. Is it the practice? Is it the mindset that they have? I guess I'm going to go and say that them missing Sheffield was one of the worst decisions you could possibly make. When you're on a roll like that, and Joe can probably speak to this as well, when you're at the top, you do not stop. You play more than ever, and I always thought after you've won, it's easier to win again because you have that momentum. You have that sort of mental, I guess, pillar over these other teams. And the fact that you just take a break, you come back, and just something seems off, and breaks just never work.
Yeah,
simple as that.
Well, yeah, I think the biggest thing is when you win, you trust one another, right? If Mad Cat makes a call, you listen to it because you know what? We won when he did that last time, and you just have that trust, and maybe in that time span, that trust has gone away. I don't know what. Again, when their week was here, they just didn't seem in it. They were very mentally weak. I mean, again, they went 3-3. The only reason they're here is because they went 2-0 versus Red Reserve. They could have potentially not been in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think for Splyce as well, talking about a team, when you get on a roll, you get that fear factor almost. You know, you go back to Optic Gaming, or your complexities. They win 3 back-to-back. Say they take, you know, the playoffs, then they take Sheffield, then they get second at Anaheim. It's like, okay, these are a real contender. LG kind of went into that. I don't think they were scared at all of them. Not that they should be. They're probably the best team in the world. But if they drew someone else, I don't think that Splyce have that fear factor yet about them. You know, they've not won enough. And I even said after stage 1 playoffs, Splyce, great, they've won it, but that doesn't prove that they are the best. And that's why I always said that, you know, for me, they are still kind of that top 4 team until they consistently win.
Right.
We can't really say that, but definitely still in it. Splyce, they could turn it around tomorrow.
Definitely going to look for them to do exactly that, Momo. Get a little bit better performance. We'll take a look at tomorrow's schedule. We actually kick off the day with Splyce versus FaZe. And then following that immediately, Enigma 6 versus Fnatic. So we could see both European teams at Stage 2 playoffs eliminated by 4 p.m. tomorrow, which would be a little crazy. Then, of course, we do get to winners round 2. We have EU United versus Optic Gaming. And then to follow that, Luminosity versus Team Envious. At that point in the day, of course, we will know our winners bracket final. And then to close out the day, we have 2 losers round matchups at 7 and 8:30 p.m. But that concludes a fantastic day 1 of the Stage 2 playoffs of the Call of Duty Global Pro League presented by PlayStation 4. Congratulations, of course, to EU United, Optic Gaming, Luminosity Gaming, and Team Envious for progressing into the winners bracket semi-finals, where, of course, we'll see them compete tomorrow afternoon. Speaking of tomorrow, we'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern as our 8 teams fight to be crowned our Stage 2 champions.